Chapter 392. In fact, another teacher had almost squeezed Jiao Pa out of the running for the Young Teacher of the Year award. After all, the quota was limited. There were so many schools in the province, and the selection was not only limited to universities, but also primary and secondary schools. Even if some people did not care for this award, the competition was still quite fierce. After all, this was an honor with a certificate. As for why that teacher was squeezed out, Zheng Tan later found out when he was on his way to Jiao Pa's office. He overheard a few students from the Institute of Biological Sciences talking about it. That young teacher had a strong background. One of his parents was a well-known professor, and the other was a successful businessman. His family also had people who were active in the political system. It was reasonable to say that such a person had a high chance of getting a spot. Unfortunately, that person was not very lucky. In addition, he attracted too much hatred on a daily basis. Therefore, he was tricked by his students. During the selection and voting period, that professor was a little too high profile and had a conflict with one of his graduate students over some things. The next day, that graduate student betrayed his boss. He exposed the professor's money laundering on a relatively influential forum on the internet. He also revealed that the professor was a scumbag who pretended to be a very good person. That postgraduate student was probably an expert at writing papers in the liberal arts field. His words revealed a strong sense of grievance and resentment, causing others to sympathize with him. Others could understand this as well. After all, no one would be happy to be stuck at graduation, let alone for 2 years. In fact, the graduate students under each supervisor knew very well what kind of person each supervisor was. Whether it was a master's student or a doctoral student, there would always be some accounting and money flow involved. They would also have some understanding of the supervisor's background. Just like how EXIN and her juniors would gossip about Professor Jiao when they were together, the students under each supervisor would also gossip about their own supervisor. Do not underestimate the ability of the students. Once they were active, they would be in big trouble. This time, that young professor was stabbed in the back by his own student. If his family did not find someone to suppress this matter, the whole country would have known about it. However, even if the matter was suppressed, his quota was revoked. Therefore, Jiao Pa had the opportunity to replace him. Otherwise, in terms of background, achievements, and political influence, Jiao Pa would not be able to compete with Jiao Pa. It was precisely because of the exposure of the teacher's money laundering that the school's leaders had specially looked for the Jiao Pa for a discussion. Whether or not the teacher had laundered money was not important. What was important was whether or not the teacher would make a mistake at a critical moment, such as being stabbed in the back by his own student. In short, money laundering was fine, but it had to be done cleanly. Otherwise, not only would the teachers lose face, but the school would also lose face. The school leaders had no choice but to take this seriously. Although Tsinghua University had always boasted of its position as the leading university in the province, over the years, another university in the city had also begun to shine. Dazzling results came one after another, and their public relations were also very good. They spread a lot of positive energy, and the public's evaluation of them was very high. The number of applicants increased year by year, and when people talked about these two universities, it gradually became a trend of the Chu City Derby. The other party wanted to find an opportunity to step on Tsinghua University a few more times. The reason why the other party didn't mention the money laundering incident was because everyone felt guilty about it. In fact, things like money laundering were done by many school teachers, regardless of whether it was a third-rate university or a few top universities. As for money laundering, there were many ways. For example, transferring the country's scientific research funds out of the country for private use, or buying equipment that was reported as 5 million yuan, but actually only 3 million yuan was actually purchased, and a large amount of rebates would be put into private coffers. Or buying insurance, eating, drinking, and other expenses could be reported with invoices. In the private words of some teachers, why was it so important to apply for project funds? Money laundering was to make a fortune. The Institute of Biological Sciences' Lumpy Liu, who had a lot of dark history exposed by the students in private, used collaborative research to launder money. For example, A large project worth tens of millions was reported as a collaborative research project, but in private, it was agreed that the other party would name a high price and send the money over. The two of them would then split the loot and receive rebates. In addition to this, a large amount of scientific research approval funds were in the hands of a few administrative officials who didn't understand technology. In a controversial phrase, they were laymen leading professionals. They had the power to decide life and death. The scientific research funds obtained by the universities could also be used as a source of bribes to the officials and some experts. Because of this, there was a popular saying in universities running the Ministry of Finance to get money in. This ministry represented the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and other relevant departments. Fortunately, Jiaopa had never used money laundering to make a fortune. Most of his money came from Yuan Zi's company, not from the project's shares. When the company was established, Jiaopa had contributed to it and had shares in it. Over the years, the company had grown in scale and had opened a branch in the south. This time, Yuan Zi's appearance at the provincial annual gala was enough to explain the situation. Jiaopa had gained a lot of experience from Professor Tan and other experienced teachers. Jiao Ma had specially bought a suit for Jiaopa to wear to receive the award. As for the suit, Jiaopa couldn't buy something too extravagant. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain himself if someone investigated. Instead, he would be accused of money laundering. Jiaopa couldn't be too casual, or he wouldn't be able to keep up appearances. There would be a lot of celebrities at the gala. Although Jiaopa didn't expect to be a tyrant, he couldn't be too insignificant and be looked down upon. It was rare for Jiaopa to appear on TV, so everyone in the Jiao family was looking forward to it. The provincial annual gala was at the end of January, and it was almost winter break for the students. Those who had finished their exams early had already bought tickets to go home. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo had just finished their exams and had a few days to rest. They would go back to school to collect their results after the results were out. On January 30th, the provincial annual gala started at 2 p.m. Yuan Zi came over early in the morning to pick up Jiaopa and bring him to the gala. Today, Yuan Zi was dressed like a big boss. He was dressed more casually than Jiaopa. His clothes were worth at least 100,000 renminbi, and he had specially chosen his car. It was low-key and luxurious. Jiaopa had wanted to drive himself, but Yuan Zi looked down on him. Jiaopa's car was too embarrassing for Yuan Zi. Anyway, they had the same destination, and they could just give each other a lift. Jiaopa went to attend the gala, and the Jiao family sat in front of the TV. Actually, the gala was not broadcasted live. The provincial TV station's news would report about the gala, and tomorrow's newspapers and internet would report about it. Even though the Jiao family knew they couldn't watch the gala live, they still sat in front of the TV and waited. Jiao Yuan even turned on his computer to surf the internet. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything until lunchtime. During the gala, Jiaopa's phone was set to silent. It was not convenient for him to answer the call while he was sitting in the hall. Dinner will be served in the afternoon, and Jiaopa called home at 6 p.m. He said he would not be home for dinner and would be home later. Jiao Ma didn't want to ask too much over the phone. She was relieved to know everything was going well. Jiao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Zheng Tan listened to Jiao Ma while she was on the phone. Jiao Yuan still wanted to ask Jiao Pa to ask those celebrities for autographs, but Jiao Ma had already hung up. At 7:30 p.m., CCTV's news ended, and the provincial TV station's news followed suit. This time, the Jiao family's 3 people and 1 cat were all watching the news attentively. They didn't want to miss a single detail. "It's out! It's out!" Jiao Yuan said excitedly. On the TV, the provincial TV station's news was talking about the annual gala that was going to be held today. The venue was huge, and it looked very grand. There were several special shots of the provincial leaders. Zheng Tan saw Heir Mao's father. He looked quite similar to Heir Mao, but he looked more serious. He looked more like Heir Mao's older brother. Well, to be a leader, one had to look mature. For someone like Heir Mao, who often made silly mistakes, it was better for him to be a freelancer. Most of the shots were focused on the provincial leaders. Zhang Tin also saw a few familiar faces, such as Mr. Liu. However, Fang Xiaokong was more familiar with Mr. Liu. Zhang Tin was more familiar with Mr. Liu's son, Liu Yao. He used to race cars with Mr. Liu. Now that Mr. Liu had grown up, he didn't play with remote control cars anymore. Instead, he played with the small sports car his father had custom-made for him. The rest of the people were mostly shown for a short time. A few celebrities could be seen. Jiao Pa was not very conspicuous in that short time, but he was still found out by the Jiao family. Yuan Zi was also found out. Among the top 10 outstanding young teachers, the one who was shown the most was a woman in her 30s who was teaching in a mountainous area. Everyone could understand this. Therefore, everyone was relieved that Jiao Pa was only shown for a short time. When Jiao Pa came back in the evening, Yuan Zi came up to talk with him. Compared to Jiao Pa's calmness, Yuan Zi was in a good mood. It was not because of the award ceremony, but because of what he had seen and heard during the gala. Jiao Pa knew that children in their teens like to chase after celebrities. Without Jiao Yuan telling him, Jiao Pa brought a book to the celebrities to ask for their autographs. When the celebrities arrived, Jiao Pa gave each of them an autograph. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo looked at the autographs while listening to Yuan Zi talk about the awards ceremony and what happened at the buffet after the ceremony. When they heard that Jiao Pa had asked for an autograph, one of the celebrities was very cold and impatient. Jiao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Zheng Tan stopped what they were doing. Which celebrity? Jiao Yuan asked. That one. Yuan Zi thought for a long time before he finally remembered the name of the celebrity. After Yuan Zi left, when Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were not paying attention, Zheng Tan saw Jiao Yuan tear the page with the cold celebrity's autograph from the book and throw into the wastebasket in the toilet. TSK, this kid. Well done. The next day, there were indeed a lot of discussions about yesterday's ceremony in the newspapers and online forums. In the more political pages of the newspapers, the ones who were mentioned most were the typical ones who had been selected by the provincial government. The others were just names, and there were only one or two sentences at most. However, in the entertainment section, there was a huge report. There were also many large photos of the celebrities sitting in the seats at the venue. There were also many articles that touched on many topics, such as which brand the celebrities were wearing at the venue, whether they had plastic surgery, what their hairstyles were like, how their breasts were, whether there were any family conflicts, whether the recent scandals were true, and so on. It was fine if it was in the newspapers. After all, it was in the entertainment section. But what about online? If one did not look at the entertainment section, one would look at the large community forums. On some of the more active public communication platforms, the majority of the articles were still about the celebrities. From their clothes, family conflicts, and their recent movies, everything was mentioned. Although there were some studios and promoters involved, there were too many articles. Some of the photos taken by the reporters at the gala were mostly celebrities. In the photos, there were many famous celebrities. Compared to the celebrities who were being chased by the reporters and getting autographs, interviews, and photos taken with them, the rest of the people seemed to be reduced to the background. There were more photos of the financial figures. People like Jiao Pa, who was a young teacher, were not paid much attention to. Jiao Yuan found a photo. The majority of the photo was of a celebrity with exquisite makeup. The people next to her and diagonally behind her were not mentioned in the article. They were reduced to mere passers-by. Many people replied to the post with words like, awesome. The reason why Jiao Yuan saved this photo was because it was the only photo of Jiao Pa that he could find. Although in the photo, Jiao Pa was only a passerby. This was a very common phenomenon. Many people who saw it felt that it was natural. Jiao Yuan had an argument with the people on the forum. He had just replied, the fame and attention of a celebrity is already high enough. Why don't you share it with others? And was attacked by the fans. Now, he was arguing with the people in a fit of pique. At the same time, he summoned his friend from the courtyard, Xiong, Su In, Lan Tianzhu, and the others to join in the fight. Zheng Tan was also unhappy. Zheng Tan also wanted to join in the fight. Unfortunately, there were people at home, and Jiao Yuan had his computer. He could not hit anyone or touch the keyboard. His claws were itchy, and he wanted to do something to vent his anger. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan went out and went to the old tile-roofed housing area. After the orchid was found, Zhang Tan charged his phone and hid it in the old tile-roofed housing area again. The phone that Lu Ba gave him had a good internet function. Zhang Tan could not use the computer, so he used the phone to post. Zhang Tan spent 3 hours and posted a post of about 1,000 words. He didn't deny the influence of those celebrities, nor did he bring up Father Jiao's case. He just named a few media outlets and reporters and listed a few examples that were recommended by the higher-ups to be more exposed and paid more attention to, including the young female teacher who taught in the mountains. Zhang Tan spent 3 hours typing out the 1,000 words. It was not that Zhang Tan did not know what to say, but that it was too difficult to use the phone to type. In the past, he did not feel anything when he typed a few words or a short sentence. Now, he realized that using the claws was too inconvenient. After posting the post, his claws were a little numb. Coincidentally, Zhang Tan's post was discovered by an influential scholar who reposted it on the forum he frequented. There were many sharp-tongued people in the forum who dared to speak and had a lot of public attention. After that, Zhang Tan's post became popular. Zhang Tan did not expect this. His original intention of posting the post was to vent his anger after he saw the pictures and reports and saw that Jiao Yuan was fighting with people in the forum. When the reporters saw the post that was very popular on the internet, their faces turned green, especially those media outlets and reporters who were named by Zhang Tan. They were so angry that they smashed their desks in the office. Chapter 393. No matter how much the reporters hated the person who wrote the article, it did cause a heated discussion for a period of time. Some mainstream media also came out to explain due to the public's influence. In a short time, the entertainment industry's coverage would be reduced by a lot, but at least it would be controlled to a certain extent. Because of this, some TV stations even aired interviews full of positive energy in response to the call of the higher-ups. There would definitely be people who would secretly investigate the person who wrote the article. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan's mobile phone was given to him by Lu Ba, and it was automatically protected when he posted on the internet. Those people would not be able to find out at all. This also saved Zhang Tan a lot of trouble. During this period of time, when Zhang Tan's impulsive post caused a heated discussion, Zhang Tan did not pay much attention to the direction of the discussion. The Jiao family's attention was all on Jiao Yuan's exam. It was not the college entrance examination, but the qualification examination of Beijing University. After the written exam, Jiao Pa took him to Beijing for the interview. While attending the interview, he also visited 2 teachers of Beijing University. One was an old professor that Jiao Pa had known for a long time, and the other was a young teacher that Jiao Pa had met when he was abroad. Because they knew people there, they were informed early. Before the teachers of affiliated high school called, the Jiao family had already received the news that Jiao Yuan had successfully obtained the recommendation. In addition to Jiao Yuan, Suan was also recommended to Ninghai University. His father's supervisor was a very good professor at Ninghai University. This was also part of Su and family's plan. As for Lan Tianzhu, she was recommended to the University of South China. Since he had obtained the recommendation, Jiao Yuan did not plan to go to school to make enemies. Many students were busy preparing for the exam. It was the last sprint for the third-year students. It was not good for people like Jiao Yuan, who had obtained the recommendation, to hang around in front of others. It might disturb their morale. Therefore, after talking to the teachers of affiliated high school, Jiao Pa asked Jiao Yuan to stay in the laboratory with his graduate students. The Jiao family was not worried about little Pomelo's exams. Based on the results of the last 6 months of the third year of junior high school and the award she had won in the past, it would not be a problem for her to get into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Xiong Xiong and Fu Lei both had to pass the college entrance examination. Therefore, during the period before the college entrance examination, Jiao Yuan, Lan Tianzhu, and Suan dragged Xiong Xiong and Fu Lei for tutoring. When the exam was finally over, Xiong Xiong was so excited that he almost waved his arms and ran out naked. After the college entrance examination, his 4 friends from the courtyard and Fu Lei went out to party. Zhang Tan was dragged along by them. Why? This was because Jiao Yuan and the others had long wanted to go to Victorious Return, and Zhang Tan was a very good pass. Therefore, Zhang Tan brought the 5 guys, who already had personal IDs, into the private room in victorious return that belonged to Zhang Tan. Although the 5 of them weren't all 18 years old, this was a special situation. Because of Zhang Tan's special access card, the person in charge of victorious return didn't want to bicker with these youngsters who were still in a state of excitement after finishing their college entrance exams. While the 5 of them were discussing Zhang Tan's special cat room treatment, which was even better than that of a person, Zhang Tan was thinking about whether or not he should give them something if they were to graduate. Thinking back, when these guys were still primary school students with backpacks, knocking on the door and rummaging through the fridge, EXIN was just a first-year nanny. Now, these primary school students had entered adulthood and were about to start a new life at a turning point in their lives. EXIN had now returned from abroad and was working as a teacher at the Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University. Working together with Jiaopa was now teaching a lot of graduate students. But among these people, whether it was Zhang Tan or the other members of the Jiao family, EXIN was still the most amiable. As Jiaopa's first student, EXIN had been his assistant and nanny back then, so the Jiao family had the deepest feelings for him. Now, in the Institute of Biological Sciences, Su Chu and Zheng Jing had already graduated and started working. Among Jiaopa's current students, most of them were used to calling EXIN senior brother instead of teacher, because it felt more intimate to call him senior brother. Zhang Tan thought back and lamented that time really flew by. EXIN, who broke the chain of a bicycle while pedaling, was now a teacher, and the naughty kids had also grown up. Looking at the 5 people drinking with beer bottles in hand, Zhang Tan pondered whether or not he should give them a gift for their graduation. After all, he had watched these guys grow up. Even after the 5 of them had reveled all night and slept until noon the next day, Zhang Tan still couldn't think of a gift to give them. Since he couldn't think of a good idea, Zhang Tan decided to simply give them money. After returning home, Zhang Tan took out 5 red packets from his drawer. These were the extra red packets he had hidden from Grandpa Jiao during the New Year, just in case. Now was the perfect time to use them. He counted the cash in his drawer. On average, there were 5 people, so each of them was exactly 500 yuan. Once the results were out, the acceptance letters would be received, and the graduation banquets would be held one after another. Then, the 5 of them would have to go their separate ways. Fu Lei applied to another high school in Tsinghua City. Although it couldn't compare to Tsinghua University, it was still considered a good school in the province. Fu Lei's parents were already very satisfied. Compared to the hooligan who always liked to fight, Fu Lei's current performance had already exceeded their expectations. Xiong Xiong was the only one who stayed at Tsinghua University. However, his grades were still a bit off. His mother pulled some strings and forced Xiong Xiong into the university. She didn't expect him to make a name for himself in the future. She just wanted him to make a name for himself. When the 5 soon-to-be university students received the red packets and found out who the sender was, each of them stared in disbelief, as if they had seen a toad transform. Then, the other 4 of them strangled Jiao Yuan's neck. "Tell me, how many red packets have you received from your cat over the years? We'll split them in half." At first, they couldn't believe it, but they slowly accepted it. Then, they interrogated Jiao Yuan. They had already formed a tacit understanding. They knew that jokes were jokes, but they still understood what to say and what not to say. They accepted the red packets and promised Jiao Yuan that they wouldn't tell anyone about it. After the event, they secretly thought about how to give something back. The next day, Zheng Tan looked at Jiao Yuan's helpless face as he carried 4 boxes of cat food. He lifted his foot and kicked the boxes away. Those 4 little bastards can eat it themselves. In the end, the 4 boxes of cat food were distributed to Huang and the sheriff. As for Depang, he only ate his grandmother's cooking. He didn't eat cat food. In August, Jiao Pa arranged everything in the hospital. He brought his family and Zheng Tan to Beijing to send Jiao Yuan to school. At the same time, they were preparing for a family trip. They booked a hotel in advance and rested for the night after arriving. The next day, the family took photos at various scenic spots in Beijing. Zheng Tan couldn't go to places openly, so he hid in his backpack and secretly brought the Jiao family there. Anyway, he was there for the photos. There were 4 people and 1 cat in the group photos, so no one was missing. Coincidentally, when they were hiking, Zhang Tan bumped into Fang Xiaokong, who brought his daughter out to play. Fang Xiaokong rarely had time these 2 days. Since they bumped into each other, he invited the Jiao family to his house for dinner. Is that to me? Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo both looked at the cat sitting next to Fang Mingming. It was slightly bigger than a normal cat. At this moment, Demi was squatting next to Fang Mingming. It was too lazy to care about the people and things around it. Its eyes were half open, and it looked a little lazy. However, when you looked into its eyes, you would find a sense of sharpness that made people stop in their tracks. Of course, Demi's coldness had always been for outsiders. It was still kind to its own people. Demi remembered Zhang Tan, but it might not remember the rest of the Jiao family. Therefore, when Jiao Yuan wanted to touch it, Demi avoided him. To it, Jiao Yuan was a stranger. Seeing Demi like this, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo didn't force it. It was a cat. If you force it, it will serve you with its paws. When I saw Demi and Xiaomi, they were still so small. Jiao Yuan gestured with his hands and said, "Yeah, Demi is so big now." Jiao Ma looked at Demi, then asked Fang Xiaokong, "Oh right, have you seen Demi's uncle?" Demi's uncle? Fang Mingming was curious. It's Demi's father, Peanut Candy's younger brother." Jiao Ma said, "What does Demi's uncle look like?" Fang Mingming was curious. She had only seen the photos of Peanut Candy and Black Rice taken by her father. She had never seen anything else. However, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma had never taken any photos. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo had only seen him once or twice. Fortunately, Sesame left a deep impression on them. They could talk about it without any photos. Demi's uncle is a spotted cat. Yeah, it's similar to a spotted dog. It's white with black spots, but its fur is slightly longer. It's a very mischievous fellow. Speaking of cats, Jiao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Fang Mingming started chatting. On the other side, the adults' conversation was also in progress. Knowing that Jiao Yuan was going to study at Beijing University, Fang Xiaokong assured Jiao Pa that he knew many people at Beijing University. When the time came, he would ask someone to take care of him. Although he had already visited a few teachers and friends at Beijing University, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were still worried that their child would be alone in such a big city. Now, with Fang Xiaokong's words, they felt more at ease. The situation in Beijing was too complicated. If anything happened, Jiao Pa could not take care of it in Chuhua City. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Third Master Fang, who was familiar with Beijing, was more reliable. This was the second time Zhang Tan had come to Fang Xiaokong's house. The first time was when he came to Beijing to film a documentary and stayed for a few days. This time, Zhang Tan was coming, so Fang Mingming also informed her friends, especially Ho Junyi. When he saw Zhang Tan, the first thing he said was, "How's my treasure chest?" Zhang Tan thought about it. The treasure chest that Ho Junyi had given him, he had not opened it after going through it. It was still under little Pomelo's bed. Although Ho Junyi was still a little confused, he knew that what he had done back then was a little stupid. Giving a cat a treasure chest? Wasn't that nonsense? However, Ho Junyi would not ask for it back. Firstly, he was really grateful for Zhang Tan's help back then. Secondly, there was no reason for him to ask for something that he had given away back. Furthermore, in the past 2 years, he had obtained new treasure chests and collected more tools. He had upgraded some of the items and did not need the old ones anymore. Although he did not expect Zhang Tan to understand, Ho Junyi could not help but talk about the treasure chests. Zhang Tan did not have much to do, so he squatted by the side and listened to Ho Junyi's analysis of the items in the treasure chests and their uses. Zhang Tan thought about opening the treasure chests one by one when he had nothing to do. After dinner, Fang Mingming brought Dammy out for a walk. She also brought Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to walk around. The greenery in their residential area was quite good. When he heard that there were some celebrities living around, Jiao Yuan asked curiously. However, Fang Mingming was not very enthusiastic. Zhang Tan thought that it was probably because the incident back then had a greater impact on Fang Mingming's 3 children. Therefore, they were no longer enthusiastic about the topic of celebrities. Although there was a sense of overturning a group of people, children were like that. Past experiences would affect their thinking in the future. As they were talking, Jiao Yuan suddenly poked little Pomelo, who was beside him. "Hey, Pomelo, it's Wei Kala." Wei Kala was a celebrity who had acted in many television dramas and movies. When Jiao Yuan and the others were still in primary school, they had watched many television dramas where Wei Kala acted. Now, Wei Kala acted less in television dramas and more in movies. Jiao Yuan and the others liked Wei Kala because, firstly, Wei Kala was really beautiful, had a good figure, was popular, and had little negative news. Secondly, Wei Kala was born in Chuhua City. However, she was now working abroad and did not stay in Chuhua City much. However, she had contributed a lot to her hometown. In January of this year, she was invited back to Chuhua City to participate in the annual provincial festival. Jiaopa had asked for Wei Kala's autograph. Jiao Yuan had even bragged about it to his classmates. Compared to the person who was very cold and impatient towards Jiaopa at the event, Wei Kala's attitude towards Jiaopa was much better. Whether she was good on the surface or really kind, at least she did not embarrass him. Little Pomelo looked over. She also had a good impression of this celebrity. Wei Kala had acted in 2 of her favorite Chinese movies. Zheng Tan watched as Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo ran over to Wei Kala, who was walking her dog, to ask for an autograph. Fong Mengmeng sighed and said, "Actually, if they want an autograph, they can go directly to Uncle Yang's company." Uncle Yang? That guy Yang? Wei Kala was at Asian culture now. Thinking that it was rare for him to come to Beijing, Zheng Tin wondered if he should go to Yang Yi's place and get some autographs for Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. He was also a hero. That movie not only brought Yang Yi a lot of profits, but also increased the exposure of Yang Yi's company and his popularity. Yang Yi would not have any objections to asking for a celebrity's autograph, right? While Zheng Tan was thinking, Jiaopa also received a call from Yang Yi. Yang Yi had been resting at home today and did not go out. The one who saw Jiaopa and Wei Kala was the director, Kong Han, who was now a little famous. Today, Kong Han sent a friend to a hotel and happened to see the Jiao family in Zheng Tan. However, he was entertaining his friend at that time, and the Jiao family left quickly. Kong Han did not have time to say hello. After returning home in the afternoon, he called Yang Yi and told him about it. He also advised Yang Yi to think of a way to make Zheng Tan stay. When he heard that Zheng Tan was coming to Beijing, Yang Yi, who was planning to take a nap, was suddenly energized. He immediately called Jiao Pa. Chapter 394. After making an appointment, Jiao Pa drove his family to the location Yang Yi mentioned. After all, children of this age were influenced by their upbringing and were inevitably curious about celebrities. Although Jiao Yuan, Su In, and the others usually looked serious in front of the elders, they actually had a lot of thoughts. In private, they would also talk about Ming Xing, especially sports stars and female movie stars. As for little Pomelo, although she wasn't a fan of celebrities, she often watched TV and had her favorite TV series. Naturally, she would have her favorite celebrities. Knowing that they were going to the headquarters of Ishan culture to see celebrities, the 2 of them were very happy. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were thinking about how to reject Yang Yi's request for their cats to act in TV shows or movies. Zheng Tan had already decided not to get involved in those things. One movie was enough. He wasn't a professional in this field, so there was no need for him to work in that direction. Yang Yi asked one of his assistants to pick them up. After showing their identification, they went to the underground parking lot to park their car and took the elevator up. The elevator was a dedicated one. One had to swipe a card and enter a password. Usually, only Yang Yi and a few other core members used it. When they were in the parking lot, they saw a few familiar faces from TV. Jiao Ma and Jiao Yuan even glanced at them a few times. After the Jiao family was led into the elevator, the few people who had parked their cars walked to the other elevator. However, they were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they gossiped. They were not in a hurry for the time being. Is that Boss Yang's relative? Maybe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Sarah to pick them up, said another. The Sarah they were talking about was the assistant sent by Yang Yi. There was a cat there just now. It was black. Did you see it? Speaking of cats, it can't be that one, right? You mean the movie that caused a lot of discussion last year? What's the name of the cat? Z. I heard from Xue Ding that it was called Z. At that time, Boss Yang and Kong Han treasured it so much that they didn't leak any information about it. He was very interested in talking about the cat that had caused a heated discussion on the internet last year. How about we go up and take a look later? Last year, Xue Ding and Tao Qi became famous, as well as Shi Xiaotian and Wei Wen. Yang Yi's name had also spread far and wide. However, there were still many questionable points that no one could uncover. None of the actors or actresses, including Ronald, were willing to answer. To be exact, they did not dare to. After a year, no one brought up the biggest question. The entertainment industry was turbulent and turbulent. No one brought up the storm that had already passed. It was just that now that they had encountered it, they couldn't help but feel a little curious. What are you guys talking about? The person asked as the sound of high heels approached. Hello, Sister Wei. A younger person among them smiled and said. It was Wei Kala and her manager. Kala, I heard that you're going to act in Totem, a man in his 30s asked. Totem was a big-budget movie. Being selected to act in it was considered an acknowledgement of the status of a celebrity. However, he was a singer and was not very interested in acting in movies. Most of his friends were singers, and there were very few actors. Hence, he did not have much competition with Wei Kala. Hence, he did not sound jealous. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Wei Kala did not want to say much. Instead, she asked, Brother Wang, what were you guys talking about just now? Brother Wang did not hide anything and gave her a brief explanation. Wei Kala's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the people she met at the residential area yesterday and the black cat. After they entered the elevator, Brother Wang suddenly said, Kala, your hometown friend is doing very well recently. In the elevator, Wei Kala frowned and said calmly, Oh, she's quite talented. There are plenty of talented people. Brother Wang did not say much and left with his two friends after the elevator arrived. When only Wei Kala and her manager were left in the elevator, the manager standing beside her looked at the changing numbers and said, Stay away from your hometown friend. She's getting more and more unrestrained. Sooner or later, she'll get herself into trouble. Okay. Wei Kala lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. She only responded softly. On the other hand, the person and the cat who were brought to Yang Yi's office were staring at the cover of the magazine Yang Yi gave them. Jiao family members did not usually read fashion magazines. The only two magazines in the house were given to them by someone else after they finished reading them. Now, they were placed under the table leg. As for the new fashion magazine, no one in the Jiao family paid attention to it. At this moment, on the cover of one of the top-selling fashion magazines in the country, there was a cool-looking model and a black cat. Jiao Ma stared at the magazine carefully and said uncertainly, Is this really our family's black charcoal? It didn't look like it. Not only Mother Jiao, but the other members of the Jiao family also felt that the cat on the cover of the magazine, which looked like a black panther with a cold aura, was not at all like the naughty and mischievous cat at home. Although it's affected by the filming technique, this is definitely it. Yang Yi pointed at Zheng Tan and said to the Jiao family. Yang Yi was in a hurry to find Zheng Tan, not because he wanted to invest in another cat movie, but because someone asked him to. Almost no one paid attention to last year's magazine anymore. However, Li Wei's manager had contacted Yang Yi and said that they hoped to work together again. At that time, Yang Yi knew that the Jiao family did not want to increase the exposure of their cat, so he told Li Wei's manager and put the matter aside. But not long ago, Li Wei came to Beijing to participate in a fashion show. Her manager and Yang Yi talked about this topic again. When he received Kong Han's call yesterday, Yang Yi wanted to persuade the Jiao family again and see if they would change their mind. The Jiao Pa glanced at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan turned his head and took a small step back. This was to tell the Jiao Pa that he was not happy. After thinking about it, the Jiao Pa said, To be honest, Black Charcoal fell seriously ill at the end of last year and was hospitalized at the pet center for a week. Nowadays, some of the pet commercials have greatly reduced their filming time. This was the truth. Compared to before, Zheng Tan did participate in Xiao was filming time a lot less. However, Xiao Guo was observing Zheng Tan's physical condition. If he was sure that Zheng Tan was still very strong, he would increase the workload. The Jiaopa did not mention this. The older cats in the pet center were getting older, and now some of them were less active. The new cats were still in the training period and had not been used well. So recently, Xiao Guo was worried. Zheng Tan was the only cat that was still active. After he fell ill, other than reporting to the Jiaopa's office, he did not seem to have restrained himself. If it weren't for the fact that the Jiao family was traveling with Jiao Yuan, Zheng Tan would have been dragged by Xiao Guo to support them. Sick. Yang did not know about Zheng Tan's illness. He had been busy for the past year and did not talk to Xiao Guo much. The Jiao family did not take the initiative to talk about it, so Yang naturally did not know about it. When Zheng Tan's illness was mentioned, the 4 members of the Jiao family were not happy. Jiao Ma did not want to recall the situation at that time. Looking at the expressions on the Jiao family's faces, Yang Yi knew that they could not talk about it anymore. Otherwise, they would be hated. He thought that it would be better to investigate it thoroughly. After that, Yang Yi did not mention the matter of Zheng Tan's acting or other filming. Instead, they talked about something more relaxing. Don't worry. If Jiao Yuan is bored, he can come over and play. There are not many things here, but there are many stars, Yang Yi said jokingly. Jiao Ma did not want Jiao Yuan to meet more stars. Although she had a few stars that she liked, letting Jiao Yuan meet more female stars? Forget it. She would rather Jiao Yuan never come over again. Yang Yi even planned to treat the Jiao family to a meal, but Jiao Pa politely declined. Yang Yi did not force it. Instead, he gave the Jiao family some albums and DVDs signed by the stars. He also handed over a magazine with Zheng Tan and Li Wei's picture on the cover. Jiao Ma was happy to accept the gift. Compared to celebrities' autographs, she would rather read a magazine with her cat on it. After thanking them, the Jiao family left. Yang Yi asked Sarah to show them around the company. Yang Yi could tell that Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were curious about the company. It was rare for them to come over, so Yang Yi was happy to do them a favor. One reason was because of Zheng Tan, and the other was because of Feng Xiaokong. Knowing that the Jiao family had a good relationship with Feng Xiaokong, Yang Yi would think more about it. When Sarah showed them around the company, they met many familiar faces. They were also curious about the Jiao family, but they knew that they should not ask too much. When they left, the Jiao family met Wei Kala again, as they had asked for an autograph yesterday, and they were from the same hometown. When Wei Kala greeted them, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo exchanged a few more words with her. Sarah just smiled at the side and did not say anything. After Sarah led the Jiao family into the elevator, Wei Kala and her manager went to an empty corner. Who were those people just now? The manager asked. Probably boss's friends. After a pause, Wei Kala said, at the beginning of the year, I went back to Chuhua City to attend the provincial award ceremony. I saw Professor Jiao just now. Wei Kala had a good memory. During the awards ceremony, she carefully memorized the faces and information of everyone who went up on stage to receive the award. She even watched the internal recording after the ceremony. These people could stand on the podium today, and they could stand even higher tomorrow. Even if they did not cross each other's lives, Wei Kala would not make enemies with them. Of course, she did not have to be too attentive. If she met them, she would just treat them with basic courtesy. Because of this, when Professor Jiao went over to ask for an autograph, Wei Kala's attitude was relatively good. However, Wei Kala did not expect that the person who asked for the autograph back then was now acquainted with the big boss of her company. Wei Kala was glad that she was acquainted with him. If they were to say anything in front of boss, how did Xue Ding and Tao Qi become so powerful in just 1 year? It was not only because of the movie last year, but also because of Boss Yang's words. Because of Yang Yi's words, these two seized the opportunity and rose up. After thinking for a while, Wei Kala suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Her manager was confused by her sudden smile. Someone might be in trouble, Wei Kala said. Oh, my fellow countryman, Wei Kala said as he walked towards the stairs. Fellow countryman? Her manager raised her eyebrows. Generally speaking, Wei Kala's fellow countryman was only Chong Ying, who was both a singer and an actress. Wei Kala remembered that when she attended the awards ceremony in Chuhua City at the beginning of the year, Professor Zhao had asked many celebrities for autographs, saying that it was for his child. The other people's attitudes were not bad, but her fellow countrymen had thrown a tantrum on the spot. Fortunately, he was well-mannered and did not make a fuss about it. If he was a narrow-minded person who held grudges, he would have complained to some entertainment reporters afterward. Coupled with the debate on the internet at the beginning of the year, there would probably be another scolding session. On Yang Yi's side, after waiting for the Zhao family to leave, he made a phone call. Before leaving the company in the afternoon, there were 2 documents on his desk. One of them was about Zheng Tan, focusing on what happened when Zheng Tan was sick. The other document was about the Zhao family. It was relatively simple and not too detailed, except for one thing. Professor Zhao attended the provincial awards ceremony at the beginning of the year. Because there were 2 of his own artists, more information was found. After looking at the documents in his hand, Yang Yi called one of his assistants over. Chang Ying has been doing well recently, Yang Yi said casually. The assistant was shocked. He glanced at Yang Yi, knowing that his boss was dissatisfied with some of Chang Ying's actions. Since she's too busy, give her a break, Yang Yi said. Actually, she's quite talented in this area. Yang Yi laughed. Is there a lack of talent in the industry? I've raised her too much these 2 years. She can't even figure out her own position. Yang Yi did not want an artist who stepped on others and offended others, no matter how talented she was. The assistant's eyelids twitched. This meant that he had to give her a warning. If she did not repent, she would probably be removed from Big Boss Yang's support list. The assistant silently lit a candle for Chang Ying in his heart. For the next few days, the Zhao family gathered around Capital University. Zhao Yuan went through some procedures and was brought by Zhao Pa to visit a few friends in Capital. After everything was settled, the Zhao family took 4 people and 1 cat to Zhao Yuan's dormitory to take a picture. Zhao Yuan's roommates laughed at the side, saying that Zhao Yuan's parents and sister were not the only ones who came, but he even brought a cat. They had seen people with dogs before, but this was the first time they saw a cat, so they were curious. It's a part of our family. We can't go anywhere without it, Zhao Yuan said to his roommates. Zheng Tan did not have any special feelings when he went to university. He did not live in the school dormitory, so he had no impression of his own dormitory. After comparing it to some of the dormitories in Chuhua University, Zhao Yuan's dormitory was more or less the same, except for some slight differences. No matter how reluctant Zhao Ma was, she still had to leave when the time came. Once she left, the next time she saw Zhao Yuan would probably be Chinese New Year. Every year, when Zheng Tan strolled around Chuhua University, he would see parents who sent their children to school wiping their tears as they left. This time, it was Zhao Ma's turn. A mother would be worried for her son. Zhao Yuan stood at the entrance of Capital University, watching Zhao Pa's car leave. Beside him, many confident and ambitious young students walked in and out. Among these people, Zhao Yuan did not stand out. After the car disappeared from his sight, Zhao Yuan stood there for another minute. He looked back at the 4 big words above the school gate, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and walked into the school gate. Although Zhao Yuan had been smiling when Zhao Ma said goodbye to Zhao Ma at the school gate, her eyes turned red after she got into the car. She did not even look back when she left. On the way back to Chuhua from Capital University, Zhao Ma cried her eyes out. Little Pomelo also cried. Zhao Pa comforted them for a long time, but to no avail. He continued to look ahead as he drove. Zhao Pa did not know if he was talking to Zhao Ma or himself. Chapter 395. Zhao Ma was in a bad mood when she thought about the fact that her son, whom she had kept by her side for more than 10 years, was suddenly separated and that she would only be able to see him again in half a year. When it was time to eat, Mama Zhao's appetite decreased because there was one less person. What will you do if Pomelo leaves in 3 years? Zhao Pa asked. Zhao Ma was speechless. She put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. How could she still have the appetite to eat? Zhao Ma felt sad when she thought about how empty the house would be in the future. I'm not leaving, little Pomelo said. Zhao Ma, who was about to go to the bathroom and cry, stopped. Zhao Pa and Zheng Tan also looked at little Pomelo. Generally speaking, children who grew up in universities tended to go to other schools after the college entrance examination. Perhaps they wanted to go further away to see the outside world and escape from the control of their parents. Or maybe they saw some of the disadvantages of the school and wanted to go to other schools. Or maybe, like Sue and their families had already arranged for them to go to other schools. With little Pomelo's grades, she could be like Jiao Yuan in the future. She could be guaranteed a place in university or pass the college entrance exam and go abroad. Little Pomelo had lived abroad when she was young, so it was easier for her to adapt compared to others. However, little Pomelo's words meant that she would apply to a local school or go to Tsinghua University's main campus. Yes, I'll apply here. Little Pomelo paused for a moment and said in a more serious tone, I won't leave. The main campus is good too. Jiao Pa nodded. Of course it's good. It's one of the top 10 universities in the country. You can even go home to eat and sleep every day. How many people would be envious of you? Only those little brats would look down on you. How arrogant. Hearing little Pomelo's words, Mama Jiao's mood improved. No matter what little Pomelo's choice was, it would still be 3 years later. However, 3 years passed by very quickly. Just like how Zheng Tan felt that Xiong Xiong and the other kids had already grown up and gone their separate ways after knocking on the door and rummaging through the fridge for popsicles. After school reopened in September, little Pomelo packed her things and went to Fuzhong High School. Basically, she had to stay on campus. Little Pomelo had already made an appointment with Xie Xin and the others from the West Compound. Her family had also informed them that they would all stay in the same dormitory. This way, they could take care of each other and not feel uncomfortable. Looking at the empty house, Jiao Ma sniffed. There was no need to wait for 3 years. 3 years later, things would not be like now. At least, little Pomelo could still eat and sleep at home if she was admitted to Tsinghua University. Now, she was studying in high school, which was so far away from home. She could only go home after a week. Although Jiao Ma could see little Pomelo at school every day as a teacher in Fuzhong High School, she was not used to not being at home. Zheng Tan felt it the most. He had to sleep alone at night. Jiao Yuan could only see him half a year. Little Pomelo could only see him once a week. The house was about 70 square meters. He used to feel crowded, but now he felt empty. During the day, Jiao Pa was at the Institute of Biological Sciences, Jiao Ma was at Fuzhong High School, and Zheng Tan was alone at home. This feeling of emptiness was even stronger. Zheng Tan took out the bicycle that little Pomelo gave him and rode it around the house. Then, he turned on the computer and surfed the internet for a while. He was really bored. He looked through the drawer that little Pomelo did not lock. In the corner, there was a palm-sized book that looked like a phone book. It had not been used for a long time. Nowadays, people use their phones to record their calls. They did not use a phone book much. Zheng Tan took out the phone book and flipped through it. Other than a few numbers that he had written down earlier, there was nothing special. Most of the phone book was blank. He took out the phone book and opened it on the table. He flipped through 2 pages from the back. Zheng Tan took out a ballpoint pen from the pen holder. He bent his claws to get used to it. Then, he grabbed the pen and wrote in the diary, word by word. If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would not have had the time and patience to do this. Now, it was purely because he was bored out of his mind. He wrote for fun on a whim. 2010, September 2nd. Jiao Yuan went to university. Little Pomelo was not at home for a week. I'm not happy. After he finished writing, Zheng Tan looked at the short diary. TSK, the words were F*King ugly. Zheng Tan put the pen back into the pen holder. He wondered if he would have to write with a pen in his hand in the future. It was troublesome to operate and the words were ugly. After putting the book back, Zheng Tan went to the master bedroom. He turned on the computer again and registered a Weibo account with the name Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked through the settings for his profile picture. He remembered that there was a folder with many of his photos. Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and even the fashion magazine that he had brought back were scanned and stored in the folder. Zheng Tan picked the one that he thought was the most handsome and set it as his profile picture. After he was done, Zheng Tan posted his first Weibo post since he became a cat. Of course, when he posted, Zheng Tan did not mention Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Instead, he simply typed, "I am not happy being at home alone." After he posted, Zheng Tan turned off his phone and did not go on the internet. Thinking about the treasure chest that Ho Junyi had mentioned, Zheng Tan crawled under the bed and pulled out the box. It was not covered with a thick layer of dust, as he had imagined. It was still clean. It was probably because little Pomelo had helped him wipe it. After recalling the password, Zheng Tan opened the box and began to study the little things inside. When it was about time, he went to eat, wandered around, and then came back to continue his research. A week later, Zheng Tan was almost done studying the things inside the treasure chest. In the morning, he went out and wandered around. He came to the small forest on the edge of the campus, took out the pencil hidden in the tree hole, and went to the wall where he had written the words. The words were still there, but they were a little blurry. Zheng Tan wrote it again and added, September 9, 2010. After he finished writing, Zheng Tan wrapped the pencil and put it back in the tree hole. He went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and climbed into Jiao Pa's office through the window. In the office, EXIN was talking to Jiao Pa about some recent research. Although she was a teacher, she still came to discuss with Jiao Pa when she had questions. When EXIN saw Zheng Tan climbing through the window, she could not help but laugh. "Yo, Black Charcoal, long time no see." Zheng Tan looked at EXIN, then jumped into his special chair and let the teacher and student continue to talk. Zheng Tan decided to catch up on sleep here first. He did not sleep well last night and dreamed of some familiar scenes. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he was still in a daze. Then, he was in a daze until dawn. Now, he was not in a good mood. When Zheng Tan woke up again, it was already noon. EXIN had already left, and Jiao Wei brought a lunchbox over. Jiao Wei was now studying for a master's degree. Now, his family was well off. The small restaurant made some money, so he did not have to worry about his life. Jiao Wei's parents did not go to school much before, especially his father. He always hoped that in the future, Jiao Wei would become a university teacher like Professor Jiao. University teachers, especially those in famous universities, had very high requirements, so Jiao Wei had to continue to study. Most of the graduate students in China did not get much subsidies. Some of the students who had graduated would always talk about how much money they made by buying houses and cars. This inevitably put a lot of pressure on those who were still in school, especially those whose family conditions were not very good. It was inevitable that they would be swayed by some of the comments. In addition, many people found that the postgraduate life was not what they imagined. Many people gave up halfway through their studies. Jiao Wei's father said to Jiao Wei, "Don't worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about anything else. Your mother and I can still hold on for a few more years. When we really can't work anymore, you'll have already made a name for yourself. At that time, we can just wait to enjoy life." Society had become complicated, but many people of the older generation still believed in the famous saying, "Everything is inferior, and only education is superior." Regardless of whether this was absolutely true, and regardless of whether the scholars, farmers, businessmen, and businessmen had changed, the deep-rooted ideas brought about by some of their past experiences were difficult to change. However, from what Zheng Tan saw, Jiao Wei was not a stubborn person. If he did not want to, no matter how much his father wanted him to, he would not study. Everyone had their own path. Since he had chosen it, he had to walk it seriously. Zheng Tan just wanted to see how far they could go. The food in the lunchbox was prepared by Jiao Wei's mother. After lunch, Jiao Wei brought it over for Jiao Pa and Zheng Tan. After lunch, Zheng Tan wanted to go out for a walk, but Jiao Pa stopped him. "Black Charcoal, I have something to tell you. Mao called this morning," Jiao Pa said. Zheng Tan's ears perked up. Mao called. Did he want to have a meal with him? Or did he want to go out again? Needless to say, after all these years, Zheng Tan had some understanding of Mao. Mao did want to go out to play, and he had made an appointment with Celestine to bring his family to visit his master after the 11th. Naturally, he had to ask Zheng Tan to come along. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma did not want Zheng Tan to go out. Now that the two children were not at home and Zheng Tan was gone, only the two of them would be left. Also, Zheng Tan's illness last year made the Jiao family feel uneasy. However, during this time, The Jiaopa saw that Zheng Tan had been listless. There was nothing wrong with his body. He could tell that Zheng Tan was just in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relax. If you want, you can go with him, Jiaopa said. Zheng Tan was in a bad mood during this time. When he heard that he could go out to play, he was tempted. As I said, don't cause trouble. There was still some time before Air Mouse said. The Jiaopa asked someone to make a cat tag and got it during the holidays. The cat tag had a positioning function and could also check the wearer's health status. Zheng Tan did not have a problem with it. After all, he had worn a similar tag before. Because it was already planned, Celestine arranged for a holiday. He would work overtime during the holidays and then rest after that. They usually chose to avoid the holidays when they went out. Celestine's family of 3, Air Mao's family of 3, and Zheng Tan's family of 3. Black Rice was not very willing to go out and was not kept in the pet center. Air Mao asked his mother to take care of it. When the Jiao Ma was packing Zheng Tan's luggage, Zheng Tan dragged out the treasure box. His phone and money were hidden inside. Because the box was locked, the Jiao Ma did not open it. She just asked a few questions out of curiosity. She did not expect to get an answer. After packing, she asked the Jiao Pa to carry the luggage downstairs and put it in the trunk of Air Mao's car. Why are you carrying it? It's so heavy, Air Mao said casually as he lifted the big bag. He did not open it. The Jiao Ma told Zheng Tan a few words and asked Air Mao to remember to call. Air Mao promised repeatedly. Gong Qin and Air Yuan sat in the back seat. Zheng Tan sat in the front passenger seat. According to Air Mao's plan, they would go to Boss Chi's house first and play along the road. Then they would meet up with Pei Liang and go to the old man's house together. Air Yuan had never been to Boss Chi's house. Celestine also wanted to take the opportunity to travel with his wife and children. Boss Chi's house was a very good tourist spot. Zheng Tan did some calculations and estimated that this journey would take at least half a month to a month or even longer. No wonder the Jiao Ma was reluctant when she was at home. Chapter 396. After 4 years, he came back to Chi Dada's hometown again. Looking at the scenery and buildings outside the car window, Zheng Tan compared it to the images in his memory and found that the village seemed to have expanded a lot. Even though the holidays had passed, there were still many people here. There were also more vendors around than 4 years ago. The planning was done, the advertisements were out, and there were more tourists. There were obviously many people like Celestine and Air Mao who went out after the peak hours. As the number of tourists increased, the management of the place became stricter. In the past, when Zheng Tan came here, he saw monkeys throwing things at each other. Now, when he passed by the stalls, the monkeys either stood obediently by the side or did some performances to attract customers. In short, the throwing incident 4 years ago did not happen again. Thinking about it, since they planned to make this a tourist attraction, they would not allow these monkeys to be too arrogant. What if they threw feces and hit the tourists? That would not just be a problem of complaints. No one would want to be thrown a suspicious object in front of them while they were on a trip. Air Mao also asked about this problem. Pei Liang said proudly, "The monkeys that went down the mountain now have turned over a new leaf. They're not as naughty as before. These guys are smart. They know that they won't get any benefits from doing that. But if they just act obedient and perform a little, they can still get a lot of food." Pei Liang drove the car in front to lead the way. Because it was replanned, the route was different from 4 years ago. Zheng Tan originally thought that Chi Dada would wear its tiger skin skirt and show off with the Jingu Bang. Unexpectedly, Chi Dada had been too boastful a few days ago and had forgotten its place. It was injured by a falling stone and was now recuperating at home. "Is it okay?" Air Mao asked. "It's okay. It just lay down for 2 days at the beginning. Then it was alive and kicking. But the elders at home were afraid that it would get infected, so they kept it at home." When Zheng Tan saw Chi Dada, the funny monkey was sitting on a bamboo chair at home. It even crossed its legs and was eating something. Its head was wrapped in a circle of gauze, but looking at this guy's expression, there was nothing wrong with it. It was very energetic. After seeing Zheng Tan, Chi Dada immediately stood up from the chair and shouted at Zheng Tan condescendingly, as if to deter him. Zheng Tan ignored it. It was always like this every time they met. There was nothing new about it. Compared to Zheng Tan's indifference, Air and Fatty Wei were very interested and were brought over by their father. Cheetah, this is Wei Xiaopeng, and this is Air Yuan. Treat them well. Pale Yang said to Cheetah. Da's vigilant gaze shifted away from Zheng Tan. His attitude towards Wei Xiaopeng and Yuan Air was much better, but he still glanced at Zheng Tan from time to time. Zheng Tan didn't care about Big Brother Qi's little scheme at all. He knew that Big Brother Qi couldn't beat him, and had even suffered a few times, so he was on guard against him. However, Zheng Tan didn't come here to look at Big Brother Qi's monkey face. Zheng Tan was thinking about sneaking up the mountain to take a look. As usual, they would rest well on the first day and only go out on the second day. Originally, Air Mao wanted to bring the children to stroll around the village and buy some toys, but the two children seemed to be more interested in the mountain. Especially after hearing from Pale Yang's youngest son that there were wild fruits to eat and even more monkeys on the mountain, the two children wanted to go up the mountain even more. This was just right. Zheng Tan followed them up the mountain. As for Big Brother Qi, he was still forced to stay at home to recuperate. The mountain was different from the village, and there weren't many changes. Air Mao and Celestine brought their wives and children to take pictures, while Zheng Tan directly ran off. Black Hole, don't run too far. Air Mao shouted. Father, where did Brother Black go? Air Yuan asked. Your Brother Black went to find his friends to play. Air Mao said. Brother Black's friends? Yuan Air was curious. Let's go take a look. She was very interested in Brother Black's friends. Fatty Wei was obviously interested as well. He didn't want to stay there to take pictures, so he pulled Celestine over. Celestine gave Air Mao a punch. Who told you to talk nonsense? Air Mao shrugged. He was just making things up. He didn't know that the two children would take it seriously and even insist on going over. Looking around, Zheng Tan was already nowhere to be seen. However, because Zheng Tan was wearing the cat pin with a GPS function, it wasn't hard to find him. Thus, Air Mao took out his phone and opened an app. He looked at the screen and pointed. Over there. Although Air Mao knew Zheng Tan's location, Zheng Tan was running, while Air Mao was walking. He also had to take care of the two children, so he was much slower. After not coming for 4 years, his memory was a little fuzzy. Zheng Tan searched through some fragments of his memory, and after a few tries, he found the general location. However, when he approached the steep slope, Zheng Tan encountered some obstacles. This time, Big Brother Qi didn't cause trouble and wouldn't summon more monkeys. Zheng Tan ran all the way and encountered a few, shaking off some trouble. As for the guy hiding in the tree and throwing fruits at Zheng Tan, it was a little monkey. Why didn't this monkey follow its mother and its community? What was it doing here? Zheng Tan glanced at the tree. When the little monkey saw Zheng Tan, it shrunk into the branches timidly. Seeing this, Zheng Tan didn't have the mood to bully the weak. He turned and continued to approach the steep slope. Dong! His head was hit. Zheng Tan. Who said that the monkeys here had turned over a new leaf? Zheng Tan turned and glared at the tree. When the little monkey saw Zheng Tan looking at it, it shrunk back into the branches. Zheng Tan. F***CK, monkey children were as annoying as naughty children. Zheng Tan glared at the annoying little monkey into the branches, then quickly ran to the steep slope and jumped down. Zheng Tan didn't notice it before, but when he came down the steep slope, he realized that this place was completely different from 4 years ago. 4 years ago, although there was garbage here, there were also many plants, including that large cluster of orchids. But now, there was less garbage, but there were traces of burning everywhere. Although it seemed that the disaster had happened a long time ago, and some weeds had grown, the black color on the stone wall next to it was still there. As for the original plants, those flowers and flowers, they had probably been destroyed in the fire long ago. He thought that if he came over at the same time, he would see large clusters of orchids and more jade cat fairy. He didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder he didn't smell it when he came. Not only were the flowers that were rare and once sensational, but they also burned money. A pot of jade cat fairy was valued at tens of millions. The more orchids that were originally here were even more valuable. If Old Man Law knew about this, he would probably be so excited that he would be hospitalized again. Just as he was thinking, a stone hit Zheng Tan's feet. Zheng Tan looked up. It was still that annoying little monkey. Because of the situation here, Zheng Tan's mood became very bad. Now, with this annoying little monkey causing trouble, Zheng Tan's mood became even worse. Zheng Tan planned to go to the place where the orchids originally grew to take a closer look and then go up to settle the score with the little monkey. Unexpectedly, when Zheng Tan approached that side, the little monkey on the steep slope screamed even louder and threw stones more frequently. Zheng Tan's footsteps paused, avoiding the stones thrown by the monkey, and continued to walk in that direction. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the little monkey on the steep slope. Seeing that Zheng Tan ignored it, the little monkey became anxious. Seeing that Zheng Tan was getting closer and closer, the little monkey directly slid down the steep slope. Because it was too anxious, it almost missed a step and fell down. Fortunately, there were some weeds below, so it was fine. After rolling on the weeds, the little monkey quickly ran to the place where the orchids once grew. It jumped and jumped in front of Zheng Tan, showing its fangs and claws to bluff. If it was an ordinary cat, it would have run away. But Zheng Tan didn't fall for this trick. Even Zheng Tan kicked Chi Dada, so he didn't take this little monkey seriously. He lifted his foot and pounced over. Seeing Zheng Tan like this, the little monkey was scared and hid to the side. It stared at Zheng Tan in fear and made some sounds. It didn't know if it was asking its companions for help or Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan glanced at the little monkey beside her, who was trembling and curled up into a ball. She pushed aside some weeds and took a closer look. She realized that the orchids from before were indeed gone. However, there were some small buds in their original places. Zheng Tan sniffed carefully. The smell was a bit like the leaves of orchids. He sniffed again. He couldn't tell if it was the wild type or the naturally mutated type. However, these few buds were better than all of them being wiped out. His bad mood just now was a little better. Looking at the little monkey next to him, Zheng Tan thought, could it be that this monkey was protecting these few leaf buds just now? The little monkey didn't cry now, but looked at Zheng Tan curiously. Some sounds came from above. It was a few big monkeys. The little monkey's mother was also inside. After seeing the little monkey, she jumped down from above and held the little monkey in her arms, looking at Zheng Tan warily. Zheng Tan ignored them and looked at the few leaf buds. The surrounding soil was a little dry. Zheng Tan glanced around. There was an empty mineral water bottle in the corner. It was probably thrown away a few days ago. Zheng Tan listened carefully to the movements around. After confirming that no one was coming, he stood up and went over to pick up the bottle. There was a small stream nearby. Zheng Tan carried the empty bottle to the stream, twisted the cap, and filled it with water. Sensing something, Zheng Tan turned around and found that the big monkeys were looking at him. The little monkey hung on the mother monkey and stared at Zheng Tan's movements. After filling the bottle with water, Zheng Tan twisted the cap again and walked back with it. The monkeys followed Zheng Tan back to the steep slope and watched Zheng Tan twist the cap loose and pour the water on the leaves of the orchids. After pouring the water, Zheng Tan twisted the cap and put it aside. A gust of mountain wind blew, and the empty mineral water bottle was blown down and rolled down the slope. The little monkey that was hanging on the mother monkey quickly ran over to pick up the bottle. The mother monkey didn't have time to stop it. The little monkey was probably used to being naughty. The little monkey wanted to imitate Zheng Tan's actions just now, but found that the bottle cap couldn't be opened. It couldn't help but cry out twice. The big monkeys also came over and took the bottle. They fiddled with it twice, but still couldn't open it. They looked at it and wanted to bite it with their teeth. Zheng Tan couldn't stand it and walked over. Weren't the monkeys in the village at the foot of the mountain quite smart? He could do anything, such as making jokes, climbing up the roof, and overturning the tiles. However, it was probably because the monkeys on the mountain basically didn't enter the village and didn't have much contact with those. The big monkey holding the bottle saw Zheng Tan coming over and quickly threw the bottle down and retreated. The little monkey wanted to pick up the bottle, but the mother monkey grabbed its tail and dragged it back. But when Zheng Tan picked up the bottle, The monkeys stretched their necks and stared at Zheng Tan's movements. Chapter 398. There was once a report on genetic research that said that the similarity between humans and chimpanzees was very high. The difference was only about 1 to 2%. It was this 2% genetic difference that caused chimpanzees to be quite different from humans in terms of intelligence, behavior, psychology, and so on. As the saying goes, a small difference can lead to a great error. But this did not mean that orangutans and monkeys were stupid. Compared to many animals, they were considered smart. The monkeys watched Zheng Tan twist the bottle cap, tighten it, twist it again, and tighten it again. After repeating it several times, their hands were probably itching. Zheng Tan saw that the demonstration was almost done, so he put the bottle on the ground again and took a few steps back. When the little monkey in the arms of the mother monkey saw Zheng Tan's behavior, it could not wait to break free and get the empty mineral water bottle. This time, the mother monkey did not drag it back by its tail. Several big monkeys gathered together to watch the little monkey's movements. Zheng Tan did not tighten the bottle cap when he twisted it just now, so the little monkey tried twice according to Zheng Tan's movements just now and twisted the bottle cap open. Seeing that it succeeded, the little monkey was so excited that it danced and screamed, as if it was showing off. A big monkey took the bottle and put the twisted bottle cap on the mouth of the bottle. When it moved, the bottle cap fell, put it on, and fell again. Another big monkey next to it could not stand it and snatched the bottle cap, then took the bottle cap and carefully put it on top. Its fingers pinched the bottle cap and twisted it again, but it was not right. It stared at the bottle a few times and twisted it in another direction. This time it was right. After waving the plastic bottle twice, it did not see the bottle cap fall down. The big monkey cried out happily. Zheng Tan watched the monkeys play around with the bottle. The little monkey could not snatch it this time, so it looked around and ran away. When the mother monkey looked back, the little monkey had already run far away and could not be called back. Now Zheng Tan finally knew why the little monkey was alone before. Among human children, it was the type that would not listen to anything. Not long after, the little monkey picked up a slightly smaller bottle from somewhere. The bottle cap was not twisted tightly, so the little monkey twisted it open and then tightened the cap again. Seeing the monkeys play with the bottle cap, Zheng Tan sighed. They were so happy playing with a mineral water bottle like a toy. Just as he was thinking, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He heard voices. It was Mao and the others. Soon, the monkeys noticed the people coming over and were a little vigilant. The little monkey was called over by the mother monkey. When it hung on the mother monkey, the little monkey did not throw away the bottle in its hand. When Mao and the others arrived at the steep slope, Zheng Tan had already climbed up and was waiting. "Black Hole, what are you doing here?" asked. Actually, Mao had his own questions. He was reminded of the orchid sprout that was taken out by this cat 4 years ago. Taking a step forward, Mao glanced down the steep slope. "Hey, Senior Pei, was there a fire here?" Mao pointed down and asked. Pei Liang said helplessly, "Yes, actually, not many people come to this place. Because of this, some of the people patrolling the mountain didn't pay attention to this place. In addition, some people neglected their duties and neglected this area. A lot of trash has accumulated here. On the 1st of May, someone threw something down here and it caught fire. Almost all the plants at the bottom of the slope were burned. The surrounding stone walls are still black. Even if many tourist attractions had signs, there would still be some people who did not care. They would casually throw, spit, and even throw away dangerous things. It was probably for fun. If the person who threw the fire knew how much money he had burned, how would he feel? After that, a few more trash cans were placed around here. Pei Liang pointed at something that looked like a wooden stake. In order to match the surrounding environment of the tourist attraction, the trash cans were made to be closer to nature. Zheng Tan looked at the trash can. There should be many places nearby where such trash cans were placed. However, even if there were trash cans, Zheng Tan still saw plastic bottles being thrown down. Although they were not thrown everywhere like 4 years ago, they were still there. The phenomenon of littering still exists. Air Mao looked at some inconspicuous wrapping paper at the bottom of the steep slope and said, "Of course, it is not completely avoided. However, there is also the credit of the monkeys." Pei Liang said, "What credit?" "The monkeys on the mountain are very vigilant. They stay away from strangers, so they rarely go down the mountain to interact with people in the village. However, at the same time, they're very curious. I saw monkeys rummaging through the trash cans several times when I went up the mountain. It is impossible for the cleaners to keep an eye on the trash cans all the time. There are hundreds of trash cans in such a large area. How can it be possible to clean them all at once? Even if there are many cleaners, they cannot always keep an eye on the trash cans. Those monkeys have such a hobby. Er Yuan, my good daughter, let's not learn from those bad monkeys," Er Mao said to Er Yuan. It was not good to stay on a mountain for too long with the children. The children did not have that much energy, so they only stayed on the mountain for half a day. In the afternoon, they went down the mountain and returned to the village. The next day, Er Mao and Celestine did not go up the mountain. Instead, they took the two children to visit the stalls. Zheng Tan followed Pei Liang up the mountain. Pei Liang wanted to go to the hotel on the mountain, and Zheng Tan went to the steep slope. When Zheng Tan went over, he saw the little monkey holding a bottle of water to the place where the long leaf buds were. It followed Zheng Tan's actions yesterday and poured the water there. The technique was a bit clumsy. It was still not so smooth when twisting the bottle cap, but it was much better than yesterday when it did not know anything. Originally, Zheng Tan was worried that the orchids there would wither because they were too dry. Now, he was worried that he would water too much. Moderate watering could not be taught to the monkey in a short time. Zheng Tan could only think positively. No matter what, the orchids there would not wither because of a lack of water, right? The weather here had indeed been relatively dry recently. The little monkey also discovered Zheng Tan. Perhaps because it was too young, it was not as vigilant as the older monkeys on the mountain. Furthermore, yesterday's incident also made the little monkey less wary of Zheng Tan and not so timid. After climbing up the steep slope, the little monkey waved the empty drink bottle in its hand at Zheng Tan. Was it asking for credit? Regardless of whether it was or not, Zheng Tan walked over. Seeing that the little monkey did not dodge, he raised a hand and patted the monkey's head gently. Good child. However, it was not good to always sneak out alone. This was still a minor among the monkeys. Could it be that monkeys also had a rebellious period? After watering it, the little monkey had nothing to do. It was still holding the small drink bottle in its hand. Zheng Tan saw that it was too difficult for it to walk and climb trees like this, so he pulled some vines to tie the bottle and put it around the little monkey's neck. The little monkey was very curious about this. It took the collar off and put it on again. It even shook it and made a few jiji sounds to express its happiness and joy. Zheng Tan planned to walk around in the mountains. After staying in the city for a long time, he suddenly felt comfortable in nature. Although the greenery in Tsinghua University was very good, it was still a plain area after all. It was also within the city circle. It was different from the natural environment in the mountainous areas. As he walked slowly, he thought about things. Of course, he also diverted some attention to pay attention to the surrounding movements. Wandering in the mountains, he would be at a disadvantage if he did not pay more attention. Sensing the abnormality behind him, Zheng Tan turned around and looked back. It was fine if the little monkey with the plastic bottle around its neck was following him, but there were other monkeys following him. There were the two older monkeys from yesterday, and there were also some that Zheng Tan had never seen before. They did not seem to have any intention of declaring war. They were just following him, probably to join in the fun. When they saw their companions following them, they also followed. Zheng Tan walked and saw that the monkeys were still following him. He originally planned to run quickly to get rid of the monkeys behind him, but after seeing a trash can, Zheng Tan changed his mind. A monkey flipping through the trash can might not be looking for food. Pei Liang had said that whether it was the monkeys who liked to go down the mountain or the monkeys who always stayed on the mountain, they did not lack food. The people here were very good to them. Therefore, Zheng Tan was more inclined to believe that the monkey flipping through the trash can was just having fun. As it flipped through the trash can, some food boxes and packaging bags were lifted out. Zhang Tan stood up, walked over, picked up a packaging bag, and threw it into the trash can. Then he squatted at the side and looked at the monkeys. At first, the monkeys nearby did not react. After about half a minute, the little monkey with the drink bottle walked over, picked up a ball of paper that had fallen beside the trash can, and threw it into the trash can. Then it looked at Zhang Tan tentatively. Zhang Tan thought for a moment, then went over and gently patted the little monkey's head. The little monkey chirped happily for a while, then threw another wrapping paper in and continued to look at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was too lazy to move this time, but Zhang Tan did not move. Seeing this, the little monkey moved a step towards Zhang Tan. It moved again and again until it was next to Zhang Tan. Looking at the monkey staring at him with wide eyes, Zhang Tan's beard trembled. He raised his hand and patted the monkey's head again. Looking at the monkey excitedly rushing to pick up the trash, Zhang Tan thought that he should slip away quickly. A big monkey next to him was originally standing on the tree scratching. When it saw the little monkey's behavior, it probably thought that it would be more fun. It climbed down the tree, picked up things, and threw them into the trash can. When there was one, there was a second and a third. The monkeys around who were watching the fun also followed suit. When the little monkey looked back, it found that Zhang Tan had already run away. And here, no one expected that what happened between these monkeys was subtly changing the behavior of a large number of monkeys on the mountain. So much so that when tourists who came here later casually threw trash or threw it into the trash can, but did not throw it in, but fell next to the trash can, there would always be monkeys who would pick up the things that fell next to the trash can and throw them into the trash can. For this matter, the local TV station and the provincial TV station came over to interview and use examples to educate some people. Throwing trash into the trash can is something that even monkeys know. Don't you understand? However, when outsiders praised the monkeys here for their high average quality, most people in the village laughed but did not say anything. They thought in their hearts, that's because you didn't see the performance of those monkeys before. That's simply a negative example. Of course, that was all for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Zhang Tan did not know that his whim for fun would cause a series of changes. He looked at the time and went down the mountain to pay Liang's house on time. Later, Mao would complain to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. At night, the two children were taken to sleep by their respective mothers, leaving Celestine, Mao, and Pei Liang, the three senior brothers, drinking there. Most people tend to get drunk when they're happy or sad. Pei Liang was even more so. After drinking too much, he and Chi Dada performed a set of strange monkey boxing together. Then, one man and one monkey held the Jingu Bang and pretended to be Great Sage Sunday. They even quarreled over who was better at acting. Yes, Pei Liang and Chi Dada, one man and one monkey, spoke different languages, but they quarreled fiercely. Mao looked at the man and monkey whose faces were red from quarreling and rolled on the ground laughing. Celestine was slightly sober and took a few photos. Pei Liang's eldest son could not stand it and closed the door. He did not want people outside to see his father's embarrassing appearance. Chapter 399. There were always some monkeys who did not like to go down the mountain. During the few days that Zhang Tan stayed at Pei Liang's house, the monkeys he met on the mountain had never gone down the mountain. However, when Zhang Tan went up the mountain, those monkeys would give Zhang Tan things. At first, it was the little monkey who handed over a fruit that Zhang Tan had never eaten. Zhang Tan was with Pei Liang, Mao, and the others at that time. The little monkey was more vigilant toward strangers. Compared to animals, it seemed to be more vigilant and afraid of humans. Therefore, the little monkey ran away after putting the fruit in front of Zhang Tan. This kind of fruit is edible. I've eaten it once, Pei Liang said as he walked over to take a look. He had also eaten it from Chi Dada in the past. It was not poisonous. However, he did not like the taste very much. Perhaps it was only delicious in the eyes of monkeys. Black coal, I'll keep this for you first. I'll give it to you when we get back. Mao came over and picked up the fruit. After looking at it, he put it into his bag. Then he said to Pei Liang, Why did that little monkey like to hang an empty drink bottle around its neck? Do the monkeys here in the mountains have such a hobby? Pei Liang shook his head. I don't know. Pei Liang had never seen it on the mountain before. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, the monkeys were very curious about many things and were very eager to learn. However, he had never seen a monkey with an empty plastic bottle around its neck before. Mao and Pei Liang had seen this little monkey with a plastic bottle when they went to look for Zheng Tan last time. However, Pei Liang thought that some tourist had hung the bottle for the monkey on a whim. When a monkey lost interest, it would throw the bottle away. However, these few days on the mountain, every time they saw the little monkey, the empty plastic bottle was still hanging around its neck. It can only be said that the little monkey liked to do this and was not tired of playing with it. However, I think Black Hole should have helped that little monkey. Monkeys were also sentient creatures. When I was chatting with some students at the university base, I heard them say that if monkey A helped monkey B, the latter would reward him with delicious food, thus establishing a tolerant and cooperative society. In addition, if there were two people, for example, A and B, the probability that the monkeys would take food from them was almost equal. It was hard to tell who they liked more. However, if B refused to cooperate with A and appeared selfish, many of the monkeys would choose to avoid the food provided by B. Some people said that this was because they had developed feelings of disgust towards B, and from an emotional point of view, they evaluated B's character and ability and felt that B might not be easy to get along with. Our family's Dada Chi is like that. He has a lot of emotions and is very cunning. With that said, Pei Liang pointed at Zheng Tan and continued, since that little monkey chose to provide food to Black Hole, one possibility is that Black Hole helped it. Another possibility is that based on the little monkey's behavior just now, it probably thinks that Black Hole is easier to get along with, so it's showing goodwill. Mao looked at Zheng Tan, who had a blank look on his face, and said, Black Hole seems to get along well with a lot of animals. Meanwhile, Zheng Tan was thinking about what he had helped those monkeys with. Other than twisting a bottle cap, there was nothing else, let alone providing food to the monkeys. Zheng Tan never brought food up the mountain. For many animals in the wild, wasn't food the most important thing? Without continuing to dwell on this question, the group continued to walk up the mountain. Mao and Celestine went up the mountain today to help Pei Liang deal with some matters on the mountain, so they did not bring their wives and children. They walked faster, so the earlier they finished, the earlier they could go down the mountain and have a good night's sleep. They planned to leave tomorrow. When they went down the mountain, they met the little monkey again, as well as a few other big monkeys. When they saw Zheng Tan, they called out to Zheng Tan. A few of them also came over to give him things. They were all fruits and the like. Some were the same kind of fruits that the little monkey had given him before, and some were wild fruits that grew on the mountain during the season. What are they chirping about? Mao asked Pei Liang. Greetings. To be precise, they are greeting Black Hole, Pei Liang explained. Black Hole's animal affinity is really good. After a pause, Mao smiled and shouted at Zheng Tan, Black Hole, these monkeys are so nice to you. Why don't you stay here to guard the fort? Zheng Tan ignored Mao. He gathered the fruits together and waited for Mao to collect them. There were a few fruits that he had not eaten before. He would go back and try them later. Mao also helped Zheng Tan take a few photos with the monkeys. One of the monkeys was probably used to taking photos with tourists and was familiar with the camera. When it saw Mao taking photos, it went over to Zheng Tan, posed, and flirted with him. Then, it hugged Zheng Tan's neck as if they were brothers. Zheng Tan kicked the monkey away. By the way, Senior Pei, what did you bring the last time you went to Master's place? Mao asked. It's nothing. Just some homebrewed wine, some local snacks, and some photos. I can't bring too many things. Besides, Master doesn't lack anything. He won't like ordinary things. Pei Liang said. Then what should I do? Continue to give him tables? Mao asked. You're the one who gave the most tables out of all the seniors and juniors. His habit of slamming the tables is all because of you. Wei Ling grumbled. It's changed now. After all, he's getting old. How can he split the table every time? If he couldn't split it, he would feel embarrassed, so he stopped slamming it. Mao, you should give him something else. If you really give him tables, you'll be scolded again. This time, it's different. In the past, you were alone. It didn't matter if you were beaten or scolded. But this time, you have your wife and children. Do you want to be scolded in front of them? Pei Liang said. Unlike Celestine and Mao, Pei Liang took Chi Dada to Master's place several times before. Once, Chi Dada was filming a TV show nearby. This time, Mao and Celestine were both there. He had nothing to do, so he went with them. This time, Chi Dada had to recuperate at home. Pei Liang's wife had to stay at home to take care of the elderly, children, and monkeys. Pei Liang's eldest son and daughter were busy with their studies. In addition, Pei Liang had taken them to Master's place several times. This time, Pei Liang didn't plan to take them. Pei Liang's youngest son, Pei Jia, was only about 10 years old. He was naughty now. He played with the children and monkeys in the village all day long. When Pei Liang wasn't at home, Pei Jia was like a little devil. He didn't listen to anyone except Pei Liang. Knowing that his father would take him out to play, Pei Jia immediately took a big travel bag and started packing. Because he was too young, he went out with Pei Liang much less than his brothers and sisters. So, when Pei Liang said that he would take him out, Pei Jia was so happy that he howled at the monkeys on the roof for nearly half an hour. He only stopped when Pei Liang pulled him down. What made Pei Jia the happiest was that going out meant that he didn't have to go to school. That was a good thing. On the day of departure, Chi Dada stood at the door with tears in his eyes. He looked like he had been abandoned. If not for being pulled, he would have jumped into the car. Pei Jia dragged the bag into the car. When he passed by the door, he raised his hand and patted the back of Chi Dada's head. Just stay at home and recuperate. Say goodbye to Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Ani, brother, sister, and Chi Dada. Mao said to Hearing this, stuck his head out of the back window and called out to them while waving his hand. Wei Xiaopeng also stuck his head out of the front car to say goodbye. Zheng Tan, who was munching on a fruit, poked her head out of the window beside the passenger seat. With a hook of her hand, she threw the fruit she had just eaten at Chi Dada. Then, she ignored Chi Dada, who was screaming in anger. As the car drove off, Zheng Tan looked at the mountains that were getting further and further away. He wondered when he would be able to come again. The last time he came was 4 years ago. Would it be another 4 years before he could come again? Or even longer? Or maybe he would never come again. As for the pitiful orchid on the mountain, he could only place his hopes on the little monkey. After the car left the village and entered a road with not many people, Mao put on his Bluetooth headset and called his master. Master, your beloved disciple is coming to see you, Mao affectionately shouted. The other side of the phone paused for a moment before slowly replying, Who is it? It's me, Senior Brother Pei, and Senior Brother Wei. Did you bring the kid? Yes, I brought him. What about your wife? I also brought her. She's sitting in the back. Senior Brother Wei and I came as a family of 3. Senior Brother Pei brought Pei Jia. What about the cat? I brought black coal. I'll leave the black rice with my mom for now. Oh, that's good. After the other side said these words, Mao heard the beeping sound of the phone being hung up. Mao took off his headset and said to Celestine and Pei Liang through the walkie-talkie, We're being resented again. It's not the first time. Celestine said through the walkie-talkie, All right, how old is Dashin now? 17? 18? I remember that it's been a few years. He's almost 20 years old. When I was still a young boy, he was there. But at that time, he was probably still underage. He looked about the same size as an ordinary cat. I really treated him as an ordinary cat. Who knew that he would grow so big? Even a blind person would know that he wasn't an ordinary cat, Mao recalled and said. When I went there in the first half of this year, I saw him holding a rabbit in his mouth. That didn't look like a 20-year-old cat at all. Pei Liang shared what he had seen this year. It's good that he's healthy. Otherwise, Master would be lonely again. Celestine clicked his tongue. Didn't you say that you're going to find him a partner? Mao was very interested in this. Yes, Master asked someone to help him find a few. They were all chased away after a while. Mao and the other 2 were chatting. Zheng Tan perked up his ears and listened. For a long time, Zheng Tan was very curious about the Master's cat that Celestine and the others talked about. However, Celestine and Air Mao didn't want to talk about that cat. Chapter 400. Air Mao's master lived in a small town in the southwest. When the three cars arrived at the small town, it was already in the afternoon. The road here was well built, and there were large fields on both sides of the road. The mountain was not too high, and some houses could be seen from the foot of the mountain to the top. Air Mao's master lived on a mountainside near the edge of the small town. I haven't been here for a few years, and I found that there are quite a lot of changes here. At least the road has widened. Air Mao looked at the scenery and buildings outside the car and said, "There are more houses, and they are built well." Celestine also said, because Pei Liang had been here many times, he was not so emotional. "Do you still remember the road?" Pei Liang asked. Of course. Even though this place had changed a lot compared to what he remembered, he still remembered the road. Air Mao and Wei Lung didn't need Pei Liang to remind them as they drove along the road. After passing a fork in the road, there were fewer houses. Along the road, the car drove up the mountain. Zheng Tan, like Air Mao in the back seat, also looked out of the window. He could see more clearly from the front seat, and, after standing up, he could see the front and the side. While he was looking, Zheng Tan saw something squatting on a stone block next to the cement road about 100 meters away. It was a brownish-yellow lump. As the car drove, the stone block gradually approached, and Air Mao, who was driving, opened the window and excitedly shouted in that direction. "Gidge, look here, look here." The lump squatting on the stone block moved, stood up, and looked at the car. It shook its long black ears, yawned, jumped off the stone block, and ran after the car. Just as Zheng Tan was wondering who this so-called Gidge was, Celestine's voice came from the walkie-talkie in the car behind. "Dashin is still waiting here." "Dashin?" Zheng Tan poked his head out of the car and carefully looked at the big cat running outside the car again. F***CK. Zheng Tan's alpaca began to wave its paws again in his heart. "Is this a F***king cat? Is it? No, that's not right. Caracals are also part of the cat subfamily. Are they cats?" Zheng Tan had always thought that the mountain that Air Mao and the others were talking about was a super cat like Huzi's mother. He did not expect it to be such a huge, ferocious cat. To Air Mao and the rest, weren't caracals, lynx, wild cats, and house cats all cats? Even though it was different from ordinary house cats, it still looked like a cat. For the sake of convenience, they always called it a cat when they were outside. Mao slowed down the car. Since they were not far from their destination, there was no need to rush. The car slowed down to match Big Mountain's speed. After all, Big Mountain was not young anymore. Even if he could run, jump, and catch rabbits, he could not ignore the fact that he was 20 years old. "Air Yuan, that's your Uncle Dashin." Originally, Air Mao Gang had wanted Yuan Air to call him Big Brother Shan, but when he thought about Dashan's age, he changed it to Uncle. If it was calculated according to the age of cat, it would probably have to call him Grandpa. Why is he called Big Mountain and Gidge? Does he have two names like Hey Bro and Black Charcoal? Yuan Air was puzzled. In fact, Air Mao was the only one here who called Big Mountain Gidge. Air Mao patiently explained the reason to Yuan Air. At first, Air Mao called Big Mountain like the others. Later on, when Air Mao saw the two strands of hair on Big Mountain's ears being blown down by the wind, he suddenly remembered a character's head in a Qing dynasty drama that the villagers often watched. Hence, after that, Air Mao often jokingly called Big Mountain Gidge, regardless of gender. Soon, a big courtyard appeared in front of them. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man stood there waiting. It was the old man that Zheng Tan had met once before, the master that Air Mao and the others called Master. After Big Mountain ran home, he squatted beside the old man with his eyes half open. He looked a little cold, but those who were familiar with him knew that this was just his appearance. Just like the old man standing at the entrance of the courtyard, who looked calm on the surface, but was actually very happy on the inside, his appearance was not the same. After seeing the children get out of the car, the old man could not stand still and hurried over. The big cat, who was walking with the old man, glanced at Air Mao and the others, and its gaze finally fell on Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan's heart suddenly tightened. This big cat's gaze made Zheng Tan feel a sense of pressure. There was no malice, But Zheng Tan felt very nervous. "Gidge, come hug me." When Air Mao left, because of Big Mountain, he always felt that cats were full of tricks, difficult to please, and neurotic. After raising Black Rice, his view gradually changed. No matter how many times Big Mountain had teased them, after not seeing him for a few years, Air Mao still missed him. Big Mountain stood there with a cold look on his face when Air Mao hugged him. He did not move, nor did he struggle, nor did he seem to reject Air Mao's hug. Celestine and Pei Liang also had feelings for this big cat, but they would not hug it like Air Mao did. Celestine had been scratched in the past, and he was afraid that if he went over to hug it now, he would be scratched and lose face in front of his wife and children. As for Pei Liang, although he did not bring Big Brother Chi, he still had the smell of a monkey on him. Big Mountain would dislike him, so he would not go over to tease him. "I want a hug too." Air Mao ran over while holding her fluffy skirt. Under Air Mao's guidance, she hugged Big Mountain's neck slightly and was quickly brought away by Air Mao. Fatty Wei also felt itchy and ran over with a round face. Celestine wanted to stop him, but the old master said, "It's okay, Big Mountain will not hurt children." Celestine, who was about to take a step forward, could only stop, but he reminded his son to just hug it a little. Little Fatty Wei answered and went over to hug Big Mountain with open arms. Probably because it was his first time coming into contact with such a big cat, little Fatty Wei was very happy and forgot about his father's words of "just a little hug is enough." He even tightened his arms and rubbed his face against Big Mountain's. In Fatty Wei's impression, cats should be friendly like Black Rice and Brother Hay from Air Mao's family. Air Mao hugged Air Mao and took a step back without anyone noticing. Celestine wanted to go over and bring his son back, but he was blocked by a walking stick. He could only feel anxious in his heart. The old man had a faint smile on his face as he looked over there. Luckily, Fatty Wei did not continue hugging. He let go of his arms, turned around, and said to Celestine, "Dad, let's take a picture." Air Mao hugged Air Mao and took a step back. Celestine did not move, but his wife moved first. She took out a camera, and it was clear that she was very interested in Big Mountain's special big cat. "Come, Fatty Wei, smile." 3, 2, 1. Fatty Wei cracked a smile and felt a chill in his lower body. Before he could retract his smile, the sound of the camera clicking could be heard. Zheng Tan, that big cat, under everyone's gaze, pulled off Fatty Wei's pants right before the picture was taken. Air Mao had already covered Air Mao's eyes. The old man's smile deepened. "Ha, Celestine, this is to do with you." Pei Liang could not help but laugh. "Cough." Celestine swept a threatening glance at Pei Liang, stopping him from continuing. He went over to help Fatty Wei pull up his pants. When they were here in the past, because they could not understand the cat's temperament, they would always suffer some losses and make a fool of themselves. However, this cat had their master as its backer. Even if their master was not at home, it would be hard to find it when it wanted to hide. They really could not do anything to it. Celestine had been scratched before, his pants pulled off, and his shoes taken away to store bird eggs. Pei Liang had also been teased before. Small insects had been put in his cup, and grasshoppers had been stuffed into his bed. Because of his profession, Senior Brother Walnut was especially sensitive to his own gaze. Every time Senior Brother Walnut came to visit the old man, Big Mountain would squat outside his window and do nothing but stare inside. Senior Brother Walnut could not sleep peacefully for the entire night. Even pulling the curtains was of no use. He was still drenched in cold sweat and had nightmares. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would feel a pair of beastly eyes with a strange smile in the darkness. There were too many things like this, so many that Celestine and the others did not want to recall them. The old man did not have any children, but with this cat, it could be compared to a few naughty children. However, the naughty children were only naughty for a few years, but this cat had been tormenting them for 20 years. If everything went well, it would continue tormenting them in the future. Not only did it love to torment them, it had also developed a strange temperament just like the old man. Originally, in the eyes of Air Mao and the others, many felines had strange temperaments. If they learned from the old man, it would be even stranger. Don't be fooled by its decent appearance and arrogant attitude. In the blink of an eye, it would be naughty in the next moment. Although the others were curious, Pei Liang did not say anything. Who didn't have embarrassing things here? If he exposed Celestine, Celestine would also expose him. Why bother? He was already a father. It was fine to talk about it in private, but not in front of adults and children. Mao said to Yuan, "Your uncle Big Mountain does not like to be hugged by others. He is different from Black Rice. Do you remember?" Yuan nodded seriously. Zheng Tan looked at Fatty Wei's red face and then looked at Mao and the others' complicated expressions. He seemed to have understood something. While they were talking in the yard, a person walked in. Oh, guests. The person was in his 50s. He was wearing faded green clothes and carried a box in. After seeing the person, Mao, Celestine, and Pei Liang all smiled. "Uncle Lin, you are here. Mao, Celestine, and Pei Liang are back. They even brought their wives and children. No wonder the yard was filled with joy even before I came in," Uncle Lin said. "Let's talk inside." The old man stepped into the house first and greeted the others. They first moved the things out of the car and cleaned up the room. They let Uncle Lin chat with the old man in the hall. While they were cleaning up, Gong Qin asked Mao about Uncle Lin's identity. He's a healthcare worker. "Oh, this is one of the healthcare workers of Master Big Mountain?" Gong Qin said. "No, he is not one of Master Big Mountain's healthcare workers." Big Mountain? Gong Qin wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Zheng Tan, who was eavesdropping on a nearby stool, was shocked. A cat actually had a healthcare worker. "The year I left here, he started to help Big Mountain with acupuncture," Mao said calmly. "Acupuncture? Yes. Do you think Big Mountain has a special body? That is because of Uncle Lin's help." Chapter 401. Uncle Lin is a famous veterinarian here. I heard that he's been a veterinarian for generations. He's just not that famous outside, but his skills are still very good. He often comes over to give Big Mountain massages and acupuncture. If Big Mountain is sick and needs to take medicine, he'll specially prescribe medicine for Big Mountain. After all, Big Mountain is different from the ordinary cats here. Also, Uncle Lin often comes over to accompany Master, play chess, and chat with him, Mao said. Gong Qin was very interested in veterinarians. However, she had been exposed to Western medicine in the past. She had never thought that acupuncture could be used on animals. When is Uncle Lin going to give Big Mountain acupuncture? Can I watch from the side? Gong Qin asked. Sure, that's not a problem. We used to watch him give Big Mountain acupuncture. Other than Master, Uncle Lin is the second person who can make Big Mountain behave. However, Uncle Lin usually comes over in the morning. He's probably here to chat with Master and give Big Mountain a massage. Massage. Gong Qin threw the things in her hands aside and went to learn. Mao tidied up the rest of the things and complained to Yuan, "Whenever your mother hears about this, she'll be in a daze. Look at her now. She's so energetic." As he spoke, Mao's gaze fell on Zheng Tan, who was squatting at the side with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. He said, "Black hole, let Uncle Lin bandage you too." It's all thanks to Uncle Lin that Dashin was able to stay healthy until now. You're getting old. You were hospitalized at the end of last year and scared your cat parents. Let Uncle Lin take a look at you. If there's any illness, it'll be treated as soon as possible. We can all guarantee Uncle Lin's skills. I've seen a family's cat go into shock before. Other methods were useless. It was Uncle Lin who went over to give him a massage. Zheng Tan didn't doubt Mao's words. Although Mao was sometimes unreliable, it wouldn't make up stories like this. Moreover, Big Mountain's condition was probably due to Uncle Lin's help. Should he ask Uncle Lin to give him a massage? Even though she was just a cat, Zheng Tan still cherished her cat life. After the room was tidied up, Mao brought Yuan out. Zheng Tan followed. Mao and Wei Ling's rooms were all on the second floor. There were quite a few rooms here. Mao was currently staying in the room that he had stayed in before. When they entered, Zheng Tan even noticed that there was a small bed that had just been made. It was even padded with a thick layer of cotton so that it wouldn't bump into anything. Therefore, although the old man looked indifferent on the surface, he had already prepared a lot of things and was very meticulous. When Zheng Tan followed Mao downstairs, Uncle Lin was massaging Dashin in the hall on the first floor. As he massaged, he explained some massage techniques and acupuncture to Gong Qin. Gong Qin listened attentively. Our country's animal acupuncture originated in the primitive society and developed in the slave society. It formed a unique academic system in the feudal society. Starting from the northern and southern dynasties, it spread across the country. As for the acupuncture prescription you mentioned just now, the acupuncture points are usually made up of the Jun, Chun, Zhua, and Shi. Sun Zhang says, the main point of the disease is the Jun, Zhua is the Chun, and Chun is the Shi. The Jun point is the main point in the prescription. It is mainly used to treat the main symptoms of the disease. The Chun point is used to strengthen the Jun point. The Zhua point is used to assist the main point in treating some secondary symptoms. The Shi point is used to coordinate the effects of the other points. Let me give you an example. The prescription for treating the symptoms of spleen deficiency and diarrhea you mentioned just now is made up of the spleen shu, jiao qiao, zhigan, and ho sanli. These 4 points are the Jun, Chun, Zhua, and Shi points. Uncle Lin pointed at the 4 acupoints on Dashan's body and explained to Gong Qin why he chose those 4 acupoints. The Jun point, spleen shu, is the back shu point of the spleen. It is the point where the spleen is infused into the back of the spleen. It is the main point for strengthening the spleen and stomach and regulating qi to stop diarrhea. One of them was talking excitedly while the other was listening attentively. They completely forgot about the old man sitting in the main seat. However, the old man was sitting next to them and drinking tea. He didn't care at all and seemed to be in a good mood. Big Mountain, on the other hand, was squinting his eyes and lying there with a satisfied look on his face. He was enjoying himself very much. After hearing Air Mao and the others coming in, Big Mountain only moved his ears but didn't open his eyes. Every time Zhang Tan saw the 2 tufts of hair on the tip of Big Mountain's ears, he wanted to pull them. Of course, it was just a thought. He wouldn't really pull them. Otherwise, they would definitely fight. Seeing Zhang Tan following Air Mao into the hall, Uncle Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't pay much attention to Zhang Tan when he came in. Now that he took a closer look, he found that something was wrong. This cat is a little special, Uncle Lin said. What special? Tell me. Air Mao held Air Mao's hand and found a chair to sit down. At this time, Celestine's family had also packed up and came downstairs. When they heard Uncle Lin's words, they also wanted to know what Uncle Lin meant. This cat is a little old, right? Uncle Lin said. Although it was a question, his words were full of certainty. Air Mao nodded. Yes, at least 7 or 8 years old. Uncle Lin nodded. Among cats, it is indeed entering old age. But from what I see, this cat is very healthy. Uncle Lin used the word healthy and not just healthy. Air Mao gave Uncle Lin a thumbs up. Your eyes are really sharp. You didn't even touch its bones, and you can tell the truth. It's not that I want to say this, but Black Coal is the only cat I've ever seen that eats human food, drinks spicy food, and wanders around causing trouble all day long. It's still healthy until now, but it suddenly fell ill at the end of last year and was in a coma for a week. But that was the only time. After it recovered, it returned to its original state. It didn't look weak at all. The people at the pet center also said that they couldn't find any abnormalities. Uncle Lin, why don't you take a look? Air Mao said so much to let Uncle Lin take a look at Zhang Tan. If it didn't say it in detail, Uncle Lin might not spend too much effort on Zhang Tan. Now that it piqued Uncle Lin's interest, it could make Uncle Lin spend more effort. Even if he couldn't find any problems now, Uncle Lin would study it carefully afterward. When Air Mao said, causing trouble, Zhang Tan's beard trembled. But, thinking that Air Mao was doing it for his own good, Zhang Tan didn't protest. Sure enough, Uncle Lin was very curious after hearing Air Mao's words. He stopped massaging and patted Big Mountain gently. Big Mountain, sit over there first. I'll take a look at this little black cat. After Big Mountain got up, he didn't jump directly to the ground. Instead, he jumped onto a chair next to him and looked at Zhang Tan like everyone else. Under the gaze of so many people and cats, Zhang Tan came to the oval shelf where Big Mountain had just laid down. He was a little unused to it, but for his own little life, he had to endure it. Uncle Lin had interacted with countless cats and dogs. When he saw Zheng Tan, he knew that this cat would be obedient. He put out his hand and pressed Zheng Tan's body with ease. Zheng Tan cooperated with Uncle Lin's inspection. Soon, Uncle Lin thought for a moment and said, "This cat hasn't been sleeping very well recently." This was the truth. Zheng Tan had recently started to dream again. In addition, because of the long-distance travel, he was not used to being in the car for a long time, so his sleep was not as good as when he was at home. If Uncle Lin could see this, Zheng Tan now further believed in this man's ability. It's just that. Uncle Lin paused and continued. Except for the lack of sleep and some other small problems, this cat's physical fitness is not at all like what you said about a cat that always eats human food, drinks spicy food, and jumps outside all day long. Human food was heavier in salt, let alone a cat that ate spicy food. Hey, Uncle Lin, I'm not lying to you. Things like onions, garlic, chocolate, and many other things that even cats don't eat, but this cat eats them freely. Mouse said. Zheng Tan and Uncle Lin were speechless. This sounded very awkward. What did it mean that even cats don't eat? Wasn't this cat a cat? Uncle Lin glared at Mao. Don't look at me like that. I haven't finished yet. This cat not only eats these things, it also drinks coffee and drinks cream. My black rice doesn't even touch these things. Mao pointed at Uncle Lin with his chin, meaning, look, it's so weird. With suspicion, Uncle Lin checked Zheng Tan again, and the results were the same as before. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. There will always be a few exceptions. Uncle Lin said, how about this? I'll give it a few acupuncture needles to relieve its insomnia. I'll also check if there are any other problems that haven't been detected yet. Okay, I'll have to trouble you. Black hole, bear with it. For the sake of your little life, a few acupuncture needles is no problem. Mouse said. Uncle Lin opened the medicine box that he always carried with him and began to prepare the tools. Mao and Celestine helped move the things, so the acupuncture needles definitely wouldn't be in the hall. Yuan and Fatty Wei had been warned by their father not to make any noise. Since they wanted to watch from the side, they couldn't cause any trouble. Thus, the two children quietly sat on chairs. When they saw the needles in Uncle Lin's hands, they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Uncle Lin, isn't there a particular reason for the needles? Gong Qin said after seeing the needles that Uncle Lin took out. That's for sure. Giving acupuncture needles to animals is different from giving acupuncture needles to humans. The size of the acupuncture point is related to the cross-sectional area of the needle used. If the needle is too thick, it will definitely cause harm. For example, most clinical people use 28 to 30 size needles, 0, 32, 0, 38 millimeters, but if you use a 28 to 30 size needle, 0, 38 millimeters, on a mouse, the stimulation will be too strong. It's the same as using such a thick needle to prick a human. Uncle Lin used his hand to indicate the width of the needle, which made everyone present tremble. On the other hand, the skin of animals is thicker than that of humans. If the needle is too thin, it will be very difficult to insert the needle. Thus, after considering a few factors, I usually use a 36 size needle, 0, 2 millimeters for mice, but a 28 size needle is also fine for cats. While speaking, Uncle Lin had already finished the preparation work. Zheng Tan was still nervous about being injected with needles. He didn't like being injected with needles in the first place, but now, just like what Mao said, if it was for his life, what harm would it do? At first, he was nervous, but when the needles were really injected, Zheng Tan didn't feel anything special, so he gradually relaxed. While Uncle Lin was injecting Zheng Tan with needles, Mao had already taken out his phone to take a picture. After taking the picture, he sent it to the Jiao family and his wife. He definitely had to tell them that he was giving acupuncture to a cat. At the same time, in a laboratory of the Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University, Jiaopa had a postgraduate student who needed to take samples today. The workload was heavy, and there weren't enough people to help. He happened to have time, so he wore a lab coat and went to help. When Mao sent the picture, Jiaopa's phone vibrated. At this time, Jiaopa happened to be almost done with his work. He took off one of his gloves and reached into his pocket to take out his phone. In his other hand, He was holding a gun, a kind of micropipette device commonly used in laboratories, commonly known as a gun. When he saw the picture of the cat with many small needles in its body, Jiaopa directly threw the gun in his hand with a click. The few students of Jiaopa next to him glanced at each other. Their boss usually paid attention to the regulations of the laboratory. The used gun head would be directly thrown into the box that was specially used to store the discarded gun heads. But now, Professor Jiao actually threw the gun head out. What on earth did Professor Jiao see that made him so excited? On the other hand, Jiao Ma, who was in the corridor being dragged by a few students to practice their oral English, also received the picture. Therefore, the few students heard their usually gentle English teacher suddenly exclaim in shock, "Oh, my cat!" Chapter 402. As Mao had expected, as soon as the photos were sent, a call came in. Father Jiao and Mother Jiao took turns. Mao explained for a long time and took several photos to send. Only then did the other side feel a little relieved. Mao could understand. No one would be able to calm down when their precious cat was pricked with needles all over its body. Also, when Mao took the photos, he adjusted the lighting so that the needles on Zheng Tan's body would be more obvious. That way, the Jiaopa and Jiao Ma would be more shocked. No wonder the two of them had such a big reaction. Mao called the Jiao family and explained that Zheng Tan, who was pricked with needles, was actually fine. There wasn't much pain, and it wasn't as comfortable as Mao had expected. Mao wasn't sick, so needles shouldn't cause too much of a reaction. What did Uncle Lin say before he pricked Zhang Ziyan? First, he said he would relieve Zheng Tan's sleeping condition, then use acupuncture to check if there were any hidden diseases. Now, it seemed that his judgment was the same as before. "He's not sick?" Celestine asked. Now that the needles had been pricked, Uncle Lin should be able to tell if there were any problems. Uncle Lin shook his head in silence. After a while, he said, "Looking at his body, I really can't believe that this is a cat that is about to be classified as old. He's unbelievably strong. He's really not sick? He was really sick at the time. He slept for a week. The veterinarians at the pet center couldn't do anything about it." Mao had already finished the phone call. He had also told the Jiao family about Uncle Lin's diagnosis, but after hanging up, he still asked his question. Uncle Lin continued to shake his head. Only Zheng Tan knew that this probably had something to do with his biggest secret. It was just like how no normal cat had the strength of an adult. Also, Zheng Tan could feel his own body. Except for sleep problems and dreams, he didn't feel any other health problems. Mao exaggerated a little when he commented on Zheng Tan, but most of what he said was correct. Zheng Tan could eat, drink, run, and jump. It had been 7 years, but he still felt the same as when he had just turned into a cat. The so-called old could only be compared to a cat's age. Other than that, it couldn't be explained. After putting away the needles, Uncle Lin said, "I'll do some research when I get back." Mao, how long will you stay here?" 1 or 2 weeks, said Okay, I'll use this time to think about it. Although Uncle Lin had always been confident in himself, he was really confused this time. He had treated all kinds of animals for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He originally thought that this black cat's condition would be similar to Dashin's, but he didn't expect. After Zheng Tan finished the treatment, the master asked Uncle Lin to play chess with him. He also asked about Dashin's condition. As for the food preparation, the master didn't usually have to worry about it. There were professional staff in charge of it. But today, Mao and Celestine were here, so the food preparation was done by their wives. Seeing that Zheng Tan really ate the same food as a human, the old lady and Uncle Lin were convinced. They had even specially prepared a plate of scrambled eggs with onions and 2 relatively spicy dishes to go with wine. These were things that Big Mountain would never touch, but Zheng Tan still ate them all. Moreover, nothing happened to him after eating them. At that time, Uncle Lin didn't care about the unfinished wine in his glass. He put down the glass and took Zheng Tan for examination. The conclusion was still the same as before, which made Uncle Lin, who had been in contact with veterinarians since childhood, amazed. Several men at the table were also talking. When Zheng Tan heard them mention Dashin, he realized why they didn't usually talk about Dashin outside. One was because of some of their experiences in the past, and they didn't want to recall the embarrassing past caused by Dashin. The other reason was that Dashin's species was more special in China. After all, it was not abroad, and they couldn't openly raise it as a pet. It was enough to keep it as a secret. It was also a kind of protection for Dashin. Therefore, they only occasionally mentioned the master's cat outside, but they rarely talked about what kind of cat Dashin was. Originally, they thought that the master would scold them. Unexpectedly, the master was quite considerate and didn't scold them in front of the women and children. After the meal, Uncle Lin took his leave. The old man chatted with Mao and the others about the current state of the three of them, how their families were doing, whether there were any troubles, how their children were, and other topics. After that, the old man also talked about Dashin. The master picked up this unique cat in the mountains, which was a little far from here, and named it Dashin. Generally speaking, creatures like caracals shouldn't exist in the local area. However, he heard that there were people who illegally brought in wild animals, so it should be those people who brought it in. When Dashin was young, the master only thought that it was a slightly special cat. He had never seen a caracal before, so he didn't think much of it. Later, he heard from some people that it was a caracal. It was just that there were no caracals in the area, and after it was brought in, it became the only one in the area. Over the years, the master didn't think about finding a partner for Dashin, but every time this guy spent some time with him, he would kick away the partner that he went through a lot of trouble to get. Even though Dashin had a bad temper, was always causing trouble, and did things that were not always satisfactory, the master always kept Dashin by his side. After a long time, it became a habit, and the master treated Dashin as a friend in his old age. Dashin also got along well with his master. He didn't like to be carried by others, especially children, but that was others, not the master. Old people were special. Uncle Lin was one of them. After getting older, Dashin doesn't like to cause trouble as much as before, the master said. Celestine curled his lips. Not causing trouble? Who was the one who took off his son's pants? It could only be said that Dashin didn't cause trouble as much as before. He was old and didn't have the energy to cause trouble for others. He wanted to, but he didn't have the strength. As for Dashin, he didn't really dislike Mao and the others. He usually paid attention to hiding outside. Dashin wasn't a pure family pet. He was in a semi-wild state and kept many wild habits. Yesterday, because he wanted to welcome Mao and the others, he squatted at a conspicuous stone block by the roadside. Otherwise, passers-by wouldn't have noticed him so easily. According to Mao and the others, Dashin used to often welcome them there. This seemed to have become a habit. From these words and Dashin's behavior, this cat was still very humane. On the first night here, Zheng Tan slept in a foldable tent. This was a small tent that would be propped up after it was opened. This was a gift from Xiaohua, but Zheng Tan didn't use it much at home. This time he brought it out. Some soft cushions prepared by Jiao Ma were placed in the tent as a mattress. Zheng Tan slept in it at night. The foldable tent was placed on a small square table close to Yuan's small bed. Maybe it was the acupuncture treatment during the day, or maybe it was the relaxation after the long journey. But Zheng Tan slept very well that night and didn't feel uncomfortable in an unfamiliar environment. Early the next morning, the ear-piercing sound of something being scratched on a hard board rang out. It gave people goosebumps just by listening to it. Moreover, it was quite rhythmic, as if someone was shouting slogans, 1, 2, 1, 2. Zheng Tan's hearing was good. This sound made Zheng Tan unable to sleep anymore. After being awakened by the sound, Zheng Tan came out of the small tent. Mao had already sat up, his hand on his forehead. He looked at Gong Qin, who was still a little confused, and Yuan, who was sleeping on the small bed, and said, I almost forgot. Dashin's alarm clock rings on time every day. Zheng Tan climbed out of the window, jumped onto the railing on the second floor, and looked down. In the yard, Dashin was scratching a hardboard. The sound was made by it. At this moment, Dashin's two front paws were rhythmically scratching the board that was leaning against the wall. Looking at the board, there were already countless scratches. It was conceivable that this situation didn't just happen today. Just like Mao said, this was a Dashin's alarm clock. In an open space outside the yard, the old man was practicing boxing. The speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't Tai Chi either. It might be a set of fitness boxing that the old man practiced himself. After the three families on the second floor woke up, Mao and his two brothers went to practice boxing with the old man. They had learned this set of fitness boxing a long time ago. It was just that they didn't practice it much after leaving this place, but they were still familiar with it. On the other side, a master and three disciples were practicing boxing. On the other side, the two mothers took out their cameras to take pictures. Mao, Fatty Wei, and Pei Jia were all curious. Pei Jia had seen it before, so he went over to practice. The other two just thought it was fun and went over to join in the fun. What was more interesting was that after waking up the three families, Dashin also came over to the old man's side. While the others were practicing boxing, Dashin was rolling. The rhythm of his rolling was quite similar to the rhythm of these people's boxing. Even a movement of his arms and legs could sometimes match that of Mao and the others. Dashin's rolling style was not uncommon. Even the place where Dashin was rolling should be the place where Dashin usually stayed. There were no traces of grass there. Compared to the ground in other places, the surface had been rubbed off a lot, and the color was obviously different. Cats seemed to be unable to get rid of their carefree appearance. Even when they were sharpening their claws, they sometimes looked absent-minded. Uncle Lin said that other than the treatment and maintenance he gave Dashin, the reason why Dashin could live for so long and be so healthy might be related to his own personality. In other words, it might be related to some of the feline's habits. It was always difficult to determine who was better in a battle between cats and dogs, but in a battle of life expectancy, cats were better. This might be related to their hidden unruliness, which was more leisurely compared to dogs, and their way of coping with domestic life. Take domestic cats as an example. Although most cats died of old age in their teens, there were many cats in their 20s and 30s. It was said that there were experts who estimated that their theoretical value could reach up to 40 years old. With Dashin here, even if Mao and the others weren't here, this yard wouldn't feel lethargic, Gong Qin said. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the air was slightly cold. An old man and an old cat. One was practicing boxing, and the other was rolling. Chapter 4:03. Zheng Tan realized that there was something wrong with the big cat for the past 2 days. Or perhaps it had always been like this? In short, other than the first day, Zheng Tan felt that the big cat had been looking at him strangely for the next few days. Every time Zheng Tan turned around to look at it, the big cat didn't choose to look away. It just looked at him and wasn't afraid of looking at him face to face. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Although Mao and the others thought that Big Mountain was just curious about Zheng Tan, who was a half of the same species as him, Zheng Tan didn't think so. Maybe the cats here weren't as bold as Zheng Tan. Uncle Lin said that in this area, Big Mountain was the overlord. The surrounding cats and dogs, regardless of whether they were domesticated or wild, wouldn't come face to face with Big Mountain. Some would run away as soon as they saw Big Mountain. Only Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of Big Mountain and didn't care. To put it bluntly, it was as if he didn't care about Big Mountain at all. It wasn't that Zheng Tan didn't care about Big Mountain. It was just that he was more inclined towards the perspective of a human. To a special cat, other than the initial novelty, there was nothing else. Mao and the others, as well as the old master, definitely hoped that Zheng Tan and Big Mountain could get along well. From Zheng Tan's point of view, both of them were males. It was already a good thing that they didn't bare their claws and fight for territory. Why ask for more? Could it be that he really wanted cats to be united like children and help each other equally? But Zheng Tan looked diagonally ahead. The big cat was lying on a chair and looking in Zheng Tan's direction. It still had that look that made Zheng Tan feel that it was scheming something. Zheng Tan had been waiting for this guy to make a move. If it was like what Zheng Tan thought, and Big Mountain did have a purpose, he should have some corresponding actions. Cats were always very patient in order to achieve their goals. For 4 consecutive days, Big Mountain maintained his previous attitude and stared at Zheng Tan, but didn't do anything else. Turning his head back, Zheng Tan continued to stare at Yuan, and Fatty Wei, who were drawing beside the short table, but he was already pondering. Judging from Big Mountain's expression, he should be taking action soon. Sure enough, half an hour later, Big Mountain jumped down from the wooden chair and walked to Zheng Tan's side. Just like Zheng Tan, he squatted down and watched Er Yuan and Fatty Wei draw. Fatty Wei Xiao Tian immediately stood up when he saw Mountain approaching. He pulled up his pants and took a few steps back, looking at Mountain with vigilance. Yuan Er looked at Big Mountain and then at little Fatty Wei. He didn't move, but he didn't draw either. Zheng Tan glanced sideways at Big Mountain. Big Mountain did not seem to mind that he was guarded against by the two children. He looked at the paper on the short table and was not interested. Then, he looked at Zheng Tan and raised his paw to attack Zheng Tan. Slapping was a very sissy action for a human, but for a cat, it was as normal as licking its paw. You can't expect a cat to attack with a fist, right? Moreover, there were many different ways to slap a cat. How to slap, whether to retract or release the paw, how many paws to release, from which angle to slap, etc. These were all different depending on the situation. Just like now, Big Mountain didn't have any hostility towards Zheng Tan. He only gave Zheng Tan a slap as a joke or as a test. When he slapped, he retracted his paw and didn't use much strength. Because Big Mountain didn't have any ill intentions, Zheng Tan didn't dodge. After taking a hit on the head, Zheng Tan didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he looked at Big Mountain and carefully observed this big cat that Er Mao and Celestine thought was extremely smart and strange. It really seemed like he was just testing him. Zheng Tan took a hit from Big Mountain and didn't immediately retaliate. However, Er Yuan and Fatty Wei were still young. One was almost 3 years old, while the other was 3.5 years old. They didn't have enough ability to distinguish. When they saw Big Mountain slap Zheng Tan, they thought that Zheng Tan was being bullied. Wei Xiaopeng remembered that his father had told him that if Dashin and Zheng Tan were to fight, he should inform his father. Thus, Wei Xiaopeng pulled up his pants and ran out of the courtyard, shouting as he ran, "Daddy, Daddy! Uncle Shan and Brother He are fighting." Er Yuan, who was sitting in the same place, took a drawing pen and hit Big Mountain after seeing Zheng Tan take a hit. To Er Yuan, Brother He was naturally closer to him than Uncle Shan. Since Brother He was being bullied, it was naturally Uncle Shan's fault, so he had to protect him even more. His posture wasn't bad, but it was a pity that Er Yuan's arms were short, so he didn't use much strength when hitting Big Mountain. Zheng Tan was immediately moved. Er Yuan was such a good child. After Big Mountain took a hit from Er Yuan, the two tufts of hair on his ears trembled. He looked at Er Yuan, then raised a paw and placed it on the sketchbook on the table, pushing it to the side. The sketchbook was flipped to the ground. This time, Zheng Tan slapped Big Mountain. Er Yuan helped him vent his anger, so he definitely had to help Er Yuan return the favor. He didn't use much strength and didn't open his paw. The strength of the slap was about the same as when Big Mountain swung at him. Er Yuan was pouting because her sketchbook was flipped, but when she saw Zheng Tan help her slap Big Mountain, she immediately stopped pouting. Outside the courtyard, the people who were startled by Fatty Wei's words had also rushed over. Seeing the situation in the courtyard, Er Mao and Celestine immediately relaxed. It seemed like there wasn't much of a fight, so it should be Fatty Wei's misunderstanding. Er Yuan had already picked up the sketchbook. Seeing Er Mao come over, he ran over to complain. "Father, Uncle Shan is bad." After listening to Er Yuan explain the situation, although Er Yuan's ability to express himself was limited, they could still roughly guess what had happened. "Er Yuan, be good. Your Uncle Shan and Brother Black were just playing around," Er Mao explained. Really, Er Yuan was curious. Of course it's true. You see, Uncle Shan and Brother Black aren't angry, right? This is how cats express their friendliness. Er Mao said, "Zheng Tan, friendly my ass." In the afternoon, the three children were brought into the house to sleep. Er Mao and the others strolled around, revisiting old places to search for memories of the past. They also went to visit a few families that they hadn't visited yesterday. These were the people they had met when they lived here. When they heard that Er Mao and Celestine had returned, many of them brought food and drinks over. Er Mao and the others naturally had to express their feelings. Expressing their relationship was mutual, and it wasn't something that could be maintained by just one party. Moreover, the old man still had to live here for a long time. Maintaining his relationship with the others was also a help to the old man. Although the other villagers might not be able to help the old man much, they could at least take care of him so that he wouldn't be too lonely. In the yard, Zheng Tan lay on a chair in the shade and slept. Compared to the inside of the house, he preferred the outdoor environment that was closer to nature. It was probably because he had the body of a cat, so he had some of the habits of a cat. A cat would spend most of its time sleeping every day. Of course, this kind of sleep wasn't the kind that would cause death. Most of the time, it would just lie there quietly with its eyes closed, as if it didn't want to communicate with the outside world and didn't want to be disturbed. However, its ears were perked up, and it was always paying attention to the movements around it. His ears twitched, and Zheng Tan opened his eyes to look. What was near him was still Big Mountain. Usually, at this time, Big Mountain would hide in a leafy tree around the yard to sleep. It was hard to find him if one wasn't careful. Otherwise, Zheng Tan wouldn't be resting in the yard. Now, the big cat that was supposed to be on the tree outside the yard was in front of Zheng Tan. This time, Big Mountain didn't move his paws. After looking at Zheng Tan, he walked towards the door of the yard. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at Zheng Tan and called out softly. Was he asking him to follow him? Zheng Tan was puzzled. Curious about Big Mountain's purpose, Zheng Tan had nothing to do now. After stretching, he jumped off the chair. Seeing that Zheng Tan was following him, Big Mountain continued to walk out. Zheng Tan followed Big Mountain out of the yard and walked further and further away. Looking back at the yard that was almost out of sight, Zheng Tan paused and looked towards Big Mountain. Big Mountain noticed that Zheng Tan wasn't following him, so he stopped and waited. He seemed to be unhappy with Zheng Tan's sudden stop. What was this guy trying to do? Zheng Tan thought. After hesitating for a while, Zheng Tan continued to follow. Mao could find Zheng Tan's location based on the cat tag. Even if Zheng Tan was left behind by Big Mountain and got lost in the wild, there was no need to worry. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, wanted to explore further, so she continued to follow Dashin. Big Mountain led Zheng Tan away from the familiar hill that wasn't too high. They left the village and entered the wild forest. There were no roads here. In the beginning, there were traces of human activity, but as they went further, there were fewer traces of human activity. Instead, there were traces of small animals. Zheng Tan followed Big Mountain and looked around vigilantly. Big Mountain was very experienced in surviving in the wild. His steps seemed light, but he was always paying attention to his surroundings. Zheng Tan learned a lot, but he didn't do much. He just followed, unlike Big Mountain, who would occasionally play with rabbits and dig out bird nests. Looking at Big Mountain, Zheng Tan understood why so many ecologists and ornithologists didn't like cats. In some places where cats didn't exist, one more cat would be a big threat, not to mention a slightly bigger one. As natural hunters, cats wouldn't stop exercising just because they weren't hungry. After eating and drinking, they would play with their prey. They wouldn't care about the ecosystem, the food chain, or the invasion of species. They would act according to their own temperament. Big Mountain ate a small bird that Zheng Tan couldn't name. He played with it and dropped 2 eggs. When it was about time, he caught a rabbit on his way back. Big Mountain's experience in surviving in the wild and his understanding of this area allowed him to always find prey and kill it easily. Zheng Tan followed Big Mountain and walked around outside and back again. He started to think. Zheng Tan didn't know much about Big Mountain's behavior when he went out. He only knew that Big Mountain would go out into the wild once or twice a week. The old man didn't mean to keep Big Mountain at home, and Big Mountain could always come back on time. The old man was used to it and wasn't worried anymore. This big cat was very smart. He had been with the old man for 20 years, and the old man had taught Big Mountain like a child for 20 years. He would always learn something. Compared to other cats, Big Mountain was smarter. This had been proven by Mao and the others. Zheng Tan also felt it. And because of this, Zheng Tan was curious about what Big Mountain wanted to do. Zheng Tan felt that this afternoon's trip was also a test by Big Mountain. He didn't think that Big Mountain was simply taking him for a walk in the wild. Chapter 404. When Zheng Tan followed Big Mountain into the distance, Mao's phone began to beep. Because of the special device on Zheng Tan's cat tag, As long as Zheng Tan was a certain distance away, Air Mao's phone would sound the alarm. Therefore, Air Mao knew that Zheng Tan was going out, but Master Shan said that it would be fine with Big Mountain around, so Air Mao did not move. Air Mao and Celestine were only relieved when Big Mountain and Zheng Tan returned in the afternoon. Others did not know, but they knew very well that this black cat was not a well-behaved cat. It was very capable of causing trouble. Moreover, they had promised the Jiao family that they would not be able to explain themselves if anything happened. Therefore, after Zheng Tan returned to the yard, he listened to Air Mao's opinion for about 20 minutes. Big Mountain only went out once or twice a week. Even if he went out twice, it was rarely 2 days in a row. Therefore, even Master Shan did not expect that Big Mountain would bring Zheng Tan out again the next day. This time, compared to the previous day, it was much further, and they left in the morning. Zheng Tan followed behind Big Mountain. With yesterday's experience, Zheng Tan was a little more used to it now. Today's route was mostly the same as yesterday's, except that Big Mountain chose to take a more difficult route for humans in the latter part of the journey. Whether it was a narrow and steep mountain path or a dense forest that was difficult for humans to walk through, it was not too difficult for a cat. What Zheng Tan needed to do was to be vigilant of the possible dangers that might exist around it. Zheng Tan would not put all his hopes on Big Mountain. Even though Big Mountain was an experienced wild predator, he might not be able to detect all the potential threats around him. Therefore, Zheng Tan still had to be vigilant of his surroundings. Zheng Tan had once followed the Jiao family to the wild for an internship. When he found a red mouse, Zheng Tan had survived in the wild for a period of time. After a few years, he felt as if his nerves were stretched taut again. This was the life of the wild. There was no mercy, only survival. The slightest negligence could lead to fatal consequences. Zheng Tan's nerves were tense as he followed Dashin. He knew that there was danger here, but he wanted to know what Dashin's motive was. Without knowing, Zheng Tan felt that something was hanging in his heart. Although it was already late October, if they were in Chuhua City, there would definitely be obvious signs of autumn. The temperature would drop, and there would be fewer mosquitoes in the wild. However, it was not the case here. The winter temperature here was higher than in the central region. Unless it was on some high mountains, it was hard to see a snowflake in the entire winter. Perhaps it was because of the temperature, but when Zheng Tan walked in the forest, he could hear the sounds of many mosquitoes. Sometimes, those mosquitoes would sway in front of him, making him want to immediately slap them to death, but Zheng Tan endured it. If the action of swatting a mosquito was too big, it could easily alarm some dangerous species. It was already close to noon. Dashin caught a bird to eat, and Zheng Tan only found a few fruits to eat. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zheng Tan really did not want to touch raw food in the wild. When Dashin saw Zheng Tan eating the fruit, he was quite curious. He went over and sniffed it, then walked away in disgust and continued to eat his meat. After eating something, he was not so hungry anymore. Zheng Tan squatted on a branch to rest. There was no one in this area. After walking for so long, there were no traces of human activity. How much further did Dashin have to go? Zheng Tan had learned his lesson from the Red Mouse's trip. He did not want to be away for a few days or even longer than that again. Why don't we head back home later? As he was thinking, Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked in a direction. If he did not hear wrongly, there seemed to be someone talking over there. He turned his head to look at Dashin on another branch. At this moment, Dashin was also looking over there. His face was a little serious, similar to usual, but his eyes were a little cold. Zheng Tan had seen similar eyes many times. When cats were hunting and playing with their prey, they would have similar eyes. However, compared to those cats that were hunting with interest, Dashin's eyes were more cold, like a real cold killer produced by nature. It made Zheng Tan's heart turn cold. Could it be that Dashin's target was the people over there? Looking at Dashin's expression, he probably knew that there were people over there. In a place so far away from the villages and towns, where almost all the environment was wild, there were actually people living there. Previously, Zheng Tan thought that there would not be any human activity in such a place. Hearing the movement over there, Dashin moved. His movements were very light but very fast. He quietly approached the place. Zhang Tan followed behind, and from the sounds he heard, he could tell what might be happening over there. From the sounds, there was more than one person over there, and they seemed to be looking for something. Looking at the big cat in front of him, Zhang Tan thought, could they be looking for this guy? That didn't seem right. Dashin usually stayed in the yard. Even if he came here, he did not come often. He did not come here yesterday either. These people were probably looking for something that had just been lost. But what were these people doing? Dashin did not get too close. When there was still a certain distance between them, he stopped and hid in a big tree. The dense branches covered his figure. Zhang Tan also hid and looked at the people who were getting closer and closer. Those people spoke with a dialect. Zhang Tan did not quite understand, but from their movements, he knew that they were looking for something. Moreover, Zhang Tan felt that these people had the smell of blood on them. These people were very dangerous and belonged to the type that should be avoided. That was Zhang Tan's intuition. There were 3 people on the other side, and they looked to be in their 30s. They were probably active outside, and their skin was dark. They spoke softly, and their eyes swept over the surrounding bushes and grass from time to time. Zhang Tan hid behind the bushes. As the 3 people got closer and closer, Zhang Tan became nervous and his breathing became careful. Fortunately, when they were about 10 meters away, they probably felt that there were too many bushes here and did not find any suspicious tracks, so they changed direction and left. When they were far away, Zhang Tan took a deep breath. Dashin jumped down from the tree. The branches made a rustling sound as he moved. Fortunately, those people were far away and could not hear it. After jumping down, Dashin looked in the direction that the 3 people left. His ears twitched, and after making sure that the 3 people did not return, he started walking again. Zhang Tan followed Dashin. He did not know what Dashin wanted to do, but he was sure that it was related to these people who were active in the depths of the forest. What should he do next? It was just 2 cats. Even if they had a grudge, what could they do to those people? Even if Zhang Tan turned into a human, he would not be able to fight against any of the 3 people. Of course, if they used other means, it would be a different story. Dashin did not seem to have the intention to chase after the 3 people. Instead, he walked in another direction. Half an hour later, Zhang Tan saw a simple shed made of cloth and wood. From the sounds coming from inside, he knew that there were some animals in the wooden house. Poachers? That was not right. Although there was a large wild forest here, and there were many wild dogs, wolves, and wild boars, there were not many rare animals. This was what Zhang Tan heard from Airmao. If they really wanted to poach, why would they come here? Wolfskin? At this time, 2 people came out of the tent. One of them yawned and walked into the tent next to him while the other walked around the area. Then he sat down against a tree and lit a cigarette. When he heard something, he suddenly looked over. Whoosh! A brown figure flashed through the bushes and disappeared quickly. The person's vigilant eyes suddenly disappeared. As long as it was not a human, they did not care about other animals. Zhang Tan hid behind the cloth shed and saw that after the person found Dashin, he slowly sat down against the tree again. He did not seem to be worried at all. This person was very alert. Dashin's movements were actually very light. When he approached the cloth shed, he probably paused because of the smell of the animals inside and stepped on a very thin branch. When the person sat down again, Zhang Tan gently lifted the thick curtain of the cloth shed on the ground. Zhang Tan did not go in directly. He just lifted it a little and looked inside. There was a vent on the side of the cloth shed, and light came in from outside. Therefore, even if the inside of the cloth shed was relatively dark, Zhang Tan could still use the little light to see the situation inside the cloth shed. There were 5 cages inside. 2 of the cages contained monkeys, and 3 of the cages contained red pandas. They were not small pandas, but animals with a lot of reddish-brown skin. They were also called red pandas. Whether it was the 2 monkeys or the 3 red pandas, they did not seem to be in good condition. They were listless and did not move much in the cages. Zhang Tan once again wondered if these people were really poachers. They let them live, but did not pay much attention to their health. Are they really poachers? Looking at them, Zhang Tan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He quickly put down the curtain and then quickly left the place. After Zhang Tan left, the person who was sitting against the tree appeared next to the cloth shed. "What's wrong?" The person who entered the tent before came out and asked. "Nothing. Other animals are approaching," the person next to the cloth shed said. "Oh, as long as it's not a person, it doesn't matter." The tension on the man's face suddenly dissipated. He yawned and walked into the tent again. "I'm going to sleep for a while. I'll take over when I wake up." Zhang Tan, who was hiding behind a tree not far away, looked at the two people over there. Compared to the three people he met before, Zhang Tan could still hear a few words in the words of these two people and guess the meaning of their words. Zhang Tan did not go over to inquire again, and Dashin seemed to know that he could not get close to that place, so he planned to go back. However, Zhang Tan felt that this guy was still a little unwilling to give up. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Tan did not want to provoke those people. As he walked back, Zhang Tan was also thinking about the two people just now, as well as the monkeys and red pandas in the cages in the cloth shed. He only paid attention to whether there was any danger around him, but he did not pay attention to his feet. Suddenly, he felt that he stepped on something. Zhang Tan paused and looked down. Chapter 405. Zhang Tan couldn't tell what the slimy substance under his feet was. It might have the smell of some animal, but Zhang Tan's experience was limited, so he couldn't guess. He could only tell from Mountain's fearful eyes that it wasn't a good thing. Even those who Zhang Tan thought were dangerous, Mountain didn't show such an expression. If it was an animal that could make Mountain so fearful, then this animal must be at the top of the food chain in this forest, much higher than Mountain. As long as it wasn't animal feces or snot, Zhang Tan lifted his foot and wiped the slimy substance on the grass beside him. At the same time, he looked around. The slimy substance didn't only exist here. When Zhang Tan stood up and looked around, he saw that there were more slimy substances not far from his left. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tan chose a relatively tall tree and decided to look around to see if he could find anything. At least he had an idea. Even if Mountain knew what it was, he couldn't tell Zhang Tan. If Zhang Tan wanted to know, he had to find the answer himself. Standing on a branch more than 10 meters above the ground, Zhang Tan looked in the direction where he saw the slimy substance. More than 20 meters away, on a small patch of grass between two trees, there was a brown substance. From Zhang Tan's angle, he couldn't tell what it was for the time being. There was a lot of slimy substance there, just like the slimy substance that Zhang Tan had stepped on. Carefully listening to the surroundings, Zhang Tan didn't hear the sound of other people or large animals. He looked around to make sure there was no other danger. He estimated the distance to another tree, gathered his strength, and jumped. Mountain was still anxiously pacing around below, looking at the slimy substance after every 2 steps. He was very careful when he sniffed it and quickly retreated after a few sniffs, as if he would be in danger if he sniffed too much. While Big Mountain was carefully sniffing around the traces of mucus, the commotion above scared the anxious and nervous Big Mountain away. When he realized it was Zhang Tan who made the noise, he looked up from behind the tree. His gaze followed Zhang Tan's figure, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow her. If the animal was a land animal, it would be safer for Zhang Tan to approach from above. Fortunately, Zhang Tan was already familiar with jumping from trees. There were many trees here, so after jumping a few trees, Zhang Tan came to a branch above the brown substance and looked down. The brown substance wasn't big, otherwise Zhang Tan wouldn't have dared to approach it. Even if it was on the ground, it didn't mean that it wasn't dangerous. And the brown substance seemed to be the size of a wild rabbit. The more Zhang Tan looked at it, the more he realized it looked like a rabbit. Rabbit? Seems like it. However, there was a layer of slimy substance on the rabbit, and its overall appearance was a little different, as if it had been digested and then spat out. Many animals, such as cats, wolves, and wild dogs, would tear the prey they caught into pieces when they were eating. They would tear the meat off the prey bit by bit and eat it instead of swallowing it whole like this. Yes, the digested rabbit was still intact when it was spat out. There were no signs of being torn apart, and Zhang Tan didn't see any obvious wounds on it. An animal that could swallow its prey whole and eat in this way, Zheng Tan thought of a cold-blooded, creepy creature, a snake. And, according to the current situation, it was a big snake. If it could swallow a rabbit, it could definitely swallow Zheng Tan. That wild rabbit was quite big, much bigger and fatter than a rabbit caught by Big Mountain yesterday. If such a rabbit could be swallowed easily, Zheng Tan's cat-like body wouldn't be able to. Now, Zheng Tan was only so big, so he didn't have much of an advantage in terms of size. If the slimy substance was something like the stomach acid of a big snake, it must be big to be able to spit out so much gastric acid and make Big Mountain so afraid. Thinking about the slimy substance he had just stepped on, and then looking at the slimy traces left behind, Zheng Tan could speculate that the snake must have spat out more than one rabbit. It must have spat out before, and then the snake crawled here, leaving some traces along the way. After arriving here, it spat out again, and then Zheng Tan looked at the big tree he was on. The tree was old and very tall. Zheng Tan climbed up a little and looked ahead. The trees in front were not so dense, and there were only some weeds and various short shrubs. Because of this, Zheng Tan could see what was there. Zheng Tan just thought that it would be a python as thick as an adult's calf that spat out the rabbit. But now it seems that Zheng Tan still underestimated it. It wasn't a calf, but a thigh. Moreover, 2 meters away from the snake, there was some vomit. It spat out about 6 or 7 rabbits, and the digestion level was similar to the previous one. Zheng Tan thought that the probability of a wild python eating so many rabbits of the same size at one time was not high, unless it was specially raised by someone who threw rabbits to the snake as food. Such a fat rabbit didn't seem to live in the wild often. It was very likely that the rabbit was specially raised by someone. And what was the purpose of raising such a big snake? On the way from Pei Liang's hometown, Zheng Tan heard from Air Mao and the others that there were indeed many people who raised snakes in this province. Because of the climate, there were many people who raised snakes, turtles, and flowers. There were definitely people who raised big snakes, but Zheng Tan didn't expect to encounter one here. The snake was curled up, motionless, and he didn't know whether it was dead or alive. It spat out almost all the food it ate, so it must be feeling unwell. It was such a big guy. No wonder Dashin was afraid. If the big snake was dead, it would be fine, but if it was alive, it was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Zheng Tan didn't dare to get closer. He looked at Dashin below and thought that it was better to leave quickly. Curiosity killed the cat. Moving lightly on the tree branch, Zheng Tan planned to leave, but just as she took a step, she heard the sound of someone running in her direction, and the person was running very fast. It was the 3 people he met before. Could it be that they were looking for this big snake? Dashin had already heard the commotion and hid, but Zheng Tan didn't leave immediately. He came down from the tree and hid behind the trunk. The 3 people seemed to be in a hurry to find their target. Zheng Tan couldn't hold back his curiosity and followed them not far behind, but they didn't notice. Zheng Tan thought that if the situation went wrong, he would retreat immediately. At that time, even if the 3 people saw Zheng Tan and Dashin, they wouldn't have the energy to care about them. While Zheng Tan was thinking, the 3 people had already approached quickly. When they saw the big snake, they stopped about 10 meters away. They whispered to each other. Zheng Tan couldn't understand what they were saying, but it was obvious that the snake was their target. When they saw the snake, the 3 people's eyes were filled with joy. They looked as if they were relieved. Among the 3, 2 of them took out their guns, and the other picked up a stone beside him and threw it at the big snake. The fist-sized stone hit the big snake, but the snake didn't have any reaction. Seeing this, the person who threw the stone continued to walk forward. When he got close to the big snake, he boldly lifted the snake's tail to take a look. After confirming something, he turned back and nodded to his 2 companions. The 2 people with guns were relieved to approach the snake. Looking at them fiddling with the big snake, Zheng Tan knew that the big snake was either dead, close to death, or had no strength to resist. Zheng Tan thought that they would directly drag the snake away, but then Zheng Tan saw one of them take out a folding knife, turn the snake's body slightly, and then use the knife to cut open the snake's tail not far away. After cutting it open, the man used the knife to poke inside, and then pulled out a small glass bottle. The bottle had cracks, and some blood had entered it. In the small bottle, there was something pale yellow that hadn't completely dissolved in the blood. Zhang Tin didn't know what it was, but it was definitely not something good. Maybe it was another forbidden drug, or something like that. Zhang Tan had heard that some people used animals to transport drugs so that they could avoid the eyes of some drug dogs or some people. Such a big snake in front of him was indeed a good warehouse. But for some reason, the bottle hidden inside broke and the drug flowed out, finally causing the death of the big snake. It seemed that they had discovered another great secret. Should he tell Air Mao and the others? No, Zhang Tan directly rejected in his heart. This time, Air Mao and Celestine came with their families. They were just traveling and visiting the old people. It was inconvenient for them to move around. If they were really involved, it would be troublesome. These people might be desperados. If they didn't have the courage to do this kind of thing, how could they do it? These people were too dangerous. Forget it. This kind of thing would be taken care of by specialized people. Zhang Tan decided not to worry about it. He was just a cat, not a Superman who specialized in punishing evil and promoting good. After the three people struggled for a while, they dragged the snake away, probably finding a suitable place to dispose of it. They had already gotten what they wanted, and the snake was already dead. They wouldn't waste the effort to bring such a big snake back. After the three people left, Zhang Tan came out of his hiding place. This time, Big Mountain didn't want to continue staying there, and his footsteps were much faster. Did Big Mountain discover the hidden secret? Zhang Tan suspected, but the possibility was too small. Although Big Mountain was smart, he didn't know all these. His goal seemed to be those people, as if he had made enemies before. When he returned to the old people's house, Zhang Tan was relieved. It wasn't easy to go out, and he was scared witless. He even encountered those troublesome things. Looking at the two children who were drawing and playing in the yard, Zhang Tin decided not to care. When he came out, the Jiaopa and Jiaoma also told him not to cause trouble, as it didn't concern him. Zhang Tan pretended not to see it. At worst, he could report it anonymously. This time, he also brought his phone. When he left, he could report anonymously. After making the decision, Zhang Tan's mood was much more relaxed. He was even in the mood to play with a lighter on the shelf next to the kitchen. It seemed that he hadn't used it for a long time. There was no one here. Air Mao and the others hadn't returned yet. The two mothers were talking in the living room, looking at the two children in the yard, and didn't notice Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan ignited the lighter, extinguished it, ignited it, and extinguished it again. After repeating this many times, Zhang Tan scolded himself for being so bored that he could play with the lighter for a few minutes. Putting down the lighter, Zhang Tan looked sideways. Big Mountain was standing not far away, staring at Zhang Tan. He looked at Zhang Tan, and then at the lighter that Zhang Tan had thrown at his feet. He walked over to the lighter and tried it with his paw. He couldn't do it. He tried again, but still couldn't do it. Zhang Tan didn't stay there and let Big Mountain study the lighter. Therefore, when the old master returned with Air Mao and the other two, he only saw Zhang Tan with the two children. After searching for a while, he found Deshawn next to the kitchen. When he found Deshawn was still fiddling with the lighter. It had been an hour, but he still hadn't been able to ignite the little toy. With a bang, Big Mountain slapped the lighter far away and stared at Zhang Tan. Chapter 406. Big Mountain was also very curious. In order to learn how to play with the lighter, he would go to Zhang Tan early in the morning every day with the lighter in his mouth. Zhang Tan would only teach Big Mountain how to play with the lighter when there was no one around. When there was someone around, he would never teach him. Big Mountain's ability to learn was as strong as his curiosity. Although he was not as good as Zhang Tan, compared to other cats or other animals in the cat subfamily, Big Mountain was quite smart. After Big Mountain learned how to play with the lighter, he did not bother Zhang Tan anymore. He went out to find a place to practice with a lighter in his mouth. Zhang Tan only hoped that this guy would not burn the tree because he was playing with a lighter. Without Big Mountain, Zhang Tan had time to follow Air Mao and the others to the village to see the turtles. After being here for so long, Zhang Tan had not really walked around the village. The day before yesterday, Air Mao and the others went to see a family's sow giving birth to piglets. Zhang Tan also wanted to go and see. There were more farmers here, and he heard that the family was raising piglets. Zhang Tan had only eaten them before, but had never seen them give birth. He wanted to go and see something new, but he was blocked by Big Mountain. He had to teach Big Mountain how to play with the lighter, so he missed the time to see the piglets. Today, Air Mao and the others were going to see the golden turtle, and Zhang Tan just happened to follow them. Although this place was remote and did not look like a rich place, in fact, many families here had millions of assets, and their houses were built like luxurious villas. For example, the family today had spent millions on surveillance and anti-theft equipment, and the golden turtle in the house was worth more than 10 million. However, in Zhang Tan's eyes, the golden turtle that sold for 200,000 or 300,000 was nothing special. After looking at it for a while, he lost interest and squatted on the side, yawning. After visiting the breeding site, Air Mao and the others were taken to a place to rest. They sat on a big balcony on the second floor and drank tea. The person who showed them around was about the same age as Air Mao. Air Mao called him Deheo. The people here seemed to like adding the word Deheo in front of their names, even if they were only in their 20s or 30s. At this time, Dehao was bragging to Air Mao and the others about how he had become rich in the past few years. This person was more familiar with Air Mao and the others. They used to play together when they were here. Raising turtles was actually a suggestion made by Air Mao. Later on, this guy became more and more popular. Now, he was also a millionaire with a net worth of tens of millions. Who is that person? Celestine suddenly asked. Deheo stopped talking and looked downstairs in the direction that Celestine was pointing. The balcony on this side was already behind Deheo's house, and they could see the walkway outside the back door. At this time, a person passed by this walkway. The person Celestine pointed to was this passerby. And when Wei Ling and the others were looking downstairs, the people passing by also raised their heads to look upstairs. After a brief exchange of glances, that person looked forward again and continued walking, maintaining the same speed and pace as before. Zhang Tan inexplicably felt that the person's gaze was a little strange. Deheo looked at the person when he looked up, then shook his head. I don't know him. He's probably a family friend who came to visit. Deheo was about to continue talking about his family history, but Air Mao beat him to it. Deheo, whose family is that? Deheo looked in the direction Air Mao was pointing and said, Oh, Dekang's family. That's the famous Snake King family here. The two brothers, Deji and Dekang, raise snakes. Deji was once invited to the zoo, but Dekang has been raising snakes. However, something happened to Deji a few years ago. I heard that the zoo didn't take good care of him, and several big snakes died. After that, I didn't see Deji much. I heard that after he left the zoo, he was hired with a high salary to raise snakes for people. I guess he's making a fortune there now. Look at his house. It's so beautiful now. Air Mao and the other two brothers looked at each other. Then Air Mao said, Deheo, are you familiar with Dekang? I'm quite interested in snakes. Does his family have that kind of big snake? Something like a big python. Deheo said sneakily, yes, because many breeding practices did not conform to the local rules in the strict sense. Deheo did not speak too loudly. If he was not familiar with Air Mao and the others, he would not have said too much. He has a lot of snakes. I've seen a giant python in his house. It's so thick. I heard that he bought it from somewhere else at a high price. Deheo compared it. Zhang Tan looked at it. It seemed to be about the same size as the one he saw in the forest a few days ago. However, something happened in the past. That big snake ran out and ate a few people's livestock. It almost killed them. Later, the village had a rule that they were not allowed to raise such a big snake, nor were they allowed to raise poisonous snakes. Otherwise, people would be afraid. However, Deheo lowered his voice. I think they still raise it in private. It's just that no one has seen it. Deheo took Air Mao and the others to the so-called Snake King's house. It was not far from Deheo's house. They walked along the road for about 100 meters and turned a corner. From the balcony on the second floor, they could see the Snake King's house. After arriving at the door, Deheo began to knock on the door. Dekang, are you there? Deheo was about to knock on the door, but was stopped by Air Mao. Air Mao took out a thin iron wire and began to fiddle with it. After a few seconds, the door lock was opened. Deheo said, "Your skills are still as good as before." Air Mao made a should gesture to Deheo. Celestine and Pei Liang had already quietly entered. Although Deheo did not quite understand why Air Mao and the others were doing this, and felt that something was wrong, he trusted Air Mao. This was because he knew that Air Mao and the others were much richer than him. They would not covet his and Dekang's little assets at all. Since it was not a matter of interests, it was possible that something had really happened. He knew that Air Mao and the others were still quite capable. Zheng Tan followed behind. When Pei Liang and Celestine entered the house to look for the people, he and Deheo stood at the door and did not move around. After a while, Celestine's voice came from the house. "Air Mao, you guys come in." "What happened?" Deheo followed Air Mao in and asked. When they entered the house, they saw the owner of the house in one of the rooms. It was a young man called Dekang that Deheo had mentioned. This person looked to be in his early 20s. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, panting with difficulty. It was as if someone had just strangled him. "Dekang, what's wrong with you?" Deheo hurried over and asked worriedly. Although his relationship with Dekang was not very close, it was still passable. Seeing Dekang like this, he was a little worried because Dekang was not only having difficulty breathing, but his eyes also seemed to be out of focus. "It's okay. It'll be fine in a while," Celestine said. When Air Mao looked over, he raised his hand and pointed at several places on his neck. Air Mao suddenly understood. After the carotid artery and jugular vein are strangled, the blood supply to the brain will be blocked. The brain will lack oxygen, causing blindness within a few seconds. "Don't worry, Deheo. He'll recover in a while." After a pause, Air Mao looked at Celestine and Pei Liang. "You look very professional. So, Dekang has a feud with someone?" Deheo asked. Since his wallet had been bulging, his knowledge had also been broadened. He had met many people and encountered many things. Therefore, after hearing Air Mao's words, he was not too frightened. "So, that person just now," Deheo said as he looked at Air Mao. After seeing Air Mao nod, Deheo could not help but take a deep breath. Such a terrifying person had just passed by his own back door, and he did not even notice that something was wrong. If Air Mao and the others had not come over, Dekang would not even have a chance to breathe now. Or perhaps he would have been taken away just now. When Dekang finally recovered, Deheo could not help but ask, "Dekang, what kind of trouble did you encounter? You actually provoked such a dangerous person. You want your life, right?" "Life. That's right. They're after our lives. Their lives." Dekang looked a little crazy. Deheo saw Dekang like this and could not help but take a step back. However, Air Mao and the others were paying attention to the latter sentence. "Them?" Air Mao asked. Dekang stood up and looked at a snake sculpture on the table next to him. He raised his hand and gently touched it. "They are so beautiful and fascinating. How could those people, how could they?" Zheng Tan could not help but tremble when he saw this. He felt goosebumps all over his body. That kind of cold-blooded, terrifying creature that could not even blink. This person actually said that it was beautiful. In this world, some people liked furry animals such as cats and dogs, and some people liked hairless, cold-blooded reptiles and were deeply obsessed with them. Obviously, Dekang and his brother were such people. Dekang briefly explained the reason for the incident. The key point was not Dekang, but Dekang's brother, Deji. Back then, Deji had a problem taking care of the snakes in the zoo. In fact, the problem did not lie with Deji. The truth was that the snakes that were thought to have died due to improper care were actually taken away by someone. Back then, when Big Brother was wrongly accused by the people in the zoo, he said that justice is in people's hearts. What was the truth? Many people in the zoo knew. Dekang sneered. "Huh, justice is in people's hearts. In fact, it's useless bullshit. If you don't say it, you will always be wronged. My big brother was wrongly accused for 5 years. He was also used for 5 years. After Deji left the zoo, he was asked to help take care of the snakes with a high salary. The big snake that the two brothers had bought back and raised for several years was also bought at a high price. Deji had been taking care of it there. A few days ago, Dekang received a text message from his brother. Deji found that the person who asked him to take care of the snake used the snake as a transportation tool to deceive people. In the end, this tool would die without a doubt. Deji could not bear it, so he secretly tampered with the cage, hoping that the big snake would escape halfway. As for Deji, he found an opportunity to leave. Until now, Dekong had not contacted Deji until today, when that person came to ask about Deji's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, not long after that person came, Air Mao and the others came over. After that person heard the movement outside the door, he immediately left through the window. Air Mao and the others also had an idea in their hearts. If things were really as Dekong said, it was obvious that Deji was indeed used by someone. Someone had been setting a trap since the incident at the zoo. While Air Mao and the others were thinking about Deji and Dekong, Zheng Tan was thinking that the big snake he saw in the forest a few days ago was probably the snake that Dekong said was very precious, and that Deji did not hesitate to risk his life to help. Unfortunately, the Dekong brothers did not know that the big snake had already been dissected by those people. While they were talking, Air Mao's phone rang. Almost at the same time, Celestine and Pei Liang's phones also rang. Something had happened in the courtyard. To be exact, something had happened to Pei Jie. Pei Jie had disappeared. Today, Pei Jie had brought Air Mao and Wei Xiaobei to play in the courtyard. While Zheng Tan was out, he had secretly taken out the small box that Zheng Tan had placed in the trunk of Air Mao's car. He had said that he wanted to explore it, but in the end, he could not open it. There were two mothers in the courtyard, so Pei Jie could not directly try to open the lock in the courtyard. Thus, he took the box out of the courtyard and urged the two children to help him. Unfortunately, Air Mao and Wei Xiaobei did not know the password to the box. "When is your brother Hei's birthday?" Pei Jie asked. "We don't know." Air Mao and Wei Xiaobei shook their heads. "What's your brother Hei's phone number?" Pei Jie asked again. "We don't know." Air Mao and Wei Xiaobei shook their heads again. "Then what do you two know?" "We don't know." Pei Jie. While they were trying to open the box with the password, a stranger walked towards them. When the two mothers in the courtyard heard the noise and came out, Uncle Lin, who was helping to look after the three children, had been knocked unconscious on the ground. Air Mao and Wei Xiaobei were hiding behind the car, and Pei Jie was nowhere to be seen. Air Mao told Wei Xiaobei that Pei Jie had been taken away by a stranger. When Uncle Lin woke up, Air Mao and the others found out from Uncle Lin's description that the person who had taken Pei Jie away was the person they had seen half an hour ago. Putting aside how anxious Pei Liang was, when Pei Jie woke up, he found two strangers in front of him. One of them was the person who had captured him, and the other was someone he had never seen before. Pei Jie used a minute to think and react. Then he said to the two people in front of him with a sullen face, "Uncles, my family is very rich. Don't kill the hostage before you get the money." The two people in front of Pei Jie. How did this little brat even know to kill the hostage? That's not right. Shouldn't this little brat's reaction be to cry for his parents when he wakes up? Are the children nowadays all so mature? Then Pei Jie, who could not resist at all in front of these people, was thrown into a shed. The thick stench inside made Pei Jie almost vomit out the egg pancake he had eaten in the morning. Pei Jie was locked up in a cage, and he did not know what kind of animal it used to contain. He also did not know when his father and the others would find him. Pei Jie sighed inwardly. Pei Jie had once fantasized that one day he would be like Superman, punishing evil and promoting good, and saving the weak. Just like today, when he realized that the situation was not right, he first thought about how to let his two younger siblings escape, and then he would deal with the bad guys himself. But today's experience told him that not everyone could be Superman. The enemy's level was too high, and he was at a disadvantage. He usually thought that he was very awesome, but when he really encountered a problem, he realized that he was helpless. Pei Jie felt like he was a whimsical fool. Although he was afraid, Pei Jie forced himself to calm down. Pei Jie knew how to use cooperation to achieve his goals from a very young age. So in the village, although he was mischievous, every time he caused trouble, he would always get a lot of partners. Not to mention the high success rate. When he was punished by his parents, they would share the anger, and he would not let the adult's anger all focus on him, the initiator. Now, without the help of his partners, he would definitely not be able to escape alone. But what partners could he find here? After adapting to the dark environment, Peijiao looked around himself with the help of the light coming in from the small window on the side of the shed. He could not see clearly if he was a little further away, but he could still see a little bit if he was close. There was a red panda in the cage next to him. Compared to the other one lying in the cage, this one was a little better. At this moment, the red panda was looking at Pei Jie curiously while rubbing its face with its paws. Pei Jie wanted to cry even more. Chapter 407. In the courtyard, there was a sense of anxiety and irritation. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to know more, Zheng Tan would have stayed far away. It was too depressing. His master was not at home today. 2 days ago, he had been invited over by an old friend in the provincial capital. Today, when he heard that something had happened in the courtyard, he did not care about the courtyard anymore. He immediately rushed back and asked the people in the provincial capital to help. The person who took Pei Jie away was not a resident here. The local residents, including Dekong, had never seen that person. After that person took Pei Jie away from the courtyard, he quickly left. Mao and the others could follow the tracks to the roadside. There were tire tracks left by the motorcycle. If they continued to chase, it would be difficult to catch up. The three of them split up and drove along the road to search. At first, they didn't find anything. This place was too remote, so there was no way to count on the road cameras. Mao had been driving along the road for more than half an hour before he found the motorcycle abandoned by the roadside. The person was gone. At that time, the person should have abandoned a motorcycle and left in another car. The smell was cut off here. Even if Zheng Tan and Dashin came to help, they wouldn't be able to find them. The three of them could only go back to the courtyard again to think of a way. Pei Liang now hoped that the other party would call, blackmail, as long as he could hear some news. Unfortunately, there was no news. "It's my fault," Celestine whispered. Because of his former profession, he was more sensitive to people in some special industries. That was why he asked about the passerby when he was at the Kang's house. "I'm also at fault," Mao said. At that time, he also pointed in the direction of the Kang's house and wanted to go and see. After returning to the courtyard, Pei Liang, who had been smoking silently, waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "It's none of your business." Pei Liang knew that the three of them had the same idea. Even if Mao and Wei Ling didn't say anything, he would ask that person when he saw him. He would also go over to take a look. After all, if any potentially dangerous person appeared in this place, they wouldn't turn a blind eye. This was the place where Master lived, and they wouldn't allow any dangerous people to exist. What Pei Liang wanted to know now was why that person took Pei Jie away. According to the information provided by Dekong, coupled with some of his master's connections in the provincial capital, he found a lot of things in half a day. Dekong was right. There was indeed a problem with the zoo that hired a Ji at that time. Someone used animals to transport some prohibited items to other places. The people and things involved were still being investigated. Everyone knew that zoos sometimes interacted with each other, such as exchanging animals, giving them away, or buying them to get some supplements to enrich the zoo. In recent years, due to the considerable profits and high returns from the construction of wildlife parks, many places have set off a rush to build wildlife parks. Although the establishment and development of these safari parks had indeed made positive contributions to enriching the public's leisure life, developing popular science education, and expanding tourism, many safari parks had problems due to poor management. For example, illegal sales, secretly killing sick and old wild animals, and even deliberately throwing some herbivores into the cages of carnivores to attract tourists. Because of the lack of scientific planning and market research, coupled with the lax approval and supervision, the construction of wildlife parks surged like a storm. The zoo that hired a Ji was built in such a relatively chaotic environment. There were a lot of loopholes, and it couldn't stand up to investigation. Now that they really started investigating, they found a lot of problems. The matter of Dekang's brother De Ji being wrongly accused was just an inconspicuous corner. The zoo's matter involved too many administrative departments. Air Mao and the others didn't care about those and didn't want to care. They only wanted to know how Ji's matter was related to Pei Jie being taken away. They were anxious to find out who took Pei Jie away. After analyzing the information they found and connecting it to today's matter, the three of them felt that the other party should have some understanding of them. Even if they hadn't met before, they might have heard some things from other people. They knew that things would become quite unfavorable after being targeted by Air Mao and the others. Therefore, those people sensed the danger and even thought that it might speed up the process of exposing those hidden things. If those things were really exposed, they would definitely be severely punished. Therefore, they might have taken Pei Jie away as a bargaining chip to escape. His target was originally Pei Jie, not Air Mao and Wei Xiaopeng. Pei Liang said. The latter two were too young and weren't easy to take care of. They also loved to cry. Taking them away would be a big problem. Pei Jie was already 10 years old and was sensible. He was obedient and would be more cooperative after being threatened. Pei Liang knew his son very well. He believed that if those people only used Pei Jie as a bargaining chip to escape, Pei Jie would still be safe now. Pei Jie was very smart. Naughty and mischievous children were more cunning and knew how to judge the situation. Pei Liang had never been so glad that his son had such a moral character. As long as Pei Jie's side was stable and didn't anger those people, Pei Liang and the others would have more opportunities to find answers. While Air Mao and the others were analyzing and discussing the matter, Zheng Tan thought about the people that Dashin had brought into the forest. If those people in the forest were related to this matter, would Pei Jie be taken there? After all, there were no police or other surveillance cameras in the forest. If something happened, it would be easy to escape. On this night, other than Air Mao and Wei Xiaopeng, the others were destined to be sleepless. Zheng Tan originally planned to take a nap, but after tossing and turning, he still couldn't fall asleep. Walking out and jumping onto the railing on the second floor, Zheng Tan looked around at the endless black sky. The lights on the first floor of the courtyard were still on. Air Mao and the others were downstairs. In the evening, a few people from the provincial capital came over to help them find the children. They also brought some useful information. It seemed that those people on the first floor wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Sensing something, Zheng Tan looked towards the corner of the wall. Dashin wasn't asleep. He jumped onto the wall and squatted there to look at the stars. From the hall, one could only see the wall surrounding the courtyard's entrance. Therefore, Air Mao and the others didn't notice Dashin squatting on the wall. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan made a decision and quickly went downstairs. Dashin heard the sound and turned around to look at Zheng Tan. This guy's body was too big and the wall was too narrow. It didn't look very harmonious, but he still stood very steadily. Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall and stopped beside Dashin. Then, he jumped out of the courtyard and walked 2 steps to look at Dashin. Brother, do you want to go with me? Dashin squatted on the wall and stared at Zheng Tan for a few seconds. He probably didn't know what Zheng Tan wanted to do in the middle of the night. Under normal circumstances, because Dashin always accompanied his master, his daily routine gradually became similar to his master's. He wouldn't run around at night. But now, when he saw that Zheng Tan wanted to go out, he didn't know whether to follow him or not. He looked back at the lights on the first floor, then turned back and jumped down from the wall. Seeing that Dashin followed him, Zheng Tan was relieved. Even though he had gone there with Dashin before, he might not be able to remember the way. With Dashin as a guide, Zheng Tan would be able to avoid detours. Yes, Zheng Tan still decided to go to the place where they had seen suspicious people in tents. Even if he couldn't find Pei Jie there, he could always find some other clues based on the people and things there. According to the information that Zheng Tan got from eavesdropping on Air Mao and the others, the people in the forest were very likely to be related to Daji's matter. In this way, it was very likely that they were related to the person who took Pei Jie away. The night was full of endless unknowns and dangers. Many nocturnal animals that were quite a threat to Zheng Tan and the others would also be active. Zheng Tan took down the cat tag and hung it on a tree. That way, even if he ran far away, Air Mao and the others wouldn't be alerted. Before they really found useful information, Zheng Tan didn't want to distract Air Mao and the others. In fact, The journey at night wasn't that difficult for Zheng Tan. After all, cats had good night vision and wouldn't be lost in the dark like humans. But even so, the journey was much slower than the last time. One was that Dashin wasn't used to walking around at night, and sneaking out at night, Dashin was still suspicious. He would probably be scolded when he went back, so he wasn't as decisive as last time. When it was almost dawn, Zheng Tan passed by a place and smelled a familiar scent. It was left behind by Pei Jie, and the other was the person who took Pei Jie away. As expected, Pei Jie was brought here. It was a worthwhile trip. In order to make it easier to move at night, Zheng Tan didn't wear a vest, so it was impossible for him to bring a mobile phone. Without a mobile phone, and the cat tag was left in the yard, he had to think of another way to inform Mao and the others. Zheng Tan and Dashin couldn't fight against those people alone. Dashin apparently also recognized Pei Jie's scent. This time, he ran more decisively and didn't hesitate like before. The person who took Pei Jie away should have entered the forest from another road, probably to get rid of Mao and the others. Following the scent, Zheng Tan and Dashin quickened their pace. It was already dawn. Usually, Dashin would get up and turn on the alarm clock at this time. Even if he didn't sleep the whole night, at this time, Dashin was much more energetic. Of course, it was also because he was excited to find Pei Jie's scent. It was the same place, the same tent where the animals were kept. There were originally only 2 tents around the tent, but now there was one more. Someone must have joined in. With the experience from last time, Zheng Tan didn't go near the tent for the time being. There were people guarding the tent, and they looked like they were asleep. However, Zheng Tan didn't dare to take the risk. Those people were too alert, and the slightest carelessness could cause more harm than good. Dashin didn't move either. Every movement was careful and quiet, as he was afraid of alerting the people over there. Zheng Tan thought for a while and retreated far away from those people's alert range. After Zheng Tan moved, Dashin quickly retreated. It had to be said that Dashin was indeed very smart. This kind of intelligence wasn't because he was a fast learner, but because he knew how to act according to his ability. He knew that he wasn't a match for these people, and that he wouldn't be able to win if he rashly went up. Therefore, after finding Pei Liang's scent, he wanted to go back and report. Dashin planned to retreat first, then bring the others over. However, after running a few steps, he realized that Zheng Tan was still there and didn't seem to want to go back with him. He even stopped and waited. Zheng Tan waved his hand and told Dashin to go back on his own. He planned to stay here and observe the situation. If there was an emergency, he could still help. After all, Pei Jie was just a child. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't want to leave, Dashin continued to run a few steps, then stopped and looked back. After running a distance, he looked back again. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't want to follow him, he continued to run. Zheng Tan believed that Dashin could bring Mao and the others over. Dashin could understand some simple words, and he also knew the tail wagging game. As long as he could bring them over, everything would be fine. Chapter 408. When Mao and the others realized that Zheng Tan and Dashin were missing, the sun had already risen. There was no alarm clock like Dashin today. If it were any other day, everyone would have noticed it immediately. However, it was a special situation now. Everyone's attention was on Pei Jie's case. They had been analyzing and discussing the whole night, and their eyes were bloodshot. After all, their master was old and couldn't stay up with them. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he was persuaded to rest by Mao and the others. He hadn't woken up yet. Mao and the others didn't make any big movements. The whole yard was unusually quiet. When everyone finally realized why the silence was unusual, they realized that the 2 cats weren't in the yard. With Pei Jie's disappearance, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was whether the 2 cats had been quietly killed. However, on second thought, that wasn't right. Celestine and Mao were very clear about the abilities of the black cat. It couldn't have been killed so easily. It would have howled if something happened, right? Moreover, Mao didn't call the police on his phone, which meant that the other party should still be nearby. Uncle Lin wanted to call someone to help look for the cat, but Mao stopped him. Wait, let me take a look first. Mao took out his phone and opened one of the icons. One of the bright spots was very clear. Nearby, when they heard Air Mao's words, they felt a little uneasy. If Air Mao was nearby, they would have shouted a few times. Although they had lowered their voices in fear of waking up their master, with the cat's hearing, it was enough to hear their words clearly. However, the fact was that there was no response at all. Air Mao held the phone and followed the signal on the screen until he saw the cat tag that Zheng Tan had hung on the tree. The cat tag was taken by someone? Uncle Lin asked worriedly. He had a good impression of the black cat. He was just afraid that it had been killed. Air Mao took the cat tag and looked at it. He shook his head and said, "No, it wasn't taken by someone else. No one can take this cat tag except for itself." Air Mao said the last sentence very softly. Those who were a little further away couldn't hear it clearly. For example, Uncle Lin only heard the first sentence. He didn't hear the last sentence at all. Otherwise, he would definitely be confused. What did Air Mao mean by other than itself? No one could take down a cat tag? Senior Brother Pei, I think Black Hole must have found some clues. That's why he left to look for clues. As for Big Mountain, I think he was called over to help, said Air Mao. Air Mao knew Zheng Tan quite well. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. It would be strange if he didn't know. Pei Liang nodded and did not say anything. Regardless of whether what Air Mao said was true or not, it was good that there was still hope. When Big Mountain returned, it was almost noon. Air Mao and the others went out to search, but did not find much useful information. When they saw Big Mountain in the yard, their eyes lit up. Air Mao looked around the house and didn't see Zheng Tan. Dashin, where's Black Hole? Air Mao asked. Big Mountain is back. The old master walked out of the house quickly and called Big Mountain over. Big Mountain listened to the old master the most. When the old master asked, Big Mountain was more cooperative. Hence, after the old master spoke, Air Mao and the others didn't say anything and listened closely. After living together for so many years, the old master knew Big Mountain's character and ability very well. Hence, the questions he asked were easier for Big Mountain to understand. Where's Black Coal? The old master asked. Because of Air Mao, the old master now called him Black Coal. Big Mountain also knew who this name referred to. When he was learning to play with a lighter, he had heard this name many times. When Big Mountain heard this, he glanced in a certain direction. Air Mao and the others memorized the meaning of this action. Big Mountain had a strong sense of direction. Since Big Mountain was looking in that direction, it meant that the black cat was somewhere in that direction. Where's Pei Jia? As he spoke, the old master took one of Pei Jia's clothes and gave it to Big Mountain to smell. It would be easier for Big Mountain to match the smell with the name Pei Jia. Big Mountain's memory for smells was deeper than a name that he had not heard for a long time. Sure enough, when Big Mountain heard the name Pei Jia, he was a little confused. However, after smelling the smell, he was a little excited. After hurriedly turning around, he wanted to walk out of the door, but was stopped by the old master. The old master brought Big Mountain in front of him. He looked at Big Mountain and said almost word by word, "Found it." Usually, the old master and Big Mountain played a similar game of looking for things. Hence, Big Mountain could understand this question. When Big Mountain heard this, he raised his tail and swung it down hard. This action represented the yes in the yes game of yes. We really found it, Air Mao said happily. Pei Liang was so excited that his eyes turned red. Now, he was eager to find it. In the past, when they were at home, Pei Liang would teach Pei Jia a lesson with a stick every 2 to 3 days. This child was too naughty and would not behave unless he was beaten. He was always causing trouble. But now, even if he did not see this naughty child for a day, he would still feel all kinds of fear in his heart. As a man, he could not cry and shout. He suppressed his emotions and could not vent them. His heart was filled with panic. He could only silently smoke one cigarette after another to relieve his emotions. Now, just hearing this news made Pei Liang's eyes ache. He blinked hard a few times but could not suppress this feeling. Instead, it became more and more intense. The old master sat back and waved his hand. He said to Air Mao and the others, "Go." He was old and could not go out with Air Mao and the others to look for Pei Jia. "Master here." Celestine looked at the old master. "Don't worry. They are here. It will be fine. You just have to be careful." The old master pointed to the few people who followed them. Among them, there were people who came from the provincial capital to assist in the investigation. There were also a few people who were on good terms with the village. They were all here to protect them. There was no need to worry that someone would take advantage of the situation and harm the elderly and children here. The cooperation of the three brothers was more reliable than others. The old master was very confident in his disciples. When Big Mountain led Air Mao and the others into the forest, Zheng Tan had already woken up from his nap. Although the quality of his sleep was not very good, after this nap, his spirit was indeed much better. His physical strength had also recovered. He observed that there were 6 people there. The 5 people he saw before and the person who took Pei Jie away. It was lunchtime. The 6 people gathered in a tent, eating and chatting. They were probably discussing what to do next. Those people had accents and spoke very quickly. Zheng Tan did not understand much. Occasionally, he caught a few words, but when strung together, he did not know what they meant. He could only make a judgment based on the tone of their voices. Among the 6 people, one of them was sitting at the entrance of the tent. Half of his body was inside the tent, and the other half was outside. While he was vigilant of his surroundings, he also spoke a few words to the others. To Zheng Tan, this was an opportunity. Since these 6 people were gathered here, there was no one else in the other places. Circling to the back, Zheng Tan quietly approached the cloth shed. The 3 tents did not seem to be where the hostages were placed. The most likely place here was the cloth shed where the animals were kept. Moreover, Zheng Tan deduced from the subtle words and actions of those people that Pei Jie should be in there. Quietly circling to the back of the cloth shed, Zheng Tan found an unsecured place. There were only a few fixed points at the bottom of the cloth shed. Zheng Tan was able to lift the cloth slightly to get in. This was the advantage of his size. If he was slightly bigger and wanted to get in, the commotion would definitely attract those people. After listening carefully, Zheng Tan confirmed that those people were on the other side of the tent. He carefully lifted the unsecured cloth hanging down from the cloth shed and quickly got in. The inside of the cloth shed was much darker than the outside, but it did not affect Zheng Tan much. He could clearly see the situation inside. Inside were the 5 cages that Zheng Tan saw last time. 2 of them contained monkeys and 3 of them contained pandas. In a large cage closer to these 5 cages, there was a child sitting in the corner of the cage. Obviously, it was Pei Jie. Pei Jie was hugging his legs and sitting at the foot of the cage. His head was on his knees, and he seemed to be sleeping. The mental state of the animals in the 5 cages was similar to last time. They were not in a good state. They were listless and did not notice Zheng Tan. Only the one beside Pei Jie's cage was slightly more energetic. When Zheng Tan walked over, the little guy saw Zheng Tan, but he did not make a sound and only stared at him curiously. It seemed that this animal rarely made a sound, which was a good thing for the current situation. The red panda stood by the cage and looked at Zheng Tan as it raised its hand to play with the fur by its mouth. Zheng Tan walked to Pei Jie's side. The metal mesh of the cage was more dense, and he could not squeeze in. He could only stretch out his claws and gently push Pei Jie. Pei Jie wasn't in a deep sleep. After being pushed, he woke up and looked around in confusion. It was still a dark environment, and there was the stench of animal feces. However, after being forced to smell it for a day, Pei Jie was already a little numb. Besides, he also had a share of this stench. He had peed a few times. Pei Jie did not notice anything unusual. Just as he was about to continue sleeping, his arm was touched again. He turned his head and met a pair of eyes. Pei Jie almost screamed in shock. Fortunately, this child's mental fortitude was good, and he held it in. Pei Jie carefully identified it and realized that it was a cat that pushed him just now. It could not be helped. The environment here was still too dark for Pei Jie. Zheng Tan was now in an even darker place. Pei Jie could not see the objects inside, clearly like Zheng Tan. In addition, Zheng Tan was dark to begin with. If his eyes could not reflect light, Pei Jie probably would not have found Zheng Tan so easily. However, he did not think that it was Zheng Tan himself. He only thought that it was a wild cat in the forest. The cage was still too small for Pei Jie. Even if he sat in a corner of the cage, it occupied nearly a quarter of the cage's cross-section. Pei Jie could not stand up straight in the cage at all. He had to bend over when he got up. Zhang Tan also thought that Pei Jie probably did not see clearly. He glanced around and then walked to the small window left by the cloth shed. The light shining in from outside the window projected on the uneven ground. Pei Jie only saw it clearly when Zhang Tan walked there. Black charcoal. Although he was very excited, Pei Jie remembered that he was trapped here. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of those people if he was too loud, so he lowered his voice. Zhang Tan was very satisfied with Pei Jie's performance and walked to the side of the cage again. Pei Jie looked at Zhang Tan and began to cry. Since Zhang Tan was here, then his father and Uncle Air Mao should be nearby, right? Pei Jie suddenly felt that his dark childhood had seen the light again. The little brat who thought that he was a man who would bleed but not cry now could not stop his tears from falling. Black charcoal, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your things. I shouldn't have tried to pick the lock without asking for permission. Pei Jie lowered his voice and admitted his mistake. Because his voice was too low, sometimes only his mouth could be seen, but no sound came out. However, Zhang Tan could still tell what the child was saying from the few words he said and the shape of Pei Jie's mouth. His tone was very sincere, and his expression was even more moving. However, Zhang Tan felt that Pei Jie's words were so smooth. There was not even a pause. Pei Jie had said similar words many times, but at this moment, Pei Jie was really regretting it. If he had not been curious about the box and had not taken out of the yard, would he not have met that stranger? Uncle Lin would not have been knocked unconscious, his two siblings would not have been in danger, and he would not have been picked up by the bad guy like a chick. Chapter 409. After Pei Jie finished his confession and cried, there was hope in his heart now, and he wasn't so afraid anymore. Raising his sleeve to wipe his face, Pei Jie began to ask, Black charcoal, do you have a listening device on you? Do you have a communicator or something? This was obviously a child who watched too much TV, and his imagination followed the TV. At home, he was used to talking to Chi Dada, the monkey. Now that he saw Zhang Tan, Pei Jie was still used to speaking directly. People who raised animals knew that many animals weren't as stupid as people thought. After interacting with humans for a long time, they could still understand some words. In Pei Jie's heart, he always felt that many animals could understand human language, such as his family's Chi Dada and the black cat in front of him. As Pei Jie was speaking, Zhang Tan's ears twitched. He quickly left and hid behind a wooden box in the corner. Seeing this, Pei Jie stopped talking. He knew that someone must have come from outside. With a thought in his mind, he looked at the red panda in the cage next to him that was scratching its face and reached out to pat it. The curtain of the cloth shed was suddenly lifted. If Zhang Tan hadn't heard the slight movement, Pei Jie wouldn't have been able to hear anyone coming over with his hearing. Therefore, the person's behavior could be considered rather sudden. The person lifted the curtain and took a look inside the shed. It wasn't big. With the light shining in from outside the curtain, he could see the situation inside the shed at a glance. There was no place to hide people here, so the person came over to take a look. His gaze stopped on Pei Jie for a few seconds, and he didn't find anything unusual, so he lowered his vigilance. He heard some movement here and came over to take a look. He didn't expect that it was the child playing with a red panda. It was already surprising that a child didn't cry or make a fuss after being locked up here. However, if he was too obedient and cooperative, they would be suspicious and keep their guard up. Now, Pei Jie seemed to be hitting the cage next to him in annoyance. He was probably throwing a tantrum. Pei Jie's behavior was originally intended to divert the person's attention and not let them notice Zhang Tan, but he didn't expect that his behavior would lower the person's vigilance. The person looked at Pei Jie a few times and said, "Be quiet." Then, he lowered the curtain and left. This time, he didn't deliberately walk softly. Pei Jie could hear the person's footsteps leaving. Pei Jie breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Zhang Tan. The only one who was frightened was probably the red panda in the cage next to Pei Jie. Pei Jie's action just now had scared the red panda that was scratching its face and fell backward. Now it was staring at Pei Jie's side, and it paused. Zhang Tan suspected that the red panda was scared silly and it felt even more dazed. After the man left, Zhang Tan came out from behind the box in the corner. Pei Jie's understanding of these people was limited. He did not even know how many of them there were. He knew even less than Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was there for two reasons. Firstly, she wanted to check on Pei Jie's condition and make sure the child was safe. Secondly, she wanted to give Pei Jie some hope and motivation to persevere. S is even stronger. A child's. Now that Pei Jie was in a much better mood, Zhang Tan didn't plan to stay here all the time. He wanted to go out and explore the situation. By the way, Black Charcoal, I'm sorry. When that person brought me here, he also took your box, Pei Jie said before Zhang Tan left. Box. Zhang Tan stopped in his tracks. The only box Pei Jie had taken was the treasure box that Hou Junyi gave to Zhang Tan. Why did the person who took Pei Jie take Zhang Tan's box? Was it just convenient? Zhang Tan didn't know. After learning about Pei Jie yesterday, no one paid attention to Zhang Tan's box. Mao and the others also didn't think about what was in the box. When they were discussing the matter, they only mentioned it, but didn't find a box. Compared to Pei Jie's matter, the box was just a small matter. Later, their attention was diverted, and they didn't pay too much attention to the box that they couldn't find. Now, it seemed that the box was brought here by the person who took Pei Jie away. Quietly leaving the tent, Zhang Tan listened to the movements in the tent. The 6 people were still there, probably discussing something. The atmosphere wasn't very good. One of them had a bad temper and was shouting as if he had encountered something angry. The person who went to the tent just now wanted Pei Jie to understand better, so he didn't use a heavy dialect when speaking. Now that the 6 people were gathered together, they all spoke with a dialect. 2 of them spoke slightly better, but when they spoke quickly, Zhang Tan still couldn't understand what they were saying. Zhang Tan took advantage of the time when they were discussing something and went around the back of the tent. There were 3 tents, and 6 people were in one of them. Zhang Tan definitely couldn't enter the tent with people, but he could take a look at the other 2 tents. The last time he was here, there were only 2 tents. Now, there was an extra one that might be related to the person who took Pei Jie away. The box was most likely in this new tent. While the people were arguing fiercely, Zhang Tan found a gap and went into the new tent. Fortunately, Zhang Tan's guess was right. The box was placed in there. After Zhang Tan came in, he glanced around and found it. However, there were a few obvious scratches on the box, as if they were made by sharp metal objects. Especially around the combination lock, other than the scratches, there were some signs of impact. Obviously, the person who took the box tried to open it. However, Zhang Tan didn't expect the quality of Hou Junyi's treasure box to be so strong. In fact, when the other party caught Pei Jie, they noticed the box Pei Jie was carrying. These people were quite knowledgeable and had good eyesight. They could tell at a glance that the material of the box was not ordinary. Hence, they thought that there might be something valuable inside, so they took it. The box was a bit heavy for a child, but for people like them, this weight was nothing. However, the person didn't expect that after taking the box, he couldn't open it. He originally wanted to try other methods, but he was delayed by something and didn't have the time to open the box. This gave Zhang Tan a chance. After listening to the movements outside and confirming that the 6 people were still in the tent, Zhang Tan quickly dialed the combination lock and opened the box. Zhang Tan had studied the contents of the box when he was free. There were a few compartments inside, and after pulling them open, they spread out in a gradient. The top few compartments contained some small tools, such as compasses, band-aids, whistles, etc. In one of the compartments, there was a palm-sized flat medicine box that contained all kinds of medicine. There were a lot of things that Zhang Tan couldn't use. However, when Zhang Tan went with the Jiao family to send the Jiao Yuan to Beijing, Hou Junyi told him about the various items in the treasure box and how to use them. Zhang Tan didn't remember everything, but the things that left a deep impression were the things in the box at the bottom. On the lowest level, Zhang Tan took out the box and opened it to take a look. Inside the box, there was a metal object that looked like an automatic pencil. Next to the automatic pencil, there was a slender cylinder. At first glance, people who didn't know would think that it was an automatic pencil lead. The cylinder could be opened at both ends, and there were some granular things inside. The automatic pencil was equivalent to a launcher, and the things inside the cylinder were specially made bullets. According to Ho Junyi, the pointy bullets were tranquilizer bullets, and the flat bullets were stun bullets. The latter was twice as big as the former, so there were fewer of them. Zheng Tan counted 5 tranquilizer bullets and 2 stun bullets. The person who brought the box over would never have thought that the box, which he thought was very likely to contain valuable things, would become Zheng Tan's useful tool. He originally planned to make a lot of money, but unfortunately, this was actually a suicidal act. Zheng Tan looked at the pen and pencil lead in his hand. He didn't know the effects of the pen and the 2 types of bullets. This thing was made by Ho Junyi's grandfather. It had been 3 years since Ho Junyi gave the box to him. During the summer vacation, Zheng Tan went to Fang Wingming's house in Beijing and met Ho Junyi. He heard from Ho Junyi that the kid now had a new treasure chest, and the tools inside were all upgraded. This special automatic pencil had also been improved for several generations. The one in the treasure chest that was given to Zheng Tan was more primitive. Compared to the equipment in Ho Junyi's hands, Zheng Tan's was definitely much more backward. However, Zheng Tan felt that this was already a very good emergency tool. With this, Zheng Tan would be able to defend himself. Something that could be given to Ho Junyi would definitely not be too dangerous and out of control. Therefore, the effects of these 2 types of bullets would definitely be limited and would not be fatal. They were more suitable for defense and emergency situations. There were too many things in the box, and there were also some very interesting gadgets. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan could not take everything. The box itself was too big of a target, so Zheng Tan could not just carry the box and leave safely. Therefore, Zheng Tan could only bring less things. Putting the pen and pencil lead aside, Zheng Tan closed the box and locked it again. Then, he took the pen and pencil lead and looked for an opportunity to leave. An ordinary person could hold these 2 things with one hand, but Zheng Tan needed 2 hands. Since he used his hands to hold things, he could only use his legs to walk. Zheng Tan wanted to try the pen first. He wanted to know what to do. However, if he tried, in order to not make any movements and alert the enemy, Zheng Tan stayed a little further away. When he felt that the distance was about right, Zheng Tan climbed up a tree. It was relatively safer in a tree. After fumbling around for a while, Zheng Tan twisted the front 1/3 of the pen. He took a pointed bullet and put it in before twisting the pen again. He looked around. There was a blue-gray bird chirping in the tree in front of him. Zheng Tan aimed the tip of the pen at the unlucky bird. Without a scope, he could only rely on his intuition. Zheng Tan was not very confident in his first attempt. Fortunately, the bird was about the same size as the gray magpie in the school and was relatively close to him. Zheng Tan held the pen in one hand and pressed the button at the end of the pen with the other. Chapter 410. The effect was really remarkable. Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and went to the bushes to take a look. He grabbed the bird's leg and shook it twice. A few feathers were shaken off, and the bird's head was shaken to the side. There was no other reaction, but the bird didn't seem to be dead. As for whether it would die later, Zheng Tan didn't know. Zheng Tan was still exploring the effect of the tranquilizer bullet. Zheng Tan suddenly felt that he could no longer look at the automatic pencil directly. He estimated that when he saw the automatic pencil in the future, he would think of this thing in his hand now. Zheng Tan's technique wasn't good. If he was far away, he probably wouldn't be able to hit. Just like this bird, it was less than 3 meters away from Zheng Tan. Although it hit, it was a bit off. If it was 1 centimeter off, it would have been a waste of bullets. Fortunately, Zheng Tan's real target was people, so it was a big target. Zheng Tan pulled out the bullet from the bird's body and observed it. After the bullet was shot, there was a needle-like thing at the tip. When it hit the target, it would pierce the target's body. Even if the target was wearing clothes, as long as it wasn't the kind with good protection, it should be able to pierce through. Moreover, the needle had the tranquilizer effect. Regardless of whether Zheng Tan's technique was good or not, he could only explore this once. There were a total of 7 bullets. After using one, there were 6 left. There were 6 people over there. Zhang Tan couldn't afford to waste any more bullets. This was Zhang Tan's secret weapon to deal with sudden changes. Otherwise, Zhang Tan would have no chance of winning in a hand-to-hand fight. Overall, Zhang Tan was still very satisfied with this special pen. The only thing he wasn't satisfied with was that only 1 bullet could be installed at a time. If he wanted to fire again, he had to reinstall it. The bullet was also a one-time use item. After using it once, it couldn't be reused. Zhang Tan installed another tranquilizer bullet, then pulled a vine and tied the cylinder of bullets and the special pen to his back. It was easier to climb the tree. For the current Zhang Tan, the tree was safer than the ground. Hiding in the tree was also not easy to be discovered. Not daring to leave for too long, Zhang Tan once again approached the place where those people were stationed. The 6 of them were no longer arguing, but the atmosphere was not very good. Moreover, Zhang Tan saw 2 people carrying big bags and packing things. This was not a good sign for Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan had originally planned to wait for Big Mountain to call for reinforcements, but looking at the behavior of these people, it seemed that they wanted to leave immediately. If they leave, will the animals in the shed be taken away? Would Pei Jie be taken away? If he was taken away, there was still a way out. He was just afraid that these people would find it troublesome and not plan to take him away. In this case, neither the animals nor Pei Jie would have a way out. Zhang Tan panicked. Now, he didn't know where Air Mao and the rest were. How long would it take for them to get here? He was afraid that when Air Mao and the others arrived, the 6 of them would have already left. If that happened, Pei Jie's situation would be even more dangerous. Of the 6 people on the other side, 2 of them were packing up their tents. The other 2 were holding a map and talking about something. They were probably planning where to escape to next. One of them was leaning against a tree and smoking. The last one carried a hunting rifle and entered the forest. Zhang Tan thought for a moment and followed the person who entered the forest. Although he did not want to alert the enemy, Zhang Tan was no longer in control of the current situation. If he waited any longer, Zhang Tan was afraid that things would change. Of course, these people might not touch Pei Jie, but Zhang Tan could not afford to gamble. He could only take action first. If not for the pen on his back, Zhang Tan would continue to think of a way. But now that he had the tools, Zhang Tan planned to try his best. He had the advantage of a figure, and it was easier to hide in a place like the forest. Of course, it would be better if it was at night. His black leather clothes were more suitable for night operations. There were sporadic bird cries in the forest, and occasionally the cries of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. The sun hung high in the sky. There were birds and insects. After the person who entered the forest was a certain distance away from the camp, he held his gun and looked around vigilantly. He could not see the camp from here. Similarly, the camp could not see him either. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he put the gun back on his back. Then, he opened a trouser pocket and took something out. It was a small bottle of medicine that he had stashed away. Recently, because things had not been going well, he was nervous. In a place like the forest, he had to maintain a high level of vigilance. In fact, he was already tired. He wanted to use some medicine to wake himself up. Of course, he had long wanted to use it. But when he was at the camp, he could not let the others see his private stash, so he had been holding back. Now that he was alone, he had to use it quickly. Then he would have the energy to pack his things and escape. Just as he opened the bottle and focused most of his attention on the pills in the bottle, he suddenly heard a crack sound. He felt a pain in his back, and his vision quickly blurred. Then he lost consciousness. Zhang Tan watched as the man fell to the ground. He waited for a few seconds, and when he saw that the man did not react, he loaded a new bullet into the pen just in case. Then, he slowly approached the man on the ground. He carefully leaned over and kicked the person's leg. No reaction. He kicked again. Still no reaction. Very good. He must have been hit. After confirming that the person had really been knocked out and was not faking it, Zhang Tan dragged the person's gun and dagger over and hid them in a tall tree. He specifically chose a tree with dense foliage that made it easy to hide things. Even if the person woke up, he might not be able to remember where he had hidden his weapons. As for the medicine in the person's hand, Zhang Tan guessed that it might be one of those prohibited items. He did not dare touch it. He closed the bottle and hid it in the tree. Maybe it would be useful after this was over. After hiding the weapon and medicine, Zhang Tan took out the person's belt and tied his hands behind his back. Then, he dragged the person into the tall grass. The tall grass was good for hiding people. After taking care of one person, Zhang Tan thought about how to lure one or two more people over. He could only choose to attack them one by one. It was impossible for him to fight all of them at once. When the person was knocked out, he did not make a sound. The people in the tent probably did not hear anything either. How could he make a sound and attract one or two people over? Zhang Tan jumped up a tree and looked around from a high vantage point. There were no tall trees blocking his left front. Zhang Tan could see a small slope over there. There, some birds were active. Some birds liked to eat fruits, while others liked to eat rotten food. Zhang Tan jumped down the tree to check the situation. As he had guessed, there were more than a dozen birds there. There were crows and other birds that Zhang Tan could not name. At this moment, they were pecking at an animal that could no longer be recognized. It was probably killed and thrown here by those people and became a feast for these birds. These birds did not retreat because of Zhang Tan's approach. Many animals in the wild would fight for food. Even some species that looked very gentle could not be underestimated. After all, the birds in the school were different from the birds in the wild. Two birds saw Zhang Tan, but Zhang Tan did not see any retreat in their eyes. Instead, there was a fierce glint in their eyes. Coupled with the way they pecked at the food, there was a sense of savagery all over their bodies. This made Zhang Tan, who had originally planned to jump over and scare these birds, pause. For safety's sake, Zhang Tan found a broken branch of a suitable size and swung it to charge forward. If he could not directly use his fists, he could at least use a stick, right? If he did not want to be beaten, he should take off quickly. On the other side of the tent, it was still the same as what Zhang Tan had seen earlier. However, when they heard more than a dozen birds suddenly fly up from somewhere, the 5 people stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked over with sharp eyes. Usually, in this kind of situation, unless someone or other animals startled the birds would not suddenly fly up in unison. The 5 people looked at each other and picked up their guns. One of them shouted towards the forest for his partner, who had just left. There was no response. After a simple discussion, they decided to send 2 people over to check out the situation, and the other 3 people would stay here. The 2 people who entered the forest walked in the direction where the birds had flown. However, when they got there, they did not find any traces of people. "It should be an animal," said one of them. The other person looked around carefully and nodded in agreement. The voice of the people at the base came through the earpiece. They explained the situation here. After leaving, they did not immediately return to the base. Instead, they searched for their partner who had entered the forest. Whether the other party was in danger or had betrayed them, they had to be sure so that they could proceed with the next step. This time, the 2 people were not very close to each other. The search area was larger, so there was some distance between the 2 of them. Zhang Tan hid behind a bush and watched as the distance between the 2 people got farther and farther. He chose one of them and followed. Because he could not guarantee his tracking skills, Zhang Tan predicted the other party's path, then took a turn and waited somewhere on the other party's path. Although the other party's path was a little different from Zhang Tan's prediction, the difference was not big. Zhang Tan still seized the opportunity and shot the other party's thigh with a 3rd tranquilizer bullet. The person seemed to want to shout something, but unfortunately, he fainted before he could. Similar to the previous victim, Zhang Tan hid the man's gun and dagger on a tree. He dragged the man into the bush and tied him up. After changing the bullets, Zhang Tan used the same method on the 3rd person. The other party was very vigilant, and Zhang Tan almost missed. Fortunately, he had the advantage of his size. The target was small, and the other party would not easily notice him. Otherwise, if he was slightly bigger, he probably would not be able to avoid the other party's line of sight. There were still 3 people and 3 bullets left. The people in the tent waited for a while and contacted the 2 people who had just entered the forest to look for the person, but this time, it was destined that no one would respond. The sun in the sky was a little dazzling, and the air was a little hot and stuffy. It was clearly daytime, and the temperature was fine, but the 3 people who stayed in the base felt that it was more frightening than the chill of the night. The 3 people went in one after another, and then there was no sound. Not a sound was heard. Who was it? If it was a betrayal, it was impossible for the 3 of them to escape without a sound, right? There was no warning at all. This matter was like a catalyst, instantly triggering the negative emotions in the people who were already mentally unstable. Someone must be coming. We can't stay here any longer. Leave immediately. If we're caught, we're done for. The person who had been packing up just now carried a bag and a gun and was about to leave. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the person carrying the bag fell to the ground before he could take a few steps. There was a bloody hole in his chest. The person who had fired the gun was one of the people who had been studying the map just now. He was also the one who had captured Peijiao. They had already roughly decided on the escape route and the next place to rest. He did not allow anyone to act on their own. If someone did not follow the plan and betrayed him by revealing his plan, then everything would be for naught. Therefore, when the other person carried the bag and was about to escape alone, he decisively took care of any hidden dangers with a shot. It was just a temporary accomplice. If he died, then he died. Dead people were tight-lipped. Keep an eye on him. I'll leave after I take care of the things in the shed. With that, the person folded the map and put it in his pocket, then walked into the shed with his gun. The person who stayed outside did not look at the accomplice lying in the pool of blood, nor did he have any sympathy or pity. In his opinion, killing the other person was the right choice. Even if the other person did not shoot, he would have done so. His own safety and interest came first. As for the others, they were nothing. However, this also helped Zheng Tan and saved Zheng Tan a bullet. Zheng Tan quietly approached the tent and saw the person lying on the ground. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Chapter 411. Mao and the other 2 followed Big Mountain through the forest. Although they wanted to find Peijiao as soon as possible, Big Mountain could not. After all, Big Mountain was old. Even if Uncle Lin had been taking good care of him, giving him acupuncture and massages, and even his meals were nutritionally balanced, and he was much stronger than other old caracals, he could not withstand such a long distance of running. Big Mountain had not rested for a long time. He did not have much time to rest during the journey. He only rested for a few minutes when he arrived at the courtyard to ask for help. He only drank some water and ate some food. Compared to Zheng Tan, Big Mountain could eat better food, while Zheng Tan was still hungry. Let's rest for a while, Pei Liang said as he looked at the endless forest. Pei Liang was worried about Peijiao's safety. He wanted to fly over immediately. However, he knew that Big Mountain was not in good condition. If they continued like this, Big Mountain would die before they found Peijiao. However, they could not run while carrying Big Mountain. They did not know the specific direction and route. The mountain was full of twists and turns. If they accidentally took the wrong path, Big Mountain might not be able to make it back in time. There was a language barrier. They could only let Big Mountain lead the way. After all, Big Mountain was not Zheng Tan. He did not have Zheng Tan's ability to give instructions. Since Pei Liang said so, Mao and Celestine did not object. They knew Big Mountain's situation. Mao gave Big Mountain some water and food. He raised his hand and massaged Big Mountain. His massage skills were not as good as Uncle Lin's, but it was good to let Big Mountain relax a little. They did not know how long the road ahead was. Big Mountain lay on the ground and closed his eyes to catch his breath. Now there were 3 people beside him. Although he used to like to find trouble with these fellows, he knew that with them around, there would be no danger. He did not need to waste his energy on guarding the surroundings. Seeing Pei Liang sitting on a rock in silence, Mao comforted him. Jia will be fine. Black Coal must be there with him. Senior Pei, you probably don't know much about that black cat. It's much more capable than we thought. That guy is very experienced in tricking people. Just as he was about to say something to comfort her, Mao suddenly remembered that although the black cat was capable, it was also good at stirring up trouble. He really didn't dare to think about what would happen. After all, the enemy wasn't easy to deal with. The corners of Pei Liang's mouth twitched. He wanted to reply with a smile, but he couldn't. He hadn't eaten much until now. The only thing he ate was the food that he had stuffed into his mouth because he had to follow Dashin to look for someone. That way, he would have enough energy to follow Dashin. Pei Liang was anxious. How could he not be anxious? It was even more impossible for him to laugh. In the midst of silence, Celestine's phone rang. Because the signal in the forest was not good, there were many places where there was no signal at all. Therefore, when the three of them came over, their master gave them a satellite phone. After hearing a few words from the other side of the phone, Celestine didn't look too good. What's wrong? Pei Liang's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would hear bad news about Pei Jia. Celestine hung up the phone and said, De Ji, who's been missing for a long time, has now been found, but also alarmed some people behind the scenes. Pei Liang and Air Mao's hearts tightened at the same time. Although De Ji's appearance could lead to the culprit, and the several executives of the zoo couldn't get away with it, at the same time, it also alarmed those who were hired, including the person who took Pei Jia away. If those people still wanted to negotiate, it would be fine. In that case, Pei Jia would still be useful to them. However, they were afraid that those people would be agitated and not intend to use hostages to threaten or negotiate. They would directly kill Pei Jia and then escape. Air Mao rubbed Dashin's black ears and scratched his chin. Then, he held Dashin's head with two palms and looked at Dashin's opened eyes. Dashin, I have to trouble you. Dashin stood up, looked around, identified the direction, and continued to walk forward. On the other side, Zhang Tan looked at the person guarding the tent. He held a loaded pen in his hand and thought about how to get rid of this guy. At this time, a bird flew over from the forest. Bang! The innocent bird fell from the sky, and its scattered feathers gradually drifted down. The person who fired the gun didn't have much emotion on his face. It was as if he had just broken a branch and did something that couldn't be more normal. He didn't even look at the bird that was shot down and continued to be vigilant of the surrounding forest. As long as there was a little movement, he would shoot. What's going on? The person who had just walked into the tent heard the gunshot and came out to ask. Nothing, just a bird. Looking at the bird on the ground, the person didn't say anything and walked into the tent again. Zhang Tan hid behind the grass and carefully exhaled. He really didn't expect that the other party wouldn't even let go of a bird. Well, he could decisively shoot his accomplice, let alone a bird. If Zhang Tan walked out now, or was discovered by the other party, he would definitely be shot. He would rather kill a cat by mistake than let go of any suspicious movement. This was the other party's strategy now. What should I do? Zhang Tan was still some distance away from the other party. He also knew that with his clumsy skills, his accuracy would definitely not be high at this distance. If he shot here and missed the target and exposed himself, then it would be miserable. He might even immediately become a cat fairy. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan quietly retreated and then came to the place where he had just tested the first bullet. The bird was still lying there, motionless. Zhang Tan stood up and picked up the bird. Looking at the bird in his hand, Zhang Tan thought to himself, "You're unlucky to have met a cat. I can only sacrifice you." Zhang Tan thought about throwing stones or other inanimate objects, but the other party obviously had a lot of experience in hunting in the forest. A stone or a bird, perhaps the other party could betray him at that moment. This way, Zhang Tan wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of distracting the other party. Regardless of whether the other party really had that kind of distinguishing skill, Zhang Tan planned to use the bird to try. It was a pity that he didn't know how to use a shotgun, and it wasn't convenient for him to use a shotgun. Otherwise, he would have just used a shotgun to kill these people. Zhang Tan shook his cat paws in disdain, carried the bird, and sneaked back to the tent. At this moment, there were gunshots coming from the tent, and monkey screams could also be heard. Zhang Tan's heart skipped a beat. Was the person who had just entered the tent planning to silence him? He had originally planned to wait for an opportunity, but now it seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, Pei Jia would probably lose his life. The person standing by the tent would change direction every now and then. Zhang Tan was closest to the other party. When the other party turned sideways, he took a deep breath, raised his hand, and threw the bird with all his strength. The other party's reaction was also fast. Based on the faint sound, he could tell that the object was flying from the air. When the other party's attention was on the bird, Zhang Tan quickly ran out of the bushes and ran towards the other party. Bang! A shot hit the target in the air. After this shot, the other party didn't stop. Although he didn't see clearly what was running out of the forest, he still wouldn't let go of any suspicious object. He quickly turned the muzzle of the gun. Bang! Another shot. It was just a hair's breadth away from success and failure. When Zhang Tan rushed over, he didn't think about anything else. He ran over at full speed. When he was close to the person, he pressed the pin and ran after shooting. When he heard the second gunshot, he even felt all the hair on his body stand up. A sense of extreme danger instantly descended upon him. However, he didn't care too much. After shooting the bullet in the pin, Zhang Tan ran to the back of the tent and jumped into the bushes. After waiting for a while, he didn't hear any other movements. He carefully looked outside. On the other side of the tent, the person who had been shooting just now was now on the ground. A small bullet was nailed to the other party's bare arm. Zhang Tan found a clod and threw it over with all his strength. He threw it at the other party's face. The clod hit the person and broke into several small pieces. The dust scattered, but the person who was hit still maintained the same appearance. The expression on his face didn't change much. Zhang Tan walked out of the bushes and jumped behind the tent. He looked again, then quickly rushed over and dragged the gun in the other party's hand. The person still didn't react. Looking at the bullet hole on the ground, it was less than a palm's distance from the route Zhang Tan ran to just now. If Zhang Tan was a little slower, he might have been shot. He still underestimated the ability of these people. Fortunately, there was only one person left here. Zhang Tan was temporarily relieved. He hid the gun in a nearby tree, then dragged the person into a tent. He tied a few rounds of rope in the tent and tied a dead knot. Bang! There was another gunshot from the tent. Zhang Tan had just tied up the unconscious person's hands and didn't have time to tie up the unconscious person's legs. Anyway, the effect of the drug would last for a while. Zhang Tan changed a bullet in the pin and hurried over to the tent. Inside the tent, Pei Jie was indeed not in a good condition. After he saw the person who kidnapped him walk into the tent, he zipped and locked the curtain of the tent. This way, if the people outside want to come in, they could only open it from the inside without destroying the tent. They couldn't open it from the outside. Destroying the tent would definitely cause a certain amount of commotion. It was impossible for the other party to not notice. After entering the tent, the person shot a monkey and used a knife to take out the things on the monkey's body. Then, the second monkey, and then the red panda. Inside the tent, the curtain was closed and the light was very dim. The person turned on a solar-powered camping light hanging inside. This way, Pei Jie could see the situation clearly. Looking at this bloody scene, Pei Jie could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. F***CK. I don't want to be Superman anymore. This profession is too dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll lose my life. Why aren't Dad, Uncle Wei, and Uncle Mao here yet? Where did Black Charcoal go? Could it be that he ran away on his own? After all, he was still a child. Even if he was usually naughty, he couldn't withstand the stimulation of blood and the threat of death. At first, Pei Jie wanted to cry out loud. If there were any reinforcements nearby, he could urge them to quickly come to his rescue. However, as he cried and cried, all of Pei Jie's grievances and fear surged out. He cried until he hiccuped. The person didn't stop Pei Jie and let him cry loudly. He said in a slightly dialect Mandarin, "Cry slowly. It'll be your turn later." As he said that, the person looked at the curtain and then looked around the tent. He had just confirmed that no one could enter quietly, not even a child. However, he didn't know that cats weren't included. When Zhang Tan came in previously, he didn't come in through the curtain, but through the surrounding cloth fence that wasn't fixed. Zhang Tan chose to come in close to a cage. The dead monkey in the cage was still lying inside. The light shone there, casting a shadow on the cloth fence near the ground. In such a big place, there was no way for people to hide. Therefore, the person only glanced around before focusing on the last red panda again. This red panda's mental state had been getting better and better in the past 2 days. Its mind was also clear. It stuck close to the cage, away from the other side. However, it was still locked up and couldn't escape. Even if it knew it was dangerous, it couldn't help. It could only curl up there and stare in horror. The person held a gun and pointed the muzzle at the last red panda in the cage. Just as he was about to shoot, he thought of something and shouted outside the tent. He shouted the name of his accomplice who was guarding outside, but he didn't get a response. Now, it was impossible for him to open the curtain and go out to see the situation, nor would he look outside through the only window of the tent. He was afraid that there was a sniper outside and that he would be shot if he stuck his head out. His eyes flashed, and the person put down the gun. His gaze moved away from the last red panda and landed on Pei Jie, who was crying and hiccuping in the cage. When Pei Jie saw the other party looking over, he stopped crying. Then, he started crying at an even louder voice. He was anxious and scared. Other than crying, he didn't know what else he could do. He only hoped that someone could come over and take care of this lunatic with a gun in front of him. The person took out the key and opened the cage. He dragged Pei Jie out of the cage and carried him in his hand like a chick. Pei Jie's little strength couldn't struggle against the other party's steel-like arm at all. Pei Jie used his hands to beat and kick, but he hadn't eaten much for more than a day. In addition, he had been locked in the cage for so long. His whole body was weak, and he didn't have much strength, so the effect was minimal. He also wanted to bite with his teeth, but unfortunately, the other party was wearing gloves with metal plates. He couldn't bite, and his teeth almost fell out instead. The person held Pei Jie in his hand and ignored Pei Jie's little tricks. What he cared about was the people outside. He scanned his surroundings and made sure that no one had come in. Something must have happened outside. Although he did not know who it was, nor did he know how the other party had managed to get rid of his companions. He knew that if the other party was able to get rid of the four of them without making a sound, they could also pose a threat to him. Therefore, he wanted to use this kid to escape. Even if he couldn't escape, he could exchange a life for a life. Pei Jie, who had been crying until he hiccuped, started crying and calling for his parents like the other children. Were Dad and the others really outside? But why didn't they come out? Even if they came out to negotiate, why wasn't there any movement? If only there were really superhumans in this world. Pei Jie thought. Pei Jie caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye and turned to look. At the place where the person's back was facing, beside a cage, behind a small wooden box, a black figure gradually appeared. The camping lights were still on. Pei Jie's vision had long adapted to the light here. He wasn't nearsighted, so he could see clearly. Ear's tail was a cat standing on its feet. A black cat that was standing and holding an automatic pencil. Chapter 412. A cat that stood up was not a rare sight. Pei Jie had seen quite a few in his own village, but he had never seen a cat that stood up and walked out of the darkness with a serious expression on its face while holding an automatic pencil. Pei Jie forgot about his fear at that moment and stood there in a daze. Noticing Pei Jie's strange behavior, the man quickly turned around. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, a bullet was shot at him, and he could no longer raise the gun in his hand. His other hand, which was originally holding Pei Jie's collar, was now loosened. How could there be other people? How did they appear? Why didn't he hear anything? Now, he finally understood why his accomplices outside had been taken care of without a sound. It was impossible to guard against them. He hadn't even seen their faces. He had thought that in such a relatively enclosed place, no one would be able to enter without a sound. He had thought that, even if he couldn't escape, he could at least drag another life down with him. He had thought. The man who was shot thought a lot at that moment, but there were many things he didn't have time to think about. He felt as if he had just been sent flying by a man who was much stronger than him, and then he had been punched and kicked repeatedly. He seemed to have hallucinated, as if he was still in his mother's womb and hadn't been born yet. He also felt that the lower half of his body was separated from his original body, and then he lost consciousness. This series of feelings, in fact, only happened in that instant. Pei Jie was still a little stunned. He turned his head mechanically, looking at the man on the ground, and then turned to look at the black cat holding the mechanical pencil. Then, he jumped away and took a few steps back. He continued to stare alternately at the man on the ground and the black cat. Zheng Tan was having a headache. He had originally planned to quietly take care of the last person without letting Pei Jie know. He had deliberately chosen a position with their backs facing them, but he hadn't expected Pei Jie to turn his head when he was being carried. Zhang Tan had been worried that the stun bullet would hurt Pei Jie, but now it seemed that the stun bullet could only take care of one person at a time. Zhang Tan touched the body of the pin. There was still a stun bullet in the cylinder on his back. Judging from the situation just now, the stun bullet was quite effective. Should he give his kid one and tell him that it was an illusion when he woke up? Pei Jie shivered and suddenly felt a little cold. He looked around and thought that it must be because he was in the shed and didn't see the sun. That was why he felt so gloomy. Because of this, Pei Jie came back to his senses. No matter what was wrong with the black cat, what Pei Jie wanted to do the most now was to escape from this place. Inside the shed, there was the smell of blood. This was caused by the man who killed the 4 animals. Now that Pei Jie had regained his senses, he wanted to vomit when he smelled the stench mixed with the smell of blood. However, he did not dare to lift the cloth and run out of the shed. Who knew if there were any dangerous people outside? Pei Jie had no choice but to look at Zhang Tan again. Black, charcoal. Pei Jie stammered out those few words. Zhang Tan put the pin back on his back and decided not to kill Pei Jie for the time being. He also left a bullet in case of future trouble. If the people who were killed woke up, he could use the bullet to kill as many as he could. As for what Pei Jie did just now, Mao and Celestine should have known that he was different from other cats. As for Pei Liang, he saved his son. He wouldn't bite the hand that fed him, right? He was brothers with Mao and Celestine, so his character should be guaranteed. Human lives were the most important thing. They should choose to keep secrets. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Escaping from here was the most important thing. Pei Jie was smart. He didn't rush out directly, which made Zhang Tan a little satisfied. He knew what was good and bad, and he could choose the safest and most correct way. He should be able to keep a secret, right? Zhang Tan crawled out of the tent and looked around. The people who were tied up in the tent were still motionless. Zhang Tan jumped up a tree to observe the surroundings, then returned to the tent. When he looked back into the tent, Zhang Tan couldn't help but shiver. He found that Pei Jie had already taken the gun and dagger from the people on the ground. Looking at the way he was fiddling with the gun, this kid probably wanted to shoot a few more times. The little kid who was crying and hiccuping a few minutes ago was now acting like he was the winner. Zhang Tan suddenly understood why Pei Liang's family couldn't control this kid. With a gun, Pei Jie wasn't so afraid now. He had actually played with a shotgun before. There were a few old hunters in the village who had learned how to hunt with a shotgun. Pei Liang had also taught them. Although the gun in his hand was different from the ones in the village, Pei Jie was no stranger to this feeling. Some children were born not afraid of these things, and it was easier for them to accept them. For the current Pei Jie, the gun was still a little heavy, and it was difficult to hold it. Before Zhang Tan came back, he had been vigilant of the people on the ground, afraid that they would jump up again. Pei Jie's face lit up when he saw Zhang Tan. He had thought it through. No matter what the cat's background was, as long as they were on the same side, it would be fine. The cat had just saved his life and defeated the steel-like enemy, so he could rely on it. When Zhang Tan was outside, he had already put the last stun bullet into the pin. The cylinder that held the bullets had also been put back into the treasure chest, so now he only had a pin on his back. However, Pei Jie's attention wasn't on it, so he didn't notice any difference. Zhang Tan tilted his head and signaled Pei Jie to follow. He then lifted the tent that wasn't fixed and crawled out. Pei Jie followed Zhang Tan and crawled out. When he crawled out, he made a little noise, but fortunately, he wasn't as big as an adult, so he could still crawl out. After he got out, he didn't forget to take the gun with him. Zhang Tan led the way in front, while Pei Liang carefully followed behind. He knew that his hearing wasn't as good as Zhang Tan's, so he just followed silently. He didn't doubt Zhang Tan's judgment. Zhang Tan remembered the places where the people he had defeated were. He just had to avoid those places and leave with Pei Jie. While walking, Zhang Tan suddenly stopped. His ears twitched, and he looked diagonally in front of him. Seeing Zhang Tan like this, Pei Jie quickly found a place to hide. He thought that Zhang Tan had found the enemy. Zhang Tan didn't give Pei Jie any instructions. Instead, he quickly jumped onto a tree and looked in that direction. Although there were many trees of different heights blocking his view, he could still see a few flashing figures. The one in front was a touch of brown. Happy, Zhang Tan didn't walk forward. He lay on the branch and looked in that direction. Pei Jie, who was hiding behind the bushes, didn't understand Zhang Tan's reaction. But soon, he thought of a possibility. Black charcoal, Pei Jie whispered. When he saw Zhang Tan looking over, he continued, Is it my dad and the others? Zhang Tan thought for a moment and nodded. Pei Jie couldn't help but laugh. He jumped out of the bushes and climbed up the tree that Zhang Tan had just climbed. When Pei Liang ran over with his heart in his mouth, he saw Pei Jie, that brat, carrying a gun and hugging the trunk of a tree. He looked at them and grinned happily. Pei Jie's clothes were already dirty beyond recognition, and he looked very disheveled. His little face was tanned from running outside in the hot sun, and there was a lot of mud and grass on it. His hair was also messy, as if he was running away from a disaster. Pei Liang's eyes turned sour when he saw this. He rushed over and caught Pei Jie, who jumped down from the tree and hugged him tightly. Seeing that Pei Jie was healthy and didn't lose an arm or a leg, although he looked a little miserable, he was fine and in good spirits. Mao and Celestine sighed in relief. Celestine first replied to the old man so that he wouldn't worry, but he didn't say much. He knew that the situation was a little complicated. It's good that you're fine. Pei Liang was a little choked up. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. After he calmed down, Pei Liang first checked Pei Jie's injuries. Seeing that they were all small scratches and no other injuries, he was relieved. He passed some food to Pei Jie and applied some medicine to some of Pei Jie's wounds. Then he remembered and asked, Where's the person who took you? How did you get out? Pei Jie wiped his nose on Pei Liang's clothes and raised his finger to point at the tree. Pei Liang looked up and saw a familiar-looking black cat lying there. Mao and Celestine had an as-expected look on their faces, but they were still very curious as to how it was done. Being questioned, Pei Jie was a little hesitant. Should he say or not? Let's find the person who took Pei Jie first, said Mao. If they wanted to find the person, they could only let Zhang Tan lead the way. Mao let Big Mountain rest first. Big Mountain was really tired from the journey. He even slipped when he climbed the tree, but only on the tree did he feel safe. Big Mountain rested. Zhang Tan brought Mao and Celestine over. Pei Liang stayed there temporarily to look after Pei Jie and Big Mountain. Half an hour later, in the open space beside the tent, 5 people were tied up and thrown there. Celestine held 5 bullets and studied them. They were all taken from the tied-up people in front of him. Celestine clicked his tongue twice and said to Zhang Tan, Capable. But getting more and more capable. Does your cat father know that you're so awesome? Zhang Tan squatted at the side and looked down at the ants on the ground without replying. Anyway, he had done a meritorious deed this time. He didn't expect Celestine to thank him. He just wanted to help cover up this matter. After knowing each other for so long, Mao and Celestine should know the Jiao family strategy of keeping a low profile. Zhang Tan was only responsible for hiding his merit and reputation. Meanwhile, Mao was studying the pen that Zhang Tan was carrying just now. Beside him was a box. Zhang Tan had already opened the box and let them see what was inside. Zhang Tan wanted Mao and Celestine to help cover up the aftermath. He chose to tell them more things so that they could make up a story to explain the situation. Where do you get this toy? Celestine looked at Mao. Mao was the one who carried the box along the way. I heard that a child in Beijing gave it to Black Hole. Mao was also shocked. When did children's toys evolve to such a level? He had to ask the Jiao family when he got back. Okay, I'll call Senior Pei and the others over and discuss how to make up this story. Mao put down the box and walked into the forest. Hearing Mao's words, Zhang Tan was relieved. Although Mao was sometimes unreliable, he would definitely do what he said. When the person who was hit by the stun bomb woke up, he felt his whole body twisting. He heard someone talking, but he couldn't make out what it was. His muscles were still trembling and spasming. His face looked as if someone had injected him with Novocaine. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. His lower lip felt like it was weighed down by dozens of kilograms. When Pei Liang saw that the person who took his son was waking up, he didn't show any mercy and punched him. The person who had just regained consciousness fainted again. In fact, Pei Liang also wanted to give this person a good beating. He even thought of quietly getting rid of him in the wilderness. Later, he dismissed the idea. He could go through legal channels to get this person to accept the death penalty or be locked in prison for the rest of his life, but he couldn't privately get rid of him here. Pei Jie was still here. While Mao and the other two were discussing how to make up a story, Pei Jie was thinking about how to get the gun back from his father. "Dad, give me the gun. I don't want the bullets." "No way." Pei Jie wasn't convinced. "I gave it to you." Pei Liang didn't even look at him and replied, "Stop ting." Pei Jie stiffened his neck and wanted to argue, but he choked and didn't say anything. It was true that he didn't give it to him completely. He only snatched it back after black charcoal knocked him to the ground. But no matter what, he snatched it from the enemy with his own hands. Chapter 4:13. The man who was knocked down by Zhang Tan's stun grenade had killed 4 animals. Mao had already found the items taken out from the bodies of the animals. As for the last survivor, the red panda with a dumb face, it was brought back to the yard with them. Uncle Lin, a senior veterinarian, was in the courtyard. He was good at everything. Uncle Lin also had a set of surgical tools at home and a specially built operating room for major animal surgery. 2 days after the operation, the red panda began to be energetic again. Uncle Lin's good skills were one of the reasons. The key was that the little guy's vitality was really strong. After the wound got better, Uncle Lin took it to the courtyard for a walk. Uncle Lin said that the red panda was only 1 year old. It was considered an underage child in this species. Probably before it was caught by those people. The mother beast drove it away not long ago. It was not used to living on its own. Now that it followed Uncle Lin, it found the feeling of living a leisurely life with the mother beast. As long as it was not driven away, it would stay here. This red panda was very close to Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin did not use a rope or something like that to tie it up. It also did not run around. Without Uncle Lin's instructions, it had been following him. The wound from the operation gradually began to heal, and it had no intention of running away. Thinking about it, it made sense. Staying at Uncle Lin's place, it had food, drinks, and was carefully taken care of. No one pointed a gun at it, so it did not have to worry about anything. Every day, its favorite thing was to sit on a tree and eat a big apple. After eating, it would find a place with the sun to sit and start rubbing its face. Uncle Lin was not worried that it would go missing. Usually, this little guy was very clean and did not poop everywhere. Zhengtan always thought that this guy's habit of rubbing its face was actually just a habit of wiping its mouth with its palm or washing the hair around its mouth clean after eating. It was just like how cats would lick their paws and wipe their faces after eating. Because of this, Uncle Lin felt that it was quite easy to raise it. Usually, he could take this little guy for a walk around, which was better than walking alone. Therefore, Uncle Lin greeted a familiar manager of the animal farm and applied for some certificates to keep the red panda there first. The reason was to observe it after the operation to prevent it from becoming ill. The people at the zoo didn't have any objections. Anyway, there were many red pandas in the zoo. One less wouldn't make a difference. It was just an insignificant matter to them. They just casually opened the door to ask for a favor. Uncle Lin said that this little panda was really lucky to be able to survive. Of the 5 animals that were locked up, it was the only one that survived. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune in the future. Therefore, he named this little guy Xiao Fu, and after a while, it became Xiao Fu. The criminals were taken away by the police, and their weapons and drugs were confiscated. When the person who was knocked down by Zhang Tan with an electric shock bomb pleaded guilty, he insisted on asking who was in the tent at that time. He thought about it a lot, but still couldn't guess who it was. He also analyzed the whole thing and found out which step went wrong to cause the final outcome. However, he would never have thought that his 2 biggest mistakes were that he was greedy for money and that he didn't know that there was a cat called Zhang Tan in this world. Pei Jie had also been questioned, but this child had been told by his father what to say and what not to say. He was also very good at lying. Moreover, when he was questioned by the police, he didn't know when, but he began to cry. The tears came as he wished. Pei Jie temporarily kicked aside the words "men bleed, but don't cry," and said that this was called strategic crying, which was within the acceptable range. The person in charge of questioning Pei Jie didn't ask any more questions in the end. Don't underestimate children. Never underestimate these little brats. Sometimes, they're much more scheming than adults think. Pei Jie also promised Zheng Tan afterward that in order to repay the favor of saving his life, he would keep the truth of the matter hidden. A good man is loyal and never betrays. In fact, Pei Liang looked quite upright. It was a pity that Pei Jie didn't inherit his father's sense of justice. Instead, he got himself into trouble. When Pei Liang and Pei Jie were alone, Pei Liang wanted to comfort the child to prevent him from having any psychological trauma from his childhood. However, he found that this child's nerves were too strong. Other than a small obstacle, he was very good. Even when he talked about what happened at that time, he was able to speak clearly. Not only was his words clear, but he also knew how to exaggerate. It was like telling a story. What was clearly a very normal thing became a fantasy in his mouth. After being warned by Pei Liang several times, Pei Jie finally stopped his wild thoughts. I was really scared at that time. Dad, you don't know. In the pitch-black shed, all I could smell was the smell of the monkey and the red panda's feces and urine. All I could see was the cold steel cage and the stupid red panda next to it, Pei Jie said. Hearing this, Pei Liang was immediately dissatisfied. He frowned and said, "What are you talking about? That's not stupid. That's charmingly naive." "Oh, it's the spring and autumn calligraphy that you mentioned before. I felt uneasy when I saw its charmingly naive look. Can the word uneasy be used?" Pei Liang was speechless. Pei Liang took a deep breath and was about to say something when Pei Jie raised his hand and pointed in a direction. He followed Pei Jie's finger and looked over. Not far from the two of them, Big Mountain was playing with an apple. His two paws moved back and forth like a ball. In front of Big Mountain stood the red panda. Its eyes were fixed on the apple that Big Mountain was moving, and its head moved left and right. Big Mountain was obviously teasing the red panda. After moving the apple back and forth a few times, it jumped onto the wooden table in the yard with the apple in its mouth. Then, it placed the apple on the edge of the wooden table so that the red panda could see but not touch it. Big Mountain squatted by the side and watched. The wooden table was just a little higher for the red panda. Therefore, the guy stood up and raised his two front paws, jumping to grab the apple on the edge of the table. At this time, Pei Jie shouted in the tone of a palace eunuch on TV. Xiao Fucht, the red panda, who was jumping around the table, turned its head, but its movements were unstable. Because of this distraction, it leaned back and sat on the ground, flipping over. Pei Jie retracted his gaze and said to Pei Liang, "Hey, it's charmingly naive." Pei Liang didn't speak. Seeing that Pei Liang was about to get angry, Pei Jie quickly changed the topic. "Hey, Dad, even if Chi Dad was there, he might not have done better than black charcoal. That cat is really awesome. Why don't we raise one at home? Especially the pure black ones." Pei Liang snorted. "Do you think that every black cat is black charcoal?" "That's true. Just like there's only one Chi Dada, there's only one black charcoal. One is enough." Pei Liang said in his heart, "One cat can handle such a thing. If there's another one, won't the sky be turned upside down?" Gradually, the day of return gradually came. The originally scheduled return time had actually passed. Because of this incident, they stayed here for another week. After settling everything here, everyone planned to return. Mao and the others didn't tell the old man about the facts in the forest this time. But who was the old man? When Mao and the others raised their tails, the old man knew what they were going to do. Even if they hid it well, the old man still knew that there was an inside story. But it didn't matter. Now that the boys had started their own families and careers, they knew right and wrong. He believed that these few disciples wouldn't ask too much. They just needed to help behind the scenes. However, the old man would never think that all of this was because of a black cat. The matter of using animals to transport illegal materials would continue to be investigated for a while. This time, it was estimated that some people would be removed from the top, but that was no longer Zheng Tan's business. The problematic zoo was closed down, and the animals inside were sent to several other zoos with more standardized management. It was also because of this incident that the higher-ups issued new policies again, putting forward higher requirements for zoos and stricter monitoring of management. When the three cars left the courtyard, Zhang Tan looked out of the rear window. The morning sun had already come out and shone on the land. Red Panda, who had just finished breakfast, was sitting on a big rock near the courtyard and rubbing its face. At the courtyard gate, the old man, Uncle Lin, and Big Mountain stood there, watching the three cars drive away. The morning sun shone on them, and their silhouettes were gilded. When Zhang Tan returned to Chuhua City, it was already December. During this period of time, the temperature in Chuhua City had plummeted. When Zhang Tan left, there were still people wearing short sleeves, but now they were wearing thick jackets. Every time he came back from a long trip, Zhang Tan felt very calm and at ease. It was as if his impetuousness had settled down. Knowing that Zhang Tan was coming back today, the Jiao Pa specially came back from the Institute of Biological Sciences. He first looked at Zhang Tan. He didn't lose weight and looked very energetic. It seemed that he had a good time outside. Mao didn't tell the Jiao family about the incident. He only asked a few more questions when he handed over Zhang Tan's treasure chest. Seeing that the Jiao Pa didn't seem to know the inside story, Mao couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Jiao, aren't you curious about what's in the box?" The Jiao Pa was carrying the box and bag upstairs. When he heard Mao's question, he said, "I'm curious, but I respect their privacy." In the family, whether it was Jiao Yuan, Little Pomelo, or Zhang Tan, Jiao Pa wouldn't force him to see the things that they kept. Mao secretly curled its lips. Even a cat had the right to privacy. However, after hearing that the box was related to the third Master Fong's family, Mao began to ponder. Should he get a similar set of equipment for his daughter? In the future, if he met any stupid brats, he would shoot them. When Zhang Tan returned home, he felt that it was still the same as when he left last month. The smell that belonged to Jiao Yuan was very faint, and the smell that belonged to Little Pomelo was also very faint. Today was Thursday, and the weekend was coming. Little Pomelo would be back soon, and so would Jiao Yuan. After packing up his things and exchanging Zhang Tan's cat tag, the Jiao Pa still had to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences. Before he left, he said to Zhang Tan, "I'm going to the Institute. Mao said that you ate this morning, and it's not lunchtime yet. If you're hungry, find something to eat first. The things are still in the same place." After the Jiao Pa left, Zhang Tan lay on the sofa and stretched. Although he was tired from the long journey, he still didn't feel sleepy. He walked to the balcony and looked at the balcony next door. Chu Xiangyang had moved away a long time ago and bought a big house outside. He was now a father, but he was still a homebody. On the balcony next door, there were no more StarCraft, Spider-Man, Star Wars, SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirts. Instead, there were some female students' clothes. The house next door was rented to 3 graduate students of Chu Xiangyang's parents. They were all female students. Chu Xiangyang had helped to clean up the house and killed 6 cockroaches and other insects. Chu Xiangyang's parents rented the house to the female students because they saw how Chu Xiangyang had messed up the house. At least the female students would be more fastidious and wouldn't turn a good house into a dog kennel. Zhang Tan had seen the 3 female students before. They looked okay. In fact, he was used to seeing them and felt that they were not bad. They had good temperament and good character. Sometimes, they would invite Zhang Tan over to play and share some food with him. They were all good people. In fact, the 3 female students liked General the most. It was a pity that General had been taken to the south for the winter. Otherwise, they would often hear General singing love songs downstairs. Everyone in the building made fun of Professor Tan, making him feel awkward a few times. Professor Tan felt wronged. Those love songs, especially those very explicit ones, were mostly not taught by him. After basking in the sun on the balcony for a while, Zhang Tan still didn't feel sleepy. He decided to go downstairs for a walk. Depeng wasn't at home. Old Madam had taken him to visit relatives. Huang was playing with Little Blossom and Niu Zhuang on the grass. The sheriff, there was no sign of him. Zhang Tan walked around and came to Old Man Land's small flower garden. In front of Zhang Tan, a student on a small 3-wheeled motorcycle knocked on the door. Then, 3 types of dog barks came from inside. Zhang Tan walked over and poked her head inside.